even if the card pulls aren't exactly the same. But we have some exciting stuff we want to talk about before we jump into our next round of Swiss, and that's going to be the Rivalry of Warlords tournaments. That's right, at YCS you can play in Rivalry of Warlords. You don't even have to bring your own deck. The deck will be provided for you, and you get this first place game mat featuring S-Force, Aura Fist, and Time Thief Redoer. Time Thief Redoer, really cool card. I know you tier limit fans out there love Time Thief Redoer, but you're going to be able to get this by playing in a Rivalry of Warlords public event tournaments that you can find at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. And that's where we are right now. It's round 5 in the books. Round 6 is coming up. We have 9 total rounds of Swiss today, 2 more rounds of Swiss in the morning before we cut the top 32 for the single elimination portion of the tournament. Will Atticness or Malice reign supreme on top like everyone expects? Will Raziel still stand a chance? Or will Rahan take it all the way with White Forest as Amina? I hope that one happens, but we're going to have to see. Stay tuned. We have a lot more exciting action coming. Don't go anywhere. It's always time to duel. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island, and I am joined by our YCS Houston champion. That's right, it's Pascal Manigat. So excited to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to YCS Providence.
Yeah, definitely, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, how did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? How did this all come to fruition for eventually ended with you becoming, well, not ended, your story continues, but you became a YCS champion.
I've been playing the game since, me and my brother have both been playing the game since we were like 10 years old.
Yeah.
And we just loved playing the card game, and like as we got older, we just started to learn more about like the skill set of just building, like understanding deck building and all that type of stuff, and the technical play that just came along. Like we didn't start off good, but it's just a matter of, 2 kids playing, and then we eventually said, oh, we could actually get good at this.
Yeah, I'm the same kind of way. I have a twin brother, and yeah, when we first started out, I would read like one page of the rulebook. We were so excited to duel. I could only get through one page before we wanted to get there and play your cards. You just learn more along the way, but having that brother by your side to really like bounce your ideas off of and play test with was huge for me, and I'm sure the same for you.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's kind of what made me still want to keep playing, is because we always get bounce deck ideas and tech ideas off each other and everything.
Nice, yeah. So. Big shout outs to Carl. Big shout out. We know you're out there. But yeah, so congratulations on winning that YCS. But looking back now, all the excitement from Houston's kind of relaxed a little bit. We have the new set Alliance Insight coming, but still take us back to that moment when you won. And I was there. The energy in the room was through the roof. Yeah, how did that feel, hearing those USA chants and holding up that trophy for the first time?
It felt great, especially like I've gotten close to that stage before, and I haven't been able to win it, but like that day, I think I just built my deck appropriately for the meta, and I think I made a good choice in terms of how I built my deck.
And you'd been playing Memento. It was Goblin Biker Memento, and you've been playing it for a while, right?
Yeah, I've been playing it for about a year. Yeah.
Okay, so you were well-versed with your deck, and like your tech options all lined up. Yeah, that's something I like tell a lot of people when it comes to like winning, is you have to like catch the waves. Like you have like the right deck that you know really well with the right meta counter picks and everything, and you felt like that was like something that led to you getting that first win?
Definitely. I feel like if you could find a good deck and you play it for a while, you're going to learn unique tech choices that are going to be able to compete very well with the meta. So I really like the idea of just like sticking with like one deck for a really long time. As long as it's like meta competitive, like you're just going to find like ways to maneuver around certain decks that are also competitive as well.
Yeah, so. It worked with success because they weren't like close matches either. It looked like you were prepared for the Raziel matchup and dominated it there in the top 4. And but so you mentioned like you've gotten close before. You made top 4 at the championship. That was back like a Hauka Fibrex kind of format, right? Yeah. A lot of synchro stuff going on there. But did you have any moments where maybe like you doubted like if you were going to be able to finish the job and win like the whole tournament? You said you came close. And if so, like how did you push through and continue on with that winner mentality?
Yeah, I mean, there was one misplay I did in Swiss that really bothered me. Like I should have won it. It was like against a Malice player I was playing, and I just really just misplayed, and it just bothered me a lot. And my brother was just saying like, stay tuned, just stay focused. And even though I was still frustrated, the next round goes on, and it's like, okay, let's see if I can win the next round, just taking it one step at a time. And then eventually when I got that last one in Swiss, I knew I had a real chance of winning.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's something else like I give advice to, is like, you're going to make mistakes. You're not going to play perfect all the time, but it's how you let that mistake affect the rest of your tournament is where it really comes down to. Are you going to be able to move on from it, or is it going to rack your brain
100%.
every time you sit? Yeah, have to have that strong mentality.
Yeah.
I have similar stories, with Silverman back in the day when I looked like my first YCS win. I was losing it because I was about to lose a game I never should have lost. He was like, Billy, just breathe, calm down, everything's okay. You got to have that not go on tilt mentality for sure. But now, that was Houston. We're here in Providence. You have the chance to go back to back and win 2 YCSs in a row. What would that mean to you if you're able to win two YCSs back to back?
Considering that not a lot of people have really done it, that'd be
present company excluded.
It'd be nice to be in that tier of player where if I could get to that point where I'm winning back to back YCSs, that'd be great.
Yeah, so it's something you definitely want to do. Hopefully we get to see you up there again. There's definitely still a lot of Rise Heal decks out there for you to face. So we'll have to see how that plays out this weekend. I know I'm going to be cheering for you. So now that you're a YCS champ, did that affect your preparation coming to this tournament, or did you prepare pretty much the same way you have been throughout the years?
I knew that there was some new cards coming into the meta, so and also the ban list with Shifter and Dweller both being banned, just kind of changed a little bit of how I built my deck. So
don't you say that was a helpful thing for
100%, 100%.
So you feel like after the Forbidden and Limited list, your deck got stronger? Even?
Yes, 100%. Because those cards, I built my deck a certain way for the YCS because of those cards.
Yeah, because you knew you were going to have to face.
And I knew
every round.
Yeah, face them every round and then just have a legitimate chance to play around them and attempt to win.
Okay, so I feel like the path might be a little bit easier this time, maybe a little less resistance going into this tournament. We're going to have to see about that. But so you've been playing at YCSs for a long time. You're a veteran of the circuit. Is there an important lesson you've learned from competing?
It's always stay poised, just don't let wins or losses bother you too much. And just whenever you're in the game, just try to stay as focused as possible. So that's what I would say to anyone that's
one
playing.
Game at a time.
One game at a time. Don't get excited for a win. Don't get excited for a loss until the match is over. Then you could reflect on what you did wrong and all that stuff.
That's smart stuff. Yeah, trying to keep level-headed. You don't want to have too much emotions into it, so you can keep making those good decisions and playing strong. Yeah, for sure. Good lesson to learn. So it's only been about a month since you won the YCS, but how has it impacted your life in general?
I mean, I had some people asking for my autograph or stuff. That was pretty cool.
What card do they want you to sign?
They want me to sign memento cards and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool.
Any big gabongas? I feel like that'd be a good one.
Someone had me sign the combined creation, and people still say oh, congratulations and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool.
Cool. So you kind of won a YCS with an underrated deck, but are there any underrated decks or techs that you see that deserve more attention this weekend? It can be your own deck.
I mean, I think Memento is one of those decks that people for some reason is still counting out, even though it won 2 YCSs. So
because I won YCS Mexico City just a couple weeks after you took down YCS Houston, right? Yeah,
100%. I still feel like people are kind of counting out, calling it a tier 2 deck or below that even. So there's that. And I think the Fiendsmith cards are a little bit underrated too as well. I feel like people are kind of gearing away from that with the Mitsurugi and the Malice. And
with all the new cards and lines inside, they're not paying as much attention to that strong engine that's still around. Yeah,
but I also think that the Live Twin deck is pretty solid too as well.
They did get new cards and lines inside.
They have a lot of, and they could have used the Fiendsmith engine a lot better than a lot of other decks because every single card basically gets them access to the
Fiends.
Wave King Caesar, which is really good. So that's what I'd probably say about
definitely. I think those are definitely some things that people need to be looking at going into the YCS this weekend. So now you're a YCS champ. Part of that is the story of reaching the finals, who you defeat along the way. Is there any player out there that you're looking forward to facing, or someone you want to defeat on your way to another championship?
I don't know if I want to start a feud. I don't know if I want to start a feud yet. But as long as I play my cards right and do what I'm supposed to do, I have a good chance against anyone. So I'm not scared of playing against anyone, even if they have multiple wins or whatever it is. So just need to make sure
accepting all challenges.
Yeah, accepting all challenges. I could.
Got it. All right. Well, let's try to wrap it up. So you are a champ now. What kind of advice would you give to players out there that are trying to become a YCS champion?
I feel like the best way to go about doing it is, picking a deck that's meta relevant. People might say tier 1, tier 2, whatever it is, but just trying to find a deck that's competitive with the top tier decks. And I would say try to stick with like 1, maybe 2 decks, because this is how you really get to learn the combos and unique tech choices that's gonna give you an advantage over the meta. Because the decks nowadays are really complicated. There's like, you know, a million spreadsheets for like different combos and everything. So it's really hard to learn, you know,
to
like
master all
the top tier meta decks. You want to learn a few of them and get really good at them and maximize your niche
skill level,
your niche advantage, or knowing the deck really well.
Yeah, know what all the decks do, prepare for all the decks, but you know, want to really understand the deck that you're using yourself and how they match up and everything.
100%.
All right, so you won YCS Houston, and now we're going to see if you're going to go back to back and win YCS Providence this weekend. It's been great talking to you, Pascal. Thank you so much. Really excited to see how you're going to do. Thank you for watching. This is Pascal, our YCS Houston champion. Will he win YCS Providence? Stay tuned to find out here at YCS Rhode Island.
This is the end of the quarter-century celebrations. Alliance Insight is the final set to include the quarter-century secret rare rarity, and we've got 2 boxes to open today thanks to Konami. There's a bunch of sick new cards in this set, so buckle up, baby, and drop some luck points. I heard you guys wanted to see some really sick pools. Well, we have 2 boxes to open today, the final quarter-century secret rare set. It would be an injustice if we were unable to pull a quarter-century secret rare from the final quarter-century secret rare set, because that's our thing, man. Now that the rarity is gonna stop being printed, we can finally catch up with our collection and actually have every quarter-century secret rare in the game. Probably still a fair distance into the future, but today's opening can very much help with that. Alliance Insight, whole bunch of new cards. Malice getting new cards, Raziel getting new cards, Mitsurugi getting some new cards as well. Just so many decks getting new cards. Even Materia Reactors, bro, getting new cards. Very, very cool. So let's see what we get in our little 2-box opening here. So, Materia Reactor, Melt Through, Field Spell, okay. Yo, Crimson Firewing Pegasus, we got the retrain. That's actually kind of funny. If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, it can attack directly this turn. This card is actually pretty good, and the second effect is worded very, very weird. So you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the chain link number of this effect times 300. Okay. Also, this card cannot be destroyed by card effects activated before this one in this chain. I don't know if that's weird. I just thought the wording was a little bit funny. But yeah, Crimson Firewing Pegasus, actually a very cool card. Prima Materia Reactor. We got a whole bunch of Materia Reactor cards, dude, finally. Steamed Sabersaurus. This looks like Cabazals? Does it look like Cabazals? Am I just gaslighting myself? I don't know. Rank 4, 2 level 4 monsters. It is generic. And we got Toxic Boxfish. Generic level 4 fish synchro. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target 1 card in either graveyard, banish it. If this card is banished, you can target 1 face-up card your opponent controls and negate its effects until the end of this turn. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Super rare. Okay, we got Tiki Piece. Oh, a continuous trap. This might synergize with the Tombkeeper stuff. So special summon this card in an effect monster with the following effect. You can pay 800, special summon 1 continuous trap from your graveyard or banishment as a normal monster, and its name becomes Tiki Piece. Generates a bunch of bodies. Sure. Mitsurugi no Miko Wozu. That's a name. Dude, the Mitsurugi names are like always so funny. Mitsurugi is a very, very scary deck now with all of the new support. It was a scary deck already. It didn't even have to be paired with Raziel. The cards were just so good. And now they have a bunch more, dude. We got Hrimnir, the Divine Follower. Dude, bunch of little piggies flying around. You contribute 3 fairy monsters from your hand and or field. Set 1 continuous spell from your deck, but send it to the graveyard during your opponent's end phase. Okay. You can set something like Dimensional Fissure, which is funny, I guess, or like deck lockdown, things like that. Vingolf's Blessing. All right, that was all just 1 pack, bro. Jesus. Okay, let's keep going. We got Moisa White to go along with Moisa Knight from a previous set. Heraldic Beast Stadwale. All right, Regenesis Dragon. We got the Regenesis archetype in here. Dragon looks really, really cool, actually. Kind of looks like Felgrand a little bit. Does it kind of look like this? Not really. Almost the same colors. We got Wicked Serpent Knight Dragon. Almost just a free summon. Tribute a dark monster from your hand or field. Special summon this card from your hand. And then we have World of Spirits. Field spell with the Ancient Fairy Dragon, the What Upon, the Key Mace, I don't know the other 2. Are they? I don't think I've seen the other 2 before. Cool. Okay, Ancient Fairy Dragon support. Of course. I think there's quite a few Ancient Fairy Dragon cards in this set. We got Sinful Spoils, Sanctification, rounding out the world of Diabellstar and Goblin Bikers, I guess. Migratory Zeriort. What is this? Water level 5 Winged Beast. If a water exceeds monsters on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the main phase, you can detach raw material from a monster you control. Then you can special summon one level 3 or level 4 water monster from your hand or graveyard, but its effects are negated. Also, it can be treated as a level 5 monster this turn if used for the Exceed summon of a water monster. Okay, so water Exceed support. Alright. We got Let's Go Together and Mitsurugi no Miko Wusu once again. Here there be dragons. Here there be dragons. There do be dragons here. Very cool. Special summon one dragon ruler monster from your hand. Oh, is the dragon ruler stuff in here? Bro, oh, that's sick. More Regenesis cards. Are they all just like common? Cyber Jormungandr, an actual new Cyber Dragon card in 2025. We love that, baby. Moisa White, we got Fallen Angel of the Golden Lands. Ultra rare Eldelich, the Golden Lord, plus one zombie monster. Look at this artwork, bro. That looks so cool. It lets you generate bodies out of your trap cards, I guess. Also level 10, so you can go for an Xyz play. Kinda cool. Chaotic Elements. Add one level 5 or higher monster, light or dark, pyro or aqua. Okay, right. That's the caveat. Dawn Angel Cambi. If you control no monsters or all monsters you control are fairy monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can contribute any number of fairy monsters, including this card, special summon one fairy monster from your deck, whose level equals the total levels those monsters had on the field. And then you're locked to fairies the entire turn that you activate that effect. But you can just get to any level 1 fairy that way. Maybe it combos with other cards, but any level 1 fairy. Pretty good. Mingol's Blessing and White Reanimator. Bro, I am reading all these cards as we go. I have opened like 3 packs, dude. Prima Materiactor, we have number 69, baby. Heraldry Crest, Shatter Stream. Yeah. We got Brain Controller, very funny. Tensei Ryuji Anva, a couple of new Ryuji cards. We got Malice in the Mirror, super rare. Let's see if we can get the secret rare in our opening today. We've got another Zeriort. We got Giant Kraken, but Crackhorn. It's because he's Sweetcorn, you know? How is this an earth plant? Tell me. When opponent wants to declare an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position, and if you do, change the attack target to this card and perform damage calculation. You can target one plant monster you control except Crackhorn. The attack of that monster and this card become the combined original attack of both monsters. Okay. Funny card. Divine Follower and Raziel Mass Driver is a common. The new Raziel trap cards. We got Regulus. Oh, Regulus. The Fairy Beast. Yo, Crusadia Regulus? No, it's Ancient Fairy Dragon. Regenesis Warrior. We got Kuribon, the Fairy Spirit. This is the Ancient Fairy Dragon card. Okay, so it's a new one, I guess. And we have Evil Twin, Kiss a Kill Deal. We got Evil Twins Live Twins getting a Link 1. We got another Mitsurugi no Miko, Migratory. We got Aspiscool. Aspiscool. Bro, I love Aspiscool. Level 4 fish. Love the art, by the way. Like, the emotions being portrayed right now. Incredible. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon a level 6 or lower fish monster from your hand in defense position, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is banished, you can special summon this card in defense position. Yo. Oh, is this like Goaty support? Is this Goaty support? Yo, Aspiscool, let's go. And we got Dippity. We love normal monsters, man. A cute little thing who lives in a glass bottle and is said to bring good luck to the one who makes a contract with it. The lid must never be opened, no matter what happens. Whew, look at the little guy. He's just chilling in his little bottle. Dippity, serendipity, you know, I guess. All right, Crimson Firewing Pegasus. We got Regenesis Dragon. Here there be dragons. Tensei Ryuji Anva. We have Argostars. Fierce Parth. I played against Argostars at locals. Very confused as to what they do. It was just like a rank 4 engine, I guess, to get to Raziel. It was played with Raziel. So, yeah. Mass Driver, Migratory, Dawn Angel, and Sanctification. Can we get a secret rare, please? We've still only had 1 Ultra. Melt Through. We got Evil Hero, Vicious Claws. Very cool name. Brain Controller, Wicked Serpent Knight Dragon, and Wizard at Ignister. Dude, all the new Cyber support is pretty nutty. Malice, once again, scary deck. The Cybers cards are so good. Wet Reanimator, we got Migratory, Crackhorn, and 7-star Slash. Army Annihilator Hagoons. Grab a level 7 from the deck. Basically, equip it as an equip spell. Crimson Firewing Pegasus is always at the front of the pack, dude. Melt Through, we got Anva, Kuribon the Fairy Spirit, and we got Live Twin Lilla Sweet. Okay, we got a couple of new Live Twin cards. Ooh. Oh man, this is just a hand interruption, bro. This is just a negate. Negate any card or effect in response to a Live Twin card or effect. Oh my. That's actually really sick. Dawn Angel, we got Curse of Diabel, Vingolf's Blessing, and Mitsurugi Tempest. Make your opponent banish exactly 8 cards from their hand, extra deck, field, and or graveyards. Yeah, you probably just prefer the other trap card. And then Curse of Diabel, very cool. Destroy all face-up cards your opponent controls. That reminds me of Short Circuit in Batteryman's Ace deck, man. I think I have a core somewhere, actually. Cyber Jormungandr, we got Brain Controller, Regulus the Fairy Beast, Bomber Place, Sakra Vendarage, a generic rank 4 psychic monster. Very cool artwork, I must say. You can detach 1 material from this card, then target 1 level or rank 4 psychic monster in your graveyard, special summon it. If a monster is special summoned while this card is in your monster zone, you can target 1 other face-up monster on the field. That monster's name becomes Sakra Vendarage until the end phase. Maybe there's a synergy that I'm not aware of, but why would you want to change name? I don't know. Ryuji End, we got Fish and Bids. At the start of your main phase 1, banish 1 card from your hand. Your opponent can banish 2 cards from their hand, and if they do not, you can apply this effect. Take 2 fish monsters from your deck and either banish both or send both to the graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except fish monsters. Dude, is this just Goaty support? Are the extra deck Goaty monsters fish? I can't remember, dude, but that seems like... These new cards for fish, Goaty seems like it's getting very strong support here. Curse of Diabel and Vingolf's Blessing. Alright, I've been opening for 18 minutes now, and I'm not even halfway through a box. Let's go faster. Code Igniter, 2 level 4 monsters, Cybers. Here there be dragons, Philia, Diabel. Add 1 level 8 or higher Diabel monster from your deck to your hand, or if only your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon it instead. Very nice. Poplar of the White Forest. Look at my little guy, man. Look at him go. Love that. Poplar of the White Forest. Very cool. We got Eternal Sunshine at Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary. Nice little protection on your Mitsurugi ritual monsters. Also removal, dude. Very nice. Fish and Bids, let's go together. We still haven't pulled a secret rare, man. Come on. We got NT 8000 Sirius. Dolgurad the Stone Trooper. There's so many new cards, man. Kuribon the Fairy Spirit. Regulus, we have Disaster Dragon Ruler of all apocalypses. Holy dude, what a name, my goodness. Another ultra rare here. We love the return of dragon rulers, baby. Hrimnir, we got Tiki Peace, Sanctification, and Fish and Bits. All right, halfway through the first box. I don't know how long the video is at this point. A lot of it will have been cut because it's just me reading cards, but hey, Steam Sabersaurus, Heraldic Beast, Moisa White, Kurinku, Attignister. Oh, I don't know this one. There's going to be a few Attignister cards that aren't just for the Malice deck, I guess. Oh, Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Another ritual monster. You can reveal this card in your hand, special summon 1 Mitsurugi monster from your deck, then tribute 1 monster you control. Oh my. If this card is tributed, you can add 1 Mitsurugi card from your deck to your hand. Then you can special summon this card. Yeah, of course, they all have that effect. But this is just like another starter, right? Okay, that's pretty sick. Regenesis, Birth, we have Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary, Dragon's Mind, the Counter Trap, and Fish and Bids. This is similar to, like, it's not similar, but like Dragon's Bind, Dragon's Mind. You know, cool. You can also play this in Blue Eyes, but do you want to? If this card is in your graveyard, you can pay 2,500 life points, set this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. I mean, you can recur with Tyrant. You probably just play Judgment, right? Here there be dragons. We got Villa Diabel, we got Heraldic Beast, Code Igniter, whoopsies. Did we have a first secret rare, please? No, Replicard, lad, what a lad, bro. Cybers, Dark, level 7. You can banish 1 other level 7 or higher monster from your hand, special summon this card from your hand. You can target 1 face-up monster you control, special summon 1 monster from your deck with a different name that has 2 or more of the same level, attack, and or defense, but it can't activate its effects this turn. Oh, right, okay. Whew. That got pretty scary for a second, dude. 7 stars slash Mitsurugi, we got Riju End, and Mitsurugi Mirror, another ritual spell here. If Ame no Murakumo, Futsu no Mitama, or Ame no Habakiri you control is tributed while this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle this card into the deck. Come on, secret rare, please. Oh, we're still getting 6 Samurai stuff. We got Legendary Lord, 6 Samurai Kazan, Regulus the Fairy Beast, Spore, Wicked, and we got another little Poplar. of the White Forest here. Eternal Sunshine. Oh, bro, a lot of trap cards. A lot of trap cards. A lot of purple cards. Purple or pink? They look pink, but it's purple. Herald of Purple Light, man. Regenesis Warrior. We got Tensei, Regiamba, Prima, Materia Reactor, Code Igniter, and Secret Rare. Let's go. D? D? Ooh, Dark Magician Girl, The Magician's Apprentice. This is Millennium cards, right? Shining Sarcophagus? Yeah, that's a secret rare. Dark Magician Girl, man. That surprised me for a sec. Aspis, cool. All right, come on, quarter century secret rare. Evil Hero, Vicious Claws, we got Cyber, Brain Controller, Steamed, we got Firewall, Saber, Dragon, Cyberse, Synchro. Look at art, it's like dark Firewall Dragon. Evil Firewall Dragon. Still potentially looking for like one Ultra and a secret rare, I think. Bomber Place, Code Igniter, we got number 69, and backup at Ignister. Ultra rare. If you control Cyberse monster with special summon from the extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand. Cool. But if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Dark Cyberse monster from your deck to your hand. Then discard a card. So yeah, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. It's an extender, but arguably also a starter. We got Kizan, Kuriboh the Fairy Spirit, Philia Diabel, Kuri Kurinku, and Philia Regis. Dragon Fusion. It's like Prima Donna, like Deep Sea cards? Deep Sea Synchro? But it's a Dark Dragon Fusion. Is it meant to be like Dragon Maids? I don't know. Cool. Dippity. We got another little Dippity. Little guy in a bottle. Moving swiftly on, we have Moisa White, Kizan, Prima Materia Reactor, Heraldic Beast, and another World of Spirits field spell here. What's our final secret going to be? Anything spicy? Steam Sabersaurus, we have Malice in the Mirror. Ooh, Sidekick. That, yeah, that's a card. That's a way to spell that, I guess. Here there be dragons. Philia Diabel, Heraldic Beast, we got Spore, the Fairy Seed, and Flash. I keep dropping cards. Flash of Heraldry. Target any number of face-up monsters your opponent controls. Those monsters' names become unknown. A lot of name changing in this set, actually. All right, 3 packs left to go out of this first box here. Quarter Century Dream may unfortunately be dead. We have a Dragolithia Kunzite. If this card is in your hand, you can send one level 7 or higher normal monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and if you do special summon this card, okay, Blue Eyes White Dragon, boom, or Red Eyes Black Dragon, boom. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one normal monster in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position. This is an Earth Dragon monster, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, level 8, free special summon, and then you can extend further. That seems pretty good, man. Continuously putting bodies on the board. It's pretty strong, seems pretty strong. Code Igniter. Igniter, what? We have Gordian Slicer. This card's activation, in effect, cannot be negated at the start of your main phase 1 or 2. Target any number of face-up cards on the field. For each targeted card, banish 1 card from your hand or 6 cards from your extra deck face down, then return those targeted cards to the hand. It does have to be face-up cards you're targeting, so you can't target like back rows or anything like that, but very nice board breaker there. Gordian Slicer. Possibly a very strong card. Also, is that Artifact Durandal? No, I don't think it is, right? Alright. Final pack of box number 1. We have Mitsurugi Magatama, a super rare quick play spell. Tribute 1 reptile monster, then target 1 face-up card your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay, very nice for going second. We can also just ritual summon from hand. Very nice cards in this set. That was 1 box. Let's get into box number 2. See if we can beat it. Let's just skip to the holos, okay? Let's make this quick. Ancient Fairy Life Dragon. Synchro. Still seeing cards that we haven't seen before, which is always nice. We have Nebulous Dragon, Ruler of Mishaps. The baby Dark Dragon. Let's go, dude. Ultra rare. I really want to play Dragon Rulers, but dude, can you play Dragon Rulers with blue eyes? Is that a thing? Abduction. I'm just gonna... Nice monster you have there, dude. Yoink. Kind of like Crackdown, almost. Just, you keep it forever. We also have here a Wizard at Ignister. Do we have the new... What's the new, like, Code Talker? Link monster? Is that... Oh, just Azamina. That's the name of the card. Azamina. Yep, that is an Azamina card. The Azamina card, some might say. Argo Stars Giant Slaying. More Argo Star support. It's a weird playstyle, that deck. Very weird playstyle. Can't be Ashed, I don't think, the main monster. Oh, this is really nice. Red Eye's Metal Claws Dragon. You can activate Metamorph traps the turn they were set, which is like really, really cool. You're probably thinking, oh, wow, okay, that's cool, but how'd you get it on the field? Well, you can send one face-down card you control to the graveyard, special summon this card from your hand. And then, if this card is normal or special summoned and you have max Metamorph in your field or graveyard, you can add one Metamorph trap from your deck to your hand. It's a good card, man. It's a good card. Regenesis Birth, Crackhorn, Sidekick, and Sanctification. Let's keep going. We have Chasma, Dragon Ruler of Auroras. Light, rank 7, 2 level 7 dragon monsters. Whew, we love dragon rulers. We love dragons. We just love dragons. Yep. Secret rare, baby. 3,000 attack. You love to see it. We have Eclipse. Dude, Eclipse, Dragon Ruler of Catastrophes. Oh my. We're getting all the Dragon Ruler cards. We love this. Another rank 7. They have so many rank 7s now. Wow. Yeah, cool. Just a 1 main deck monster currently. Let's see if we can pull any more. We have Evil Twin, Kiss-a-Kill Deal. Mitsurugi Magatama there once again. All right, going to be halfway through the second box here. See if we can pull anything crazy. Argo Stars Giant Slaying. It's, you know, it's not very crazy, but it'll do. It will do. All right, what other secret rare can we expect in here? We got Fulia, Regis. Any duplicates? We haven't had a single duplicate yet in the higher rarity slots. Replicard Lad. We got the Lad, bro. Light and Dark. No. What does the lad stand for? He's just a lad, bro. We have another Azamina. Azamina, kind of like the artwork color scheme. For some reason, reminds me of Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, I think its name is, the fusion monster. We have Cyberdark Worm. I forgot there was a new Cyberdark card in here. At the time of opening, okay? I know it was in my video yesterday, but I forgot it was in here, okay? We have Wizard at Ignister. I think that's her playset. Still no quarter century secret rare in sight. Very, very sad times. Ooh, Diabellstar. Vengeance. Secret rare. Look at the art, the stats on this, bro. Quick effect, you can pay half your life, then target one card your opponent controls, destroy it. Then if another Diabell monster card is on the field, you can special summon one tuner synchro monster from your extra deck. Oh my goodness. I thought you were paying half to pop a card. No, you got a synchro monster as well. That's really nice. Diabell's the White Witch. It's always treated as a White Forest card. Very nice, super rare. 5 packs remain in this second box here. Can we get... We got Regenesis Lord. The ultra rare, dude. 2,500, 2,500. That is the theme of Regenesis. You know, 2,500. But can we pull a quarter century secret rare? I Connect. AI Connect. Super rare. I don't even know what quarter century secret rare I would like. There's so many good ones. Replicard Lad. Come on. 2 packs left. We have Synchro Poplar. The final pack of Alliance Insight. It's not a quarter century secret rare, unfortunately. We have Fish and Bids, Migratory Zero Ort, Regenesis Birth, Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary, Regenesis Dragon, Code Igniter, Here There Be Dragons, Filia Diabell, and we have Mitsurugi Nomikoto Aramasa. If this card is normal or special summoned, or if this card is tributed, you can add one Mitsurugi monster from your deck to your hand except Aramasa. If another reptile monster you control will be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can tribute this card instead. Bro, the deck seems so consistent now. There's so much consistency. There's so many like additional search pieces. There's protection, there's removal. Dude, the Mitsurugi stuff is sick. Okay, well, Alliance Insight. We didn't pull the Malice Secret Rare, but we got a whole bunch of Dragon Ruler stuff. Very, very cool. Very excited about that. Let me know what you are most excited about in this set. What do you think of Gordian Slicer? How good do you think this card is? And yeah, thanks once again to Konami for sending these over. Always a fun time opening up early boxes. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Adios, baby.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championships here in Providence, Rhode Island. We caught ourselves just kind of watching through the box opening, just seeing all the great cards Alliance Insight. It really does show the impact of the set. A lot of great pulls on that one, too.
Oh, yeah. What an awesome stacked box, going from the secret rare Chasma to the ultra rare Eclipse. Very fun.
Definitely a fan of getting the back-to-back Diabellstar and Diabells. Like, back-to-back was just sick. But, gotta say, speaking of sick gameplay, there's been a lot of great stuff here for sure. But we've also got great duelists that we're going to be showcasing, huh?
Oh, 100%. Round 6 is looking like to be a treat. Really excited for this one. Let's go ahead and throw over to Stephen Kangas over on the table to talk to our duelists.
Up first in the blue chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with over 10 YCS tops, winning YCS Pasadena 2018 and a UDS belt holder, Shunping Zhu. And his opponent today in the red chair from Hialeah, Florida. He judges every Florida regionals, but don't mess with him. He's done MMA for 7 years. Alex Chen! Duelists are ready on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
A lover of the game and a fighter. Very cool there. And it's going to be cool to see these two decks fighting again. A little bit more straightforward here, but neither of these duelists slouches. Obviously, Shunping, very notable. But if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, you get a lot of experience and insight in the game. So I'm excited to see what Alex's performance will be.
And this match, Ryzeal Fiendsmith, piloted by Shunping, and Attic Mr. Mouse, piloted by Alex, is a classic one. But thanks to Alliance Insight, it has a bit of a new twist to it with that boosted power to the Malice archetype.
It's going to be nice also to see Fiendsmith Ryzeal because, again, obviously there were some changes on the recent Forbidden Limited list, but Shunping getting here 5 wins, no losses, so still showcasing the strength of this strategy.
The biggest thing, of course, to consider is going to be that Ryzeal detonator at 1. It's probably going to limit a lot of the grind game that Shunping has, and Fiendsmith Ryzeal is one of the most interesting versions of the deck because it kind of does lean a bit more into that control-y aspect thanks to the inclusion of the Fiendsmith cards.
Makes sense, though. I mean, you kind of solved the deck just in that sentence, in the sense that, well, you only have 1 Ryzeal detonator. That means you have less grind. What deck is known for grinding? Well, it's Fiendsmith. So hopefully that is able to keep him in the game, maybe outlast some of these Malice effects from Alex.
1000%. And earlier we saw Malice piloted by Dean, but this time we're going to see it piloted by Alex. And I'm interested to see kind of what differs in their list, differs in the way that they play the deck. You know, do they play Bestials? Do they play outside engines besides just the Attic Mr. stuff? Who knows?
You know, after each event, people are like, wow, you know, this deck won. For instance, YCS Houston, Memento won the event. No, it didn't. Pascal won the event. And so you're absolutely right. Duelist to duelist, deck to deck. People do play differently, so you can't just say, oh, it's the same deck, I'm just going to play the same way. You have to figure out what people's tendencies are, you know, what are they going to do differently. So Alex is, well, he's going to showcase his best Malice work.
And this is a matchup that both players should be more than familiar with. We've seen these two types of decks battle with each other for the past 6 months, and I'm sure we're going to keep seeing that happen today here at YCS Providence.
And definitely the sequel. We've seen all kinds of stuff from dinosaurs to Diabellstar, but I really just love to see, you know, duelists kind of stick with stuff that they're familiar with because you get the best, most nuanced gameplay when somebody's really locked in and they know all the combos and nothing throws them off. That's where things really shine. And Shunping notable for just so many like different combinations of cards you don't usually see. He's kind of the hipster, right? He's running the cards before other people are.
1000%. I mean, I think that's what it takes to be a UDS champion, right?
Oh, yeah. 2020 Tulsa, Oklahoma, I believe, is where his belt came down. And we're going to see, because that belt doesn't automatically mean you're the best duelist in the world, right? People talk about all the champions out there. Jesse Cotton notable for being the ultimate duelist. But it doesn't mean you just automatically win. So, of course, it is going to be fun here. And beautiful sleeves. You'll be able to see these shortly on the table here because it's the YCS Championship sleeves. But speaking of YCS Championships, let's go to Game 1 of Round 6 here.
We got both players with their opening hands raring and ready to go. All we got to do is figure out who's going first with the ever-present dice roll. We got Alex rolling 8. Above average. We'll have to see it. And then we got Shunping here. Ooh, it's a 9.
Big numbers.
Just enough.
I'll go first. Let me just keep it here.
Shunping declaring that he's going to go first. The handshake of destiny. 2 duelists ready to go. They look at their 5 cards. Who will come out on top?
And we get to see the secret sauce here. Of course, Malice, known for its ability to run things like Dominus Impulse to offset the opponent's strategy. But here we go on the first opening play.
Looks like we're going to lead off with Fiendsmith Tract, one of the best ways to engage with the Fiendsmith portion of his deck. Shunping probably would have preferred having something like Engravers so we can get that extra name in the yard, but you're never going to complain with Tract. Oh, speaking of Engraver, we're actually going to search that and not Lurie because we opened the Lurie in our hand. Going to be discarding. You can discard whatever card you want from your hand with Tract. Doesn't need to be the card you search. There we got the Lurie effect summoning itself, and then we're going to link it off automatically for Requiem. We've seen this before. We'll see it again, I'm sure.
And for those at home trying to follow along, again, Shunping is legendarily left-handed. You can always ask your judge for left-handed combinations. That's why the field looks a little different than it normally does.
Yes, that yellow cards are his deck. On the right side is going to be his field zone and his extra deck.
All right, so just getting started here. Alex considering his options here in the open game state.
Interesting to see Shunping sort of holding off on the Requiem and not using the effect just yet. Going to start off with this Ice Rise to summon from deck.
Ice Rise.
And then we see the Imperm on the Ice's effect.
Decides he does not want to catch any of that hand worth of cards.
Yeah, Alex going, I know what cards in your hand. You only have 2 cards left. Those need to be a extender. And
Ooh, and the Ash Blossom. Oof.
Yeah, so we chained to the Imperm. Requiem's effect to distribute itself and search and summon, but nope, we're just going to Ash. And we're going to chain Call by the Grave on the Ash Blossom.
That was done.
What is this, Chainlink 5? Yeah, Chainlink 5 called by Banishing Ash. Ash will now be negated at Chainlink 4. Requiem will now resolve Chainlink 3. Imperm Chainlink 2, and now Ice will not resolve, but we can still get Lacrima off of this, and that'll give us our second level 4.
Whew. And Malice certainly able to play with limited resources here, but it is true that Alex is committing a lot of cards to the field here, and Shunping is about to jump into this duel. Having 2 level 4 monsters feels pretty good, even though it's not exactly the way you were hoping it would work out with that Ice Ryzeal's effect negated.
And here we see Alex maybe feeling a little bit depressed about going for that early Imperm on the Ice Ryzeal. A lot of top players always ask themselves, do you interact with the Ryzeal main deck monsters, or do you save it for things like Duo Drive? Now I bet you he's wishing, I wish I just waited for the Duo Drive, because now Shunping's going to have full access to his Ryzeal engine and his Fiendsmith engine still, because he still has the Engraver being sent to the graveyard right here.
That shows you there's some resilience here, and we were talking about this at the beginning of this turn, or excuse me, duel. You know, this deck is known for grinding, but it's already shaved 2 cards, 2 pieces of interruption off the opponent, and now is able to just go into limitless resource, or at least it feels limitless, right? We're going to go ahead and Xyz summon. I feel like ooh, no, okay, we're going for the Link summon here.
Interesting, he must have access to another Ryzeal card in his hand then.
Mage's value, trying to set up the Desiree early.
There we see
and there's the Impulse.
And we do have a trap card in our yard that's going to be destroying the Fiendsmith sequence on top of that. Alex are just stacked. He's like, I don't care what you do, bro. I'll be able to stop everything you put out.
Pretty painful.
So we still have the Engraver effect to summon, but I think Alex has done a very good job of sort of running Shunping out of resources. Not sure what else he might have access to in his hand.
Shunping doing that mental calculation, pointing at the field, trying to figure out, okay, I'm 30 steps ahead, but now I've got to do these 30 steps. So we're going to go ahead and return a Light Fiend. It's going to be Lurie back to the deck. No?
Maybe not.
Sequence? Yeah, Sequence is going home.
Maybe want to just keep access to that in case he wants to go into it on a future turn. And this way he can keep the Requiem equipped. Go for Necroquip Princess here.
In defense mode.
We still have the Engraver in hand that we haven't used the effect of yet, so we can get an extra draw as well as a search of another Fiendsmith spell and trap card, which is pretty cool.
Looks like we're not doing much there. Grabbing another copy of Fiendsmith Track. Won't be able to activate it right now, but you're right. At least drawing some cards, thinning the deck down feels pretty nice.
Hopefully going to get maybe access to an extra Ryzeal or a form of non-engine, because notably Alex only has 2 cards in hand left, so any non-engine you might have might be enough to stymie him and stop him from playing.
Shunping demonstrating some great card hands there. You can tell this is a duelist who has been playing game after game after game after game, and I could probably say that for 40 minutes and I still wouldn't cover all the duels he's had.
And there we see a set 1 and pass. It looks like that Dominus Impulse was more than enough to stop Shunping from kind of extending past where he was. And during the end phase, we're going to activate Malice P. Margehair's effect to banish either the hand or the graveyard to summon out. That must mean he has another Malice name in hand, which could be pretty huge. It's going to be the White Rabbit, which will let him activate even more cards from his deck and fully access his Malice engine right now. That's actually such an insane way to play right now. Oh my goodness.
Manages to get those effects activated during Shunping's turn, so he can do even more extension during Alex's own turn without using up the effects during it. That's wild.
100%. Like, and I see him eyeing up TB11 right here. Something he could do is he could automatically use TB11, banish his Margehair, Margehair put back in his hand, and then the monster that he summoned up TB11 will be able to use its effect during his turn, which normally it can't do.
Now, we've had Malice appear on the stage before, but this is the first time we're actually seeing TB11, and a lot of chatter among duelists is, you know, maybe just cut that card, but it seems like Alex has decided to keep it, and those extra resources are definitely going to pay off.
It can definitely be an awkward card to kind of like bank your entire turn 1 combo on, because it kind of leave you open to things.
How about a turn 0 combo?
I was going to say, like, here though, I like it a lot.
Looks pretty solid.
I mean, he could honestly save it for his turn and just get the free body that way. He doesn't even need to burn it right now if he doesn't want to.
That's fair.
Yeah, I see Alex choosing just to save it here because it's just a free body, which you can use for an automatic Link 3 play.
Well, now we're actually on turn 2 of the duel. Alex drawing for turn.
Yes.
And potentially we know one of the cards in Shunping's hand is tracked, or did he do the awesome protract move and set it face down to put the fear of Ra in Alex?
It may have. Taking a quick look at the graveyard, we do have Lacrima the Crimson Tears in the graveyard, so there could be some special summon shenanigans at a moment's notice.
Mm-hmm.
Alex taking a look at the face down card. Of course, that TB11 doesn't have to banish any cards to be activated this turn. It has been set for a full turn, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. And we're actually going to lead off with that TB11 to summon. Notably, Shinping does not control 3 cards, so he can't summon a Link monster, but if he did, he could have.
I mean, would you allow your opponent to summon 3 monsters just to get the extra search? It's good.
That'd be funny. But here we get the Stormmaster's Sword. The Stormmaster's effect will not be able to activate, but all you gotta do is get in the graveyard and then banish it and then summon it back out, and then you'll be able to do it just fine.
Something pretty easy to do with March Hare, who has not used its effect this turn. Again, really great sequencing of plays from Alex.
Yeah, the only amount of life points that Alex has lost is 300 because of that White Rapid effect. So in response to the summon, we are going to trigger Lacrima, summoning Requiem and putting the Lacrima back into the deck. And on an open game state, we're going to use the Requiem and summon back out the Lacrima. And now we're going to send a Fiends of the card from the deck to the graveyard. It's going to be that beautiful trap card, Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Really good setup to be able to get ready for a Desiree, but other than that, if that is a face-down Fiendsmith track, that may be the only point of interaction he is relying upon.
Mm-hmm. Which could be more than enough because it can answer the Link 3 that Alex goes for, which is a really important thing to do. Answering the Link 3s of Malice is by far your #1 job. Either keep them from coming out, or when they come out, get rid of them immediately.
Well, let's find out how good of a job Alex does. So he takes a look at the extra deck, considering his options, has plenty of monsters on the field to use as Link materials. Looks like we're going to start with 2. Say goodbye to Dormouse and March Hare, and say hello. Oh, wow. Ghosh going for the old combo here of Haggard Lizardos.
Yes, this does play into the Paradise a little bit because Haggard Lizardos is an ignition effect, so we can automatically get this Link 2 off the board, but force out the Paradise and not need to play around it later. You got to think if you're Alex here, you have some way to keep extending beyond this, like a Bestial or another March Hare or something like that.
Desiree triggers.
Both duelists definitely working as hard as they can here, but it's true that we're going to go ahead and return the Fabled Lurie to go ahead and get rid of that Haggard Lizardos, because it's just a little slow, right? We're talking about dinosaurs being a little slow. Actually, this one's a reptile, hasn't fully evolved yet.
Something he maybe could have gone for instead was like Splash Mage to get the automatic summon.
But that still would have been an ignition effect too.
Oh, he's on summon. That's right. You're right.
Yeah. So it is difficult. You have to kind of play through this. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and use a backup at Ignister here.
Yeah, that's definitely enough extension.
So Alex's strategy seems to just be take the hits and keep walking forward. It's working out so far.
Like, we're forcing everything out. Like we said, we know one of the 3 cards that Shinping has access to isn't going to do anything here, and the likelihood that the other 2 can stop a full Malice combo probably isn't enough. So as long as we can get Stormhouse banished, we can probably play.
Well, it does help to have the Lingaribo out now. If that's actually a live card face down, you can use a Lingaribo to stop it. But take a look at the graveyard here again. A couple of traps, a few Cybers monsters, a reptile for some reason. The best Malice, of course, is a water reptile.
Yep, so here we're just going to use the backup to search and then discard whatever we search because we don't have any other cards in hand. But that could be just a nice way to kind of thin our deck out in case we go for any deep draws later.
Taking a look, looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of Chessy Cat.
Yeah, this way if we set up like a White Binder later, we get so many bodies.
Oh, yeah. If you're able to banish 3, pay 300 life points 3 times, that's a lot of monsters on the field.
The unfortunate thing is I don't know how safe going for like a Splash Mage here would be for Alex, because if that face down card is like an Imperm or something, that could just fully stop his turn now. We could see SP, honestly. That would be kind of crazy.
Hey, nice guess.
Yeah, because we won't be able to go for game because we're going to stop ourselves from attacking our opponent directly, but we can just banish Dormouse with this. And if we respond with something like a Veiler or an Imperm, we can just use SP and dodge that.
Ooh, effect Veiler.
Speak of the angel, and he appears.
Target Lacrima.
Oh, there's even Impermanence.
But it does not stop Imperm and Veiler. That's right. Veiler is a monster that's sent to the graveyard this turn. Very heads up from Shinping, using the non-engine perfectly to stymie Alex, kind of like how Alex did to him on his first turn.
No, this is an incredible duel. Again, very familiar cards, but these duelists, being familiar with them, that's a good thing. You get great gameplay just like this.
Yep, and we're just going to go battle phase. SP attack the Lacrima, but that's not going to be enough. Alex ends his turn. It's over to Shinping.
So very simplified game state here. Very few resources on both sides. I don't know that Alex has a hand of cards at all.
Zero cards in hand and just a lone SP Little Knight, and we knew Shinping had this tracked. He's going to use it and get, again, full access to the Fiends with the combo. He put the Lurie back into his deck during his turn anyway.
Mad respect, too, because I think I would have fallen for it. I would have thought the Fiendsmith track was the card face down, that it was a full bluff, and it is not a bluff. We are really doing this.
Oh, 100%. And there we see the Requiem coming back as well. Actually, is that a second Requiem?
I think it is. And playing 2 Requiems is heads up because duelists right now, they're just so scared of Kashtira Unicorn. Have you heard of running multiple copies of the same card in your extra deck? If you can, of course. Ryzel Detonator does not have that privilege, but this definitely is working.
And just a reminder for everyone watching at home, Shunping is playing a Ryzel deck.
Yeah. Believe it or not, it's in there somewhere.
So I believe we've taken a total of 400 plus 600 and 300. So we've taken 1,300 damage as Alex, coming in at 6,700.
Funny how these 2 decks smash together, right? Earlier we had Fiendsmith Dinosaur, we just saw Dinosaur. Now we have Fiendsmith Ryzel, and we're just seeing Fiendsmith.
Yep. Yeah, because the record.
Yep, everyone's just clarifying how much life points he's at. It is indeed 67.
Man, that's a gorgeous quarter-century Secret Rare SP Little Knight, by the way.
And there we see the Engraver going to the yard because of the effect of Lacrima, and now we're going to use Engraver to summon back out. We still haven't gone for a rank 6 play, potentially, but we did put back the sequence, and now that we know Alex has 0 cards in hand and 0 cards in board, we can just go for a regular Desiree. Oh, but we're just going to get the scoop over from Alex. He's like, writing's on the wall.
Value the time, and that's something Malice players really do have to keep a track of. So, Alex conceding that duel, Shunping the victor there, and there's nothing wrong with calling in your chips because that just means you got 32 minutes left on the clock for 2 more games, possibly.
Yeah, I definitely think the only thing Alex maybe could have thought about more in this game was trying to play around the potential non-engine that Shunping had access to, because you knew he had 3 cards, you knew that those cards were not engine like more Ryzeal stuff or more Fiendsmith stuff that he could actually use. So maybe going for a bit of a greedier play and using that TB11 still on Shunping's turn to put the March Hare back in your hand would have been really huge, because that gives you access to another way to banish your Malice monsters on your turn.
Well, we'll have to see what they end up adding from their side decks. Again, both of these decks relatively straightforward with a lot of access to non-engine cards, so it's a little easier to side deck with these, I think, than some of the other decks, right? If you've got some 60-card monstrosity like Dragon Ruler, well, most of your cards are meant to go to the graveyard with things like that Grasslook Screener. Here, you've got plenty of options you can take out if it just doesn't work out, slot those in, and we'll see what we get in our game 2.
Yeah, and that match kind of reminded me a little bit of older formats that we had back in 2024 where non-engine was the king. That was the decider of a lot of games. How much could I stymie my opponent to the point where their board was almost nothing, and then I could just break it or go for my own minuscule combo and win the game from there?
Absolutely. Alex seems pretty unfazed. Locked in. It's already round 6, right? After this, 3 more rounds to go. Certainly a top contender there. Playing against an ultimate duelist, so right, a top contender against him. Shunping, on the other hand, just kind of comfortable, thinking whatever Shunping's thinking.
Yeah, he was like, I just played Fiends with the control and got a game 1 victory. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Definitely an upsell for the Fiendsmiths, right? Like, okay, this deck still works, and a lot of duelists still considering, various mismatches. I still like Ryzeal, and I'm glad to see it up here this high. I know there's some duelists who are like, oh, cringe, why did you mention Ryzeal in a good way? But remember, every deck is somebody's favorite.
Oh, yeah. And I think the Ryzeal cards add for a really interesting form of gameplay. The only card that's a little annoying to deal with is Ryzeal Detonator.
Oh, yeah.
But once you deal with them, you're like, oh, I can now interact with these cards in a really cool way.
It certainly feels like a much more manageable matchup against Ryzeal when they only have the 1 Detonator. Sometimes you can get rid of it in advance. Sometimes you can just out it, right, survive it. And didn't even come into play this time. So maybe you just play ahead of it and let your opponent Fiendsmith to their heart's content. But unfortunately, Alex did lose that duel, so he's going to have to come back here, has a chance to go first. We will see what happens.
What are some of the side deck options you think that could really benefit him in this matchup if he maybe plays them or not?
Well, we talked a lot about how Mulcharmies are not a one-size-fits-all solution, but they're definitely good against these decks, right? When you think about all the monsters you're special summoning either from the graveyard or the hand, could be Meows, could be Purulia, even really could be Fualos. Honestly, just Mulcharmies seem to be the good one.
Yeah, we saw all those 1-for-1 interactions like Ash Blossom, Imperm, and Dominus Impulse kind of not get Alex there in game 1, but having one card like Fualos that forces Shunping to play differently might do the same goal, but give him also the resources he needs to play more on his turn.
Yeah, not necessarily trying to get him to skip his turn, but make him think about his turn differently. But a duelist like Shunping may just be able to be like, oh, well, activate the Fualos plan. Let's go and see what happens from there. But yeah, Alex is going to be able to get something in. I'm not sure if he's going to go first or second, right? There's a version of this where you side in good going second cards and maybe give your opponent. But I also think that if I were Alex, but I'm not, but if I were maybe just going first, trying to get that win, and maybe using the going second cards later.
I've always been a big fan in my Malice decks of playing things like Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment in the side deck, so when I know I'm going first, I can just set those and have like a really awesome, oh, on top of everything I'm doing, also this.
Some really good counter traps out there in the format. Yeah, we still haven't seen a Dragon's Mind resolve this tournament, but I know they're out there. But speaking of being out there, why don't we come back here to Game 2?
Yep, and here we see the players with their opening hands. My assumption is Alex is going to choose to go first, as every Agnister Malice player loves to do. The answer is potentially yes, as they pick up their cards. And we go into Game 2. Will Alex cut on top this time?
Thinking.
Yeah. And what phase?
Stand by.
Okay.
Like standby phase is fine.
That's it.
Standby phase, Lancia, playing around any potential tactics cards that Alex could have in his hand. Even though there's only one talent, still always smart to play around it.
Main phase.
It's going to be very difficult. Set a card. Set a card.
I'll pass.
And that's it. Oof. Had a funny feeling.
Yeah, a little unfortunate to see. Even though we have the brand new Agnister cards, which can play through Lancia really effectively, sometimes if you can't banish things, you just gotta say pass. But that might mean Alex has a lot of non-engine that can just stop Shinping as well. So we'll get again just a war of non-engine.
Well, Shinping's deck is reflective of last format, and what did we say last format? It was really hard to finish the duel in one turn. There
100%.
just wasn't enough damage there, so maybe Alex is hedging his bets and just thinking, I'm going to survive, I'm going to set these cards, play whatever I've got in my hand, and just live it on from there.
And I've definitely seen Fiends with Rhysel decks that don't play Agdom Day, and that can make it really hard to go for game. But there we see the hard-drawn Lurie again from Shinping, just drawing the one-ofs all the time over here.
Must be nice. That good, huh?
Gonna go ahead and get that Requiem out here.
I'll strike the summon.
Ooh,
Strike! Oh, it's such a good card. It really is. I know it's a classic one, but it still gets it done.
Can I be summoned off Emergency Teleport? Because I'm Psychic right now. Oh my gosh. Like,
And I thought I had Yu-Gi-Oh! Puns.
I do love that card in Malice. I think it's a really awesome side deck option.
It really is, but it does give you the less life points, and that's something that you really have to deal with in Malice, so it could cost him. We still got 28 minutes on the clock, so we should be okay.
But there we see Shinping passing his turn. The strike was enough.
Oh, yeah, because the normal summon was burnt up. That's pretty much all she wrote.
Active gold cycle.
Oh, and there we see Gold Sark.
Oh, that's huge.
No Lancia this time, question mark?
Oh,
we do.
Another Lancia?
This time we chain the Lancia. We don't wait for standby. We let main phase happen, and this actually makes Alex go -1. But there we see the strike, a second strike on the Lancia's effect. We've taken 3,000 life points as Alex, but we have fully resolved a Gold Sarcophagus. If this Dormouse's effect will activate fully, this will be more than enough damage.
Yeah, I'll take that trade any day of the week. And so speaking of trades, we're going to trade 300 more life points into Malice P. Dormouse.
I'm starting to have like a little bit of a headcanon. I didn't see Alex's hand when he opened up. I truly believe he just topped that Gold Sark, and even though Shinping Lancia, he had no card, like he had no Malice engine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, I don't even think the first Lancia mattered.
Well, we went ahead and used Malice P. Dormouse to go ahead and get Malice White Rabbit. Malice White Rabbit's going to go ahead and set a card. It looks like we are choosing GWC 06.
Yeah, if I'm Alex, the only thing I'm thinking in my head is Cryptor. If I could summon Cryptor, that's more than enough damage. We go 3,100, then we go GWC 06, bring it back, boom, 5,000.
We'll hit the Fualos now in order to add for those additional draws. Again, we talked about how the Fualos kind of, that makes you play on tilt, but you do have to think, consider the duel just a little differently.
Especially on this board texture, because Alex, he's smelling blood in the water. You know, he's going, how do I, in under 5 summons, win the game?
Oh, yeah, you got to strike while the iron is hot. This is an opportunity right here that you may not get again.
Is that AI Meet You in his hand? Yes, it is. This is a really fun inclusion in the deck that the Agnister support lets you do, where basically you can reveal Cyber's cards that have 2,300 attack or more, and then add a card to your hand that's the same attribute. Really cool. Fun fact, if you don't summon that monster this turn, you'll actually take that monster's attack points as damage.
Ooh, we can't do that with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring dropping down.
So no reveal, no nothing.
It was 4, right?
Yeah, it's 4.
Okay.
But now Shinping only has 1 card in hand, an active Fualos, and we still have both of our Malice names. But going for Splash Mage here is a little risky because it just, gives him so many Fualos draws. But he might have to do it.
Yeah, he can't use the Haggard Lizardos. He's already used the effects of both those Malice monsters, so there's the Splash Mage.
That'll give the draw to Shinping, and then we're going to use the effect to target White Rabbit.
Ooh, thinking.
This is huge.
They both have banished already.
Correct.
Or chilling to Vader.
Ooh, Valor.
Ooh, I wonder if that was drawn off the Fualos or not. I wish I knew.
To be a fly on the wall for that one. Setting a card. Ooh, I think Alex may be locked up. think I saw Nibiru the
something
Primal Being, though, in the hand.
Which honestly could save him, given how grindy this game is. Like, Shunping has 1 card in hand. That Fua
69-44.
maybe just drew more non-engine at this rate.
I'll set 1.
So set an additional card there.
So my turn.
Yes.
Alex out of this turn. Shunping draws.
It is worth noting that Mage can work on Alex's turn, so if it passes back to him,
and draw
he could still do
phase.
something. And we do have stuff like 06, get White Rabbit, set TB11 to like have plenty of bodies to make sure we don't lose this turn. So I think Alex will get at least 1 more turn, depending on what Shunping draws here.
You know, coming into the format, we were asking ourselves what kind of decks can slow the tempo of the duel down, and I think it's just anything that happens to have Fiendsmith in it.
100%. That's definitely the kind of game plan that deck wants to go for because it just trades so favorably into a lot of the non-engine in this format. So we're going to shotgun the 06 to be able to use the White Rabbit's effect to set, maybe trying to play around any potential tactics, because I believe we're still in standby phase.
What phase, I guess?
Don't think we've gone any further than that.
Yeah, I think Shunping was just clarifying when this is happening.
1 in hand, right?
Correct, 1 in hand.
If 1 in hand, we don't know what that card is. I mean, we do,
That's
but
MTP.
I don't think Shunping knows.
So moving into main phase.
It's going to be pretty rough here with those additional trap cards.
Main phase, normal summon Ice Ryzeal. That's pretty good, but oh, it's Malice in the mirror.
Uh-oh.
So
That reflection looks back at you, and it's going to say no, because that means a negation effect and a banish.
That's right. So we can go ahead and use the effect
banish,
of it to banish our White Rabbit. This will then target that Ice Ryzeal and negate its effects. And we haven't used White Rabbit's effect to summon yet, so we can still do that if we need to.
I think you definitely take advantage of it. I mean, for 300 life points, you might as well put the monster back on the field in defense mode.
So 40,
There it goes.
41.
41 to 69.
Yeah,
Going
just
in.
making sure we have all the life points properly accounted
Special
for.
sword effect.
Special summon sword!
Just have the sword.
Ooh, that is a crazy... I'm starting to think that... So that means he already had Valor in hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's no way you don't just summon Ice Ryzeal by sending one of your cards, using its effect, and then summoning.
Now, as we were scrolling through the deck there, I think I saw some Mulcharmy Meows, so Shunping definitely has what it takes to beat a Malice deck in terms of side deck cards.
100%. But now he's just like, all right, all Ryzeal all the time. But as you and I both know, and the people watching at home know, Alex has Nibiru. So if Shunping is not careful, he could play into it.
So count it with us, chat. 2.
But right now, I don't think there's any other Ryzeal names in the graveyard, right? So you won't be able to attach with Duo Drive. So he might need to go for X first.
Yeah, I feel like X would probably be a safe bet here, but who to drop down into the graveyard from the extra deck?
But if you're Shunping, you're like, what's more likely? Something like Effect Veiler or Ash Blossom or Nibiru?
Well, I guess if your opponent is just watching you play, I mean, you got to make some decisions, but the only time Nibiru strikes is typically when you think he doesn't exist.
So we are going to go for the Duo Drive. But if he doesn't get the extra material on it, it still plays into Nibiru the same.
Yeah. Dual drive, unsummon nothing. Or fight to search.
So 3, by the way, chat. 3.
Oh, actually, you know what? No, I think I'm lying to you because Detonator will be summon 5, right? No. The summon of whatever the second level 4 will be summon 5.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here. Oh, and it looks like we're trying to go in as we go ahead and pre-select that Ryzeal node, and our next card appears to be another Ice Ryzeal. Now, perhaps the plan is to try to set up the Nibiru, threaten something, and then build past it, but you're telling your opponent exactly what you have via the Duo Drive, so they'll know when to hold it and when to fold it.
Well, I also want to point out, Shunping did not get cross. And so we can just wait for Detonator and say, Nibiru?
Yeah.
Special.
But then
4.
if you're Alex, how do you out the Nib token?
Yeah, that's going to be a little rough, and that'll be pretty decent-sized Nibiru token. All right, so we've got the Eclipse Twins. Maybe no, because we're at 4.
Not getting cross here does leave Shunping open to the card that we know is in Alex's hand. It's just a matter of how long he's going to wait. And here we see the node being committed. This is pretty huge here. Because we can totally wait until after Detonator gets summoned and after the Ice Ryzeal's effect activates to Nibiru at this point.
Yeah.
Ice.
Ice, okay.
Yeah, the only summon effect we haven't used yet is Ice Ryzeals to summon from hand for free. By sending a card.
Taking a quick look over at Alex's graveyard. Nothing too relevant.
Ending main phase.
This is a little terrifying, though, because now you're already in Nibiru territory.
Do you know what I would do if I was... Oh, I think I know what's about to happen here. I think Alex is going to go like Chainlink 1 GBC06,
Special
Chain
Sword,
Nibiru, So that way,
wow.
06 summons the Dormouse as the last thing. Oh boy, if we see that happen, then I'm gonna go crazy.
That's pretty good. That's some good Yu-Gi-Oh.
Are we 100% sure Nibiru's in Alex's hand?
I'm pretty sure I saw Nibiru the Primal Being.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm not crazy or blind.
Oh, interesting. Oh, it was.
And he
sorry.
chained it.
It was 07. It was 07. It wasn't.
Okay.
So yeah, he can do it. This is fine as well. Yeah.
But that's still wild. Nibiru the Primal Being smacking down from the heavens here. You could be a robot. You could be a rock.
And just Ice Ryzeal by itself isn't going to be enough to keep Shrimping playing here.
Exactly. But point I was trying to make is Nibiru comes for us all.
Oh man, that is a really heads-up play from Alex there. Just having this card in his deck. I'm not sure if it came from his side or from his main deck, but it's beautiful to see.
It's kind of like a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation for Shunping, though. You needed to press the situation forward. But, there's that token.
There's also a world where going second, he sides out of cross.
Well, speaking of second, I think the second duel is over as Shunping concedes.
Yep.
Alex has walked it back. We got ourselves a match.
That was honestly super close. Like game one, talk about a game of non-engine. This was a duel of side decks right here.
Yeah.
Double strike plus a Nibiru potentially. Oh my goodness.
It's definitely the 50-50. You know, if you're Shunping, you're like, okay, I win if I play. If I don't play, I probably lose. So maybe that's what he was thinking. Like, he either has Nibiru or he doesn't. And unfortunately, well, he did.
Yeah, and there's like totally a world where he sided out of cross, or he might not even main deck it. You know, I've seen some Ryzeal Fiends players choose not to main deck it because it's considered a quote-unquote brick unless you draw specifically all your Ryzeal's cards, and you'd rather go into Fiendsmith stuff first anyway, and that makes cross harder to use.
It's definitely difficult to figure out, you know, I know when I get back to the lab, I'm going to start working on pure Ryzeal again, and I still haven't seen a single star Ryzeal at the tournament,
Yeah.
so somebody's got to believe in him. I do.
It's hard to fit in the non-pure variants.
No, absolutely. Like, playing pure is its own vibe. So as I'm getting roasted in the chat in real time, it's its own vibe.
No, it's yeah. It's definitely a super cool deck for sure.
But Shunping in the driver's seat here. Both duelists coming into round 6 with 5 wins, no losses. Got plenty of time on the clock, so we're going to have ourselves a decisive duel here one way or the other.
Nothing more exciting than a game 3 in a match of Yu-Gi-Oh, man. We now know what everyone's playing. We know the strategies we're trying to use to counter what they're playing. It's all about putting it into practice and playing to our opponent as well as their deck.
It's definitely the climactic finale. You know, you ask a lot of duelists who have been watching the series, you know, straight from the beginning, like, what's your favorite duel? And they'll be like, it's that 5-parter with Yugi and Kaiba. Well, why is that, though? Because they've been playing each other so many times throughout the series. They know what they're doing. They're so prepared. And that's exactly what we got. Shunping and Alex have gotten a couple of games in. Now they know what's going on.
It's like if a game of Yu-Gi-Oh is like an elastic band, game 3 is us just pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling until it snaps, and we see the climactic winner.
Now, if you're hearing time being called on the round in the background, don't worry. That is not applicable to these two duelists, and they know that. They're locked in. Shunping just kind of thinking idly to himself. Alex staring at his cards as he gets ready to do a big old shuffle there.
Oh, yeah. Both players, both in this. Like, it's been a war of attrition, this match. No one has been an outright favorite. It's all just been about finding the right moments and striking when the iron's hot. But now we could see finally the battle of engines, the battle of whose deck is actually stronger.
Either one of these duelists could have been our top competitor. They could have been the YCS champion. We can only crown one. Only about halfway through today. A little more than half, but...
Yeah, they are really considering their side deck options here. Like I said, they probably have plenty of time, north of 10 minutes plus.
What to do, what to do. Obviously, Shunping going to take the opportunity to go first there. Certainly a strong position for Fiendsmith Ryzeal.
It can always be really tough as like a Malice player when you're side decking because you're like, how many of your Malice trap cards do you take out? I've definitely been punished by siding out MTPO7 going second, but then realized we were in a grind game and it would have been very nice.
Yeah. You don't know, though. You try to make your best guess, right? It's easy when you're sitting back, if you're in our seats or watching from home. Maybe you're watching this on video on demand, and it's 2 years from now. Hello, 2027.
Hello.
But it's easy there, but these two duelists are just like, this is my best chance. This is what I'm going to do.
Man, I can't. You just got me thinking about what Yu-Gi-Oh would be like in 2027, and I'm thinking a lot of cards.
A lot of cards
are going to be out that we haven't even thought about.
Haven't even thought about it. Well, should I live that long? I can't wait to see it myself.
Don't be saying stuff like
no, I didn't mean. I'm just, I'm just saying, we don't know what the future holds. That's all.
No one is going to tribute you in Summon of Monarch, Steven. You're here to stay. Don't worry.
Well, thanks, Steven. But speaking of staying, only one duelist will remain on this stage in order to speak with another Steven, Kangas, for that winner's interview. So, got ourselves a match here.
Who will win round 6, game 3 of YCS Providence? Should be exciting.
Really is, though. And by the way, look, they're both sporting those beautiful deck boxes, so we know these gentlemen are both champions. And speaking of champions, let's get back into our championship. It's game 3. We got ourselves a match as Alex and Shunping are going to duke this out to find out who goes in a round 7 with an undefeated record from round 6.
This round started with Shunping going first, and it's probably going to end with Shunping going first. But will it end in his favor? Let's find out right now. Oh, and there we see a standby phase. Perulia coming down. You did it to me in game 1. I'm going to do it to you. How about that?
Fair is fair in love and duel monsters.
And there is Tracked, which does dodge Perulia because he summons from the graveyard, does not summon from the hand.
This is almost a shade of last summer. We did see when Mulcharmy Perulia was the new kid on the block that Fiendsmith decks could feel like, I'm just not going to summon from the hand. Is that cool with you?
100%.
So lure to the field.
1.
That's not a meow, so no draw.
That's right. And then we're going to go into the Requiem, which could summon from hand if he wanted to, but he probably won't.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like the strat right now.
Good. Yeah.
All right, but as we tribute Fiendsmith's Requiem, we are probably going to grab, I imagine, Fiendsmith's, yep, Lacrima, the Crimson Tears.
Just to get engraver access, yeah. Putting it in the graveyard is so important. And do we go straight for the Necroquip Princess, or do we go for the engraver now, make a sequence, and keep the princess in the extra deck as a resource? Lots of questions.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be pretty cool to have a Triple D wave High King Caesar, but you also have to be careful. Like, does Shunping play differently just knowing Nibiru exists?
Yeah, I've been talking all weekend about how powerful Dominus Impulse is. Well, in any Fiendsmith deck, you could have access to 2 of those things through Caesar.
Which is incredible.
Oh, but there we see Truest Worm targeting the engraver to banish itself and not have any access to it. But we're going to Ghost Bell the Truest Worm.
Holy moly.
And we're going to chain Magnuma targeting the engraver again. Oh, my goodness.
You thought Bestial Malice was gone? Think again.
Oh, my goodness. What was it? What was it? Game 1, we had Chainlink 5 called by the Grave Ashros. Now we have, what, Chainlink 5, Magnamut, Banish Engraver, Bell on the Druid's Worm.
This is good
negated.
stuff.
Lurie back in the deck. Magnamut on Summon Effective Search for a Dragon at the end of the turn.
Wow. Okay, so get back to the serious mode here.
That was a lot of stuff.
We are going to see Magnamut's effect activate here.
Oh, Alex is asking, because he has no more dragons in his deck that he can search, is he allowed to activate Magnamut's ability?
He should be, because
it doesn't target.
It doesn't
can add
target,
from the graveyard. Yeah,
it
so,
can add from the graveyard.
Like, you don't even have to resolve it if you don't want to, right?
I think that's a question for our judges,
Yeah,
but I guess we'll find out.
It may be mandatory, and because he doesn't have a target currently available, it sounds like he won't be able to use it. I'm not sure how it would actually resolve.
That's an interesting question. We'll have to hit our head judge up after this. But for now, let's see. Sword, that is going to be a monster card summoned from the hand. So 1 draw from Perulia.
Oh, that was that got me steamy, that chain link. Oh my goodness.
I tell you, it's just good Yu-Gi-Oh!
And also from the sound of it, Alex only plays 2 Bestials, the 2 that he had in his hand. So really impactful then.
Well, Druid's Worm and Magnamut to search Druid's Worm still feels good.
100%.
Dual drive of to search.
Ooh, but the dual drive is good. So we were able to keep him off of Fiendsmith combo, but we still have full access to Ryzeal combo. That's the really cool thing about these archetypes is they can bridge together pretty seamlessly.
Looks like pre-selecting an Ice Ryzeal there, and maybe getting the Ryzeal cross this time?
Oop, gonna go ahead and put it back in, maybe if he didn't have it in game 2.
Might have side-decked it out too.
Exactly, yeah. And then, but if you're Shunping, do you play into this Perulia still? Because all the Ryzeal monsters are gonna do that.
They really are, but you need to have some position of advantage.
Because you're playing against Malice, right? You're like, I won't be able to stop him if I don't make Detonator.
Yeah, look at that, another draw.
We're going to send the Eclipse Twins, question mark? Set
There
that up
we
for
go.
later?
X-search.
You added ice.
Yeah, ice and field.
Ice is in hand. 4 cards in hand for now.
We're going to Ash
Ooh,
Blossom
Ash.
the X effect to search to deny access to Node, I believe.
Node would be killer here. I think that almost flags that there isn't a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Yeah, you could set that out going second. Or no, I think you could keep it in. It depends on how scared Alex was of Cross.
At least the idea is, if you didn't Ash Blossom, your opponent would keep playing, they'd keep summoning, and then you could Nibiru, putting yourself in a very strong position. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and get the Ryzeal Cross out there. Another draw, of course, for the special summon of the Ice Ryzeal, having sent the Duo Drive to the graveyard. Plenty of materials in the graveyard to get that Ryzeal Cross's draw effect. Make sure to put those at the bottom of the deck. Don't shuffle. Learned that earlier in the tournament, but going to go ahead and Xyz.
For the Detonator,
Touch.
add back the Eclipse Twins. Now, unfortunately, this might be actually hard for Alex to play through because a Ryzeal Detonator by itself is more than enough to deal with a Malice engine.
Sort of tongue-in-cheek, but yeah, Ryzeal Detonator's still good.
That said, Alex did draw 3 cards thanks to Perulia, and that's pretty good.
Kind of evens up the card advantage, right? You get 3 additional cards you can get rid of with Detonator, but you also gave your opponent 3 additional cards. You're just kind of hoping they can't do anything with it. And knowing that they've got the Bestial Druis Worm in hand, I mean, even linking something off, and maybe you're able to stop something like Hazard Lizardos, they can still banish that Malice from the graveyard.
100%. If I'm Alex, do you go for like the Druis Worm to try to force out materials from the Ryzeal Detonator, either by using the cross effect or by just sending it?
I mean, it probably is decent. I feel like definitely if you wanted to go into the battle phase, for sure, absolutely. But you'd be giving up your battle phase, so you're kind of ceiling of what you could do with this turn just because you're staring down. Ryzeal Detonator goes down. So maybe there's something else. There's a lot of new cards that have come out this format, so we'll see if there's any secret tech or some spice that Alex figured out.
Huge ups to Alex here, taking his time to figure out, okay, how do I want to approach this turn? Let me decide that now and then go from there, because a going for game turn looks very different than a, you know, not going for game turn. Is that a battle phase crash Magnamut into Detonator?
Put the dark in the graveyard.
Are we going to imperm this Detonator and then play in main phase 2?
Maybe?
Because if we banish this Detonator, I don't care about Eclipse Twins. You're never getting it back.
Imperm target that.
Oh, there it is.
So we're going to have to chain Detonator here. Do we have a second imperm, question mark? Or do we have like a impulse? Do they need to control a monster or any card?
With the Dominus Impulse, just any card.
Okay.
So they are going to go ahead and detach and ping, taking the heads up there, or at least he can hear us from here. Kidding, of course. Kidding.
Lamau.
But by destroying his own Ryzeal Detonator, he's going to go ahead and trigger the Eclipse Twin, being able to special summon the monster back.
Killing 1 twins, target.
Chain Impulse.
And we have the Chain of Impulse because we control Ryzeal Cross. We can activate it and stop the Eclipse Twins effect.
That's crazy. So the Ryzeal Cross missing from the second game, here in the third game, but giving the opponent the ability to Dominus Impulse because there is a card on the field.
Chilling. So 3, Lacrima target.
So gonna go ahead and Lacrima, using that to go ahead and recycle the Fiendsmith sequence. Just good Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't care who you are cheering for. This is pretty cool. Now, there could have been some different routes. In hindsight's 2020, we get that. But both duelists giving it their all.
And Shunping here is playing around, of course, Bestial Druis Worm.
I know Druis.
But unfortunately, I think...
So the Magma resolve at the end phase was no target, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We never used the effect of Magnamut. Ooh, if I'm Alex, this Druis Worm could be huge because it might deny the Light Fiends that Shunping needs to go for a Desiree play with the Paradise if he sends that. I mean, Alex might have just run him out because besides Ryzeal Cross, I have no understanding of how Shunping recycles that Detonator because it's the only one he has.
It's going to be difficult. Ryzeal Cross is important, but if there's only just that copy and it doesn't survive long enough, that could be problematic. Shunping considering his options, thinking ahead, maybe Fiendsmith Requiem to the graveyard, get Lacrima send Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard, and then use that to deal with any problems?
Yeah, but unfortunately, that would resolve... right, so it'd be Chainlink 1, Dormouse, Chainlink 2, Lacrima, dump, and then on Summon of Dormouse, you can use the Paradise. But if you chain to Paradise, Druis Worm to get rid of Requiem, to my knowledge, there's no more Light Fiends in there, right?
Yeah, that could be problematic.
Paradise.
So we're going to go for it anyway, maybe just to cycle past the Druis Worm, force it.
Alex, double checking. I don't see any Light Fiends in there besides Requiem, so if we just chain Druis Worm, this could be it. Because if Shunping cannot answer this Dormouse, that's pretty rough for the program.
Let's see what we got here.
Chain Druis from target directly.
Yep,
Okay, so
there
we
it
are
is.
doing it, yeah.
There it is. Just like Alex wrote it up.
Not trying to play the duel for these two duelists, but the best moves seem to be very visible, and both of these duelists are just making some of the best moves possible.
And you got to give respect to Shunping here. He's pulling out all the stops trying to stop Alex, but he was able to draw 3 cards off Perulia in a Malice deck. That's all the gas you need in this race car.
Definitely up in the allowance for sure.
But fun fact, Paradise can send from the main deck. It does not target, so you can just go, okay, Desiree's not going to work. I'm going to send an Engraver for follow-up next turn because my plan is just to have another turn at this point.
If he lives that long.
I mean, we could see a Nibiru. I mean, you never know. There are blowouts for sure.
Sure. All right, so we are going to go ahead and get rid of the... Oh, no, we're not. No, play resumed, so that means the Malice B Dormouse went to the graveyard for the Link summon of Lingaribo, and now it's backup operator at Ignister.
And Shunping has 1 card in hand, and do we know that card? He summoned the ice that he searched. Yeah, no, I don't believe we know that card.
It's getting kind of tricky here.
Yeah, but getting Wizard here to bring back that Dormouse anyway will give us the Malice name we need to go into White Binder. White Binder gets you to a CO6, 06, do a bunch of other fun, crazy stuff.
Get rid of that relatively useless Molcharmy Perulia. Useless for now. It's a great card otherwise. But this is kind of where the floodgates have broken, and the water's just pouring through.
Yep, and here we got a Link 2 using 2 Cyberse here to go into the Splash Mage. This will give us a red ransom line, which if we can fully resolve will be more than enough for Alex to potentially go for game here.
So much damage.
It is worth noting that if we link off this Druid's Form, we'll just get rid of the Lacrima, which is pretty cool. Yep, so we will not be able to summon back out that Dormouse by banishing it, but we can just banish the...
Detonator.
Oh, that's critical. Losing Ryzeal Detonator and Fiendsmith Engraver.
And Dual Drive.
And a Duo Drive? Sure, why not?
Effect set trap.
Effect to set a trap card, question mark. It's good. Here we could get TV11 too. Okay, it's going to be 06. That'll bring back out that Dormouse that we need. Give us an extra draw.
Now, we haven't banished the White Binder, so it also could just be used for battle phase shenanigans, right? Activating it during the battle phase and then using its own effect to special summon it for another attack.
100%.
Uh-oh. That may not be good for Shunping.
Wizard bring back Dormouse. I mean, if we just go Cryptor now, we have the damage, so...
Well, speaking of which, we are going to send the Druid's Worm among other monsters to the graveyard.
We cannot perform that Link Summon because we don't have an arrow to Link 3.
Oh, that's right. Pointing the wrong direction.
We have to use the White Binder.
No, I'm not a Link Summon. I just can't legally summon without using White Binder.
Yep. Yeah,
I picked up 3 monsters. I'm going to commit to a Link Summon.
But he can't use those monsters. Yeah. He has to include White Binder in this Link Summon. Yeah, so basically he, like, sent illegal targets to the graveyard, but he's not illegally summoning a monster yet. And isn't committed to one yet.
I'm sorry, what? What are you talking about? No. 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 Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, so like they're just asking, is there a monster you can legally summon using those 3 cards? And to my knowledge, there is not because it's all Link monsters.
It would have to be some sort of contact fusion of some core.
I'm going to commit to Link Summon anyway.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to commit to a Link Summon anyway. I just picked them. Okay.
Yeah, so like to my knowledge, the ruling is like if you have a legal target and you send those things to the graveyard, you got to summon that. But he just doesn't have a legal one. And so he has to redeclare the targets to send.
Okay, so now we gotten rid of those, and we are bringing out Heart's Cryptor.
And then we're just going to link these 2 off into, like, it doesn't really matter necessarily. Oh, Access Code Talker.
Wow, I think it does matter.
I didn't even think he had that in his deck.
Anything else? I like the Access Code effect.
5,300.
Destroy Cross.
And we destroy them. And then we're going to go ahead and pay 900 to summon back out White Binder. Fun fact, this Access Code has 5,300 attack points. This White Binder has 2,900 attack points. That equals 82,000.
8,200.
What'd I say?
82,000.
Oopsies. A little too big. My bad.
It's fine. Hey, the YCS marathon, not a sprint.
23, right?
But I think they're calculating the math up now.
Dormouse was negated. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's right.
Dormouse was negated, so it is just 23. But
so
we
it's
have
no 600.
But we have 06, so we
that's true. That's
we
true.
Use that and.
Oh, are we going for the biggest, the baddest?
Topologic Bomber Dragon.
What?
Whoa!
What episode of Brains is this?
That's kind of awesome.
I'm a 63, correct?
Interesting.
Stunned by Memphis.
Is there something I don't know about? Why didn't we go?
Special effect.
Oh, I think we just. Oh, this was the main phase 2.
So, just as an update for our players at home, Alex is getting procedural and minor for that illegal attempt at Link Summoning. Again, just a warning, friends, not a big deal. But you do have to keep track of that, and he did notice it fast, so good on him.
1 search, 2 target bomber.
But yeah, we're going back into it. Okay.
Sure. So aggregator target bomber. So now there's not going to be any Raigeki type effects happening during this duel. I can't believe he summoned Bomber Dragon. That's awesome.
It's really cool, really cool. I think what he figured out is in the same way that you did the math and you realized that it wouldn't have been enough, he probably wanted to do just a different kind of setup and thought he might be able to do it. Maybe there's a Bestial Sarnier in his hand to keep things going. Not sure.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, he had the 06, right? Is there... Maybe it wasn't allowed to be activated or something? I'm not sure.
Maybe, not sure myself. But let's continue with the duel at hand as Exciton Knight, our evil swarm friend, is going to go ahead and remove a material here. It's a Light Fiend as well. It's going to try to clear everything. Going to have GWC 06, going to bring back...
I'll gain 20.
Hardscriptor.
I mean 25.
Yep, so we're just going to gain the 2,500 life points off the Hardscriptor here, but it'll still be destroyed because of the Exciton Knight. And there we go, Shunping surviving here.
Was not expecting that outcome.
Was there something keeping Alex from attacking? I don't think so, right?
I'm not sure.
Sure. Battle.
Oh, okay. He doesn't take any damage, right? Because of Exciton.
Yeah. Oh, he's just doing it as a sign of
Dominant, they're just going to see the scoop.
That's the handshake.
Because it was time in the round.
Oh, I see. And because the Exciton Knight, I see. Okay, so Shunping, class act, showing some cool combos there at the end. Definitely some creativity. But Alex is your winner due to the life gain on the GWC 06.
Yep, really heads up play there from Alex, recognizing that he could do that. And all those really powerful non-engine cards. Perulia, though, definitely saved it for him in that last round. Not sure if it came out of the side deck or not, but just shows the power of those sort of windmill-style interactions that just force your opponent into awkward situations. Do I build my board, or do I give them all the cards they need to break my board?
I'm really on the same page as you as we continue in this format and explore what is Alliance Insight format about. I think it's about high-value cards just really cranking out advantage. Not necessarily these micro one-for-one trades, but when the one-for-one trades happen, oh my goodness, when the Ash Blossom came down, when the Call by the Grave came down, just crazy stuff. So, well, maybe there's no right answer for this format. Maybe it's just whatever good moves you can make at the time.
And all those really, like, tension-grabbing plays, you know, you're like, oh, activate Ice. Oh, activate Imperm. Oh, activate Requiem. Oh, activate Ash. Oh, activate Call by. Stretching. Nibiru, boom, blow it all up. That could be how you can have some really exciting victories in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we saw that here today in Alex's favor as round 6 winner.
Shunping taking a moment. Now he is still 5-1. There's the smile. Took a second to process that, but he's back in. He knows he can do it. Alex with a smile on his face as well. Feeling pretty good going in round 7 with 6-0.
I mean, that was one of those like razor-thin margin games, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You could play perfectly and maybe increase your win rate by 1%, you know? So really awesome to see those players approach this style of gameplay with the decks they were. It was just awesome to see.
That's what the YCS series is all about. I mean, champions in the making, they come out of duels like that, right? I mean, you build up your field, you figure out what it is you're going to do, but just really good stuff. And that was primarily a duel based on last format, just accented by the new cards. So really good stuff.
Yeah, March Hare only really played a role in game 1, and it wasn't even good enough to win Alex that game.
Yeah. March Hare, not good enough. Isn't that weird?
I would never say those words unless I saw it happen right in front of my eyes.
This is our Malice player, by the way. This is our Malice. No, really good stuff, and just kind of shows you that, like, you can't come into any of these duels with a preconceived notion on what's going to happen, because that was a roller coaster. The emotions running high, the cards going back and forth. Some cool combos at the end. I love when duelists kind of like know, hey, I'm not going to win this, but I'm going to do something funny, right? When we saw the Node and the Exciton Knight just go in, that's really cool stuff.
Every duelist has a plan to win the game before they get Nibiru in the face. And then they got to reconsider a lot of things.
Oh, the rock comes down first. So are you like a Nibiru when it's closed kind of guy, or are you like the little bird one that came out of the recent set, the Quarter Century Stampede?
I definitely love the alternate art one.
You like the alternate art?
I'm a fan of alternate art cards, and Nibiru looks majestic in his rock bird elegance.
Who knew that's what he was going to look like under all that rocky formation? When you peel the layers back, you find out there's a real person under there.
Oh yeah, 100%. And talking about real people, let's go ahead and send over to a really swell guy in Stephen Kangas to talk to our winner, Alec.
Right. Thank you very much, Steven. I have Alex here on stage with me. Congratulations on your feature match win against Shunping, UDS a belt holder, and that has to be one of the best duels that we've had so far on the feature matches. I want to get your perspective and your thoughts on it since you just wrapped it up.
Yeah, that was probably my hardest match of the entire event. Shunping's a god. He's one of the goats. Throughout the entire game, I wasn't prepared for him to be on Valor, so I had to consciously be aware of that. And Game 1, I could have won that game, but I misplayed, and me and him talked about it. It was more of just making Lizard dose before acting TP11. And, nerds got to me. I don't know what to say, but...
It's a complex deck that you're playing the Malice, so how confident were you coming into this weekend with the addition of March Hare and all the new lines that opens up?
Honestly, not that much. I did like 2 days of testing, and I mean, we're 6-0, so...
Hey, not too bad results, but you, outside of a competitor, you're also a judge. You mentioned that before coming up here, so I want to get your thoughts. What's your favorite part about judging?
Honestly, just keeping everyone honest and just like hanging out with people.
You know, that's a good answer. Was Shunping honest on stage today?
He was honest.
All right, love to see it. Any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home, Alex?
Shout out to everyone back home in Florida. Shout out Julie. Yeah, all the judges in Florida.
All right, shout out to the judges. Shout out to you, Alex. Congratulations on the win. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Ah, beautiful to see another humble duelist just showing, hey, I'm here, I'm doing the best I can. Got a few days of testing under my belt, but when you're up against an undisputed duelist, I don't care if I had 2 years of testing, that's still a stressful match. So great job, Alec, you came out on top this time.
Oh yeah, not bad for 2 days of testing. That is just insane. The fact that when you're a Yu-Gi-Oh judge though, just like he was saying, it does give you like access to a community and you get to see a large spread of duels. So perhaps by seeing so many duels, he's kind of absorbed it through osmosis. He knows what he's doing by that. And speaking of a large spread of duels, there's a certain other way you could play the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game, isn't there, right?
That's right, you can play it via Master Duel, and with the brand new selection pack, Onslaught of Emperors, you can construct a whole new slew of decks that feature, most notably, the current YCS Terror in Memento.
Oh, I know. Think about this, back-to-back Memento wins, right? YCS Mexico City was won by a Memento duelist, and YCS Houston was won by a Memento duelist. So, just showing how good the additional testing you can get out of there really pays off. And there's a lot of great cards in there. What are you on Master Duel right now?
Ooh, right now I'm definitely on Blue Eyes. I love playing some Blue Eyes decks in Master Duel and just having a grand old time on Ranked.
Definitely a lot of Blue Eyes out there. And for me, Memento is such a cool deck. So I think, you know, when I get back to the lab, that's another thing I got to do is crack up a few more packs of the new selection pack. Because Memento, it really came out of nowhere, but it's also been here since Valiant Smasher. So you got to get out there and duel. Or in Alex's case, you got to get out there and judge. We'd love to have you up here in uniform.
And we're going to get up out of here and give you guys a little bit of time before we come back to you with round 7. Going to have a little break here, but as always, don't go anywhere. We got lots of dueling action to come.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Whether you're here to play in the main event or public events, there's always something for everyone at the YCS. So if you want to play in public events, we have so many different events to choose from. One of them is Rivalry of Warlords. You don't even need to bring your own deck. We'll provide a deck for you with a guide to learn along these new strategies. Themes like Amazement, Lyrilisk, and many other ones that you're going to be able to pick up and play against other people who are also learning these brand new strategies. So if you're going to a YCS, you want to make sure you check out all the public events, including Rivalry of Warlords. All right, hello and welcome back, everyone. Billy Break and Asala back at it again here for round number 7. You thought you were done with us, but we're always going to be here to bring you the most exciting, the most wonderful, the most spectacular duels that we have here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Providence, Rhode Island. It's been an incredible weekend. We've seen some cool decks, and last round, that was some excellent gameplay between two really good duelists.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of that going forward, though, because I'm really looking forward to this round right here. We have two incredible duelists facing off.
Definitely. We're always looking forward to the future, but this tournament has been a long one. As I mentioned, we're already in round number 7. We started with so many players in the tournament, over 1,500, and now we are just whittling down to find out who is going to make it to day 2. And you can see the duelists out there dueling as round 7 is already underway. As I mentioned, over 1,500. Actually, we had 1,572 players after all the VIPs and everybody were counted in. A big event here for Yu-Gi-Oh! And we only have 23 undefeated duelists remaining. Eventually, we'll be down to 1 after the few rounds of Swiss we have left. But we're going to take that top 128 or whichever one have 19 points or more, something like that, that are going to be able to come back for day number 2. All the X2s, as it were. People with 2 losses will still have that opportunity to come back in the morning, play the next 2 rounds of Swiss, and maybe make that top 32 cutoff. But let's go ahead and find out who we have dueling in our round 7 feature match. Kangas, who's on the stage with you?
And up first in the blue chair from Elmont, New York, wants to shout out his brother Pascal, who just won YCS Houston, Carl Menegat. And his opponent today in the red chair from Knoxville, Tennessee, your YCS Orlando champion. Shout out to Goo Gaming, Tavion Crowley. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have 2 titans of the dueling world going at it here, both undefeated, so they've definitely figured something out. It's going to be Carl with the Raziel strategy, more of a pure variant. He has some cool cards in there, like surfacing Big Jaws, so maybe a little bit on the shark side as well, taking on Tavion. And that's right, you don't see any Raziel cards there next to those Mitsurugis. It's a pure Mitsurugi deck.
The pure Mitsurugi deck was one of the ones I thought was going to be the strongest going into this event, mainly because of how popular the Mulcharmies were. I thought the Mitsurugi deck by itself played the best, not necessarily for free, into those cards, but it gave the least amount of draws across all 3 of them.
Yeah, and the benefits to using like a pure Mitsurugi strategy is also with the new cards they got in Alliance Insight. They got a new ritual spell, Mitsurugi Mirror, which now enables you to be able to use one of the strongest ritual cards pre-preparation of rites, and we're going to see how that's going to play out here for Tavion Crowley. He is our YCS Orlando champion, taking on Carl Menegat. I've actually had a feature match back in the day against Carl, and he destroyed me. He is an excellent duelist. He's been around for a long time, and as he mentioned in his shout-out, his brother Pascal just won the last YCS. So even though it's not like the 2 past YCS champions like going at it, we at least got the bloodline of the past YCS champion taking on YCS Orlando's champion here in round number 7, and both these duelists are undefeated, so things have been working out well for them so far.
Pascal may be the Houston champion, but prior to that, Carl was the name that you knew. He has 2 second places under his belt. The belt that he could not win because he was 2 UDS championship finals. Unfortunately, lost them both.
Definitely, and he's also topped a number of other events on top of that. A veteran, one of the best to ever do it, and he's taking on Tavion, who is an up-and-comer, but already won a YCS here this year, and he is looking to win another one. And starting off 6-0, like once you get to that kind of territory, you're starting to feel really good. You're starting to realize, like, okay, I did prepare well. Things are going my way so far, but only one of these duelists will be able to move on undefeated 7-0. The other one will take a loss, but that's why we play Swiss rounds. You're able to take a loss when you face someone like maybe a champion from this year and able to continue on playing throughout the tournament. You're not eliminated just from one loss.
Absolutely. Both these players have their confidence from winning 6 rounds already. They know their strategy works. They understand that what they've tested has at least gotten them up to this point. They have an understanding of the format, even if it is, brand new. There was no guarantee that what they were practicing was going to be what they faced this tournament, but it's been working out for them so far, and we'll see how they prepared for each of these matchups. I think both these players are going to be well equipped to face the other strategy that they're facing down. mainly because these are some of the most popular decks going into this meta.
Yeah, maybe not like the most popular variants of these decks, but definitely popular strategies in general. Like, people were prepared for the Mitsurugi cards. They are prepared for the Raziel cards. Now, whether they're prepared for them just solo, basically, like this. And I don't even want to say Carl's deck is just a pure Raziel deck, because Carl, I mean, a lot of you don't know, he always has something spicy in his deck. There's always something intriguing. He doesn't just play what the norm is. There's always going to be something that can catch his opponents off guard, and we're going to see how those cards are going to come into play here. Yeah, his deck is cool. It has a lot of interesting text.
There's definitely choices in Carl's deck.
So many choices that I can't wait to see if he draws. But Tavion coming with the pure Mitsurugi deck. It's going to be an epic match for sure. Sounds like Carl won the die roll, so let's get right into it. Game number 1 here, round 7, YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
Stand by.
Nothing gets me more excited than when two titans of the game take each other on at the highest level, like a YCS, and it looks like Tavion's going to start with Fualos.
Immediately, too. Very interesting here. I wonder what he's playing around at this point, because, you know, you're not...
The one talent?
Yeah, the one talent. Are you really respecting it that much that you didn't want to wait? Or does that just mean his hand is so good that he wants to see Carl pass?
Could be the case here, but the bonfire is Carl's going to add extra zeal. Let's see where he navigates this
now
next.
with the knowledge that he's under.
I saw a lot of Mulcharmies in Carl's hand. Not what you want to see when you're going first, but the extra zeal will be nice.
Flip swing. Activate. Yep.
I wonder if at this point both players have knowledge into the opposing matchup, because they've been in the top tables for quite some time. They've probably been able to see the other players, especially when you're known players. It's very frequent that word gets around, right? I think a decision could have been made if you have a stack of Mulcharmies in your hand and you got hit with something like Fualos. You could pass the turn back knowing that you will likely survive. But if you know you're playing against Pyramid Tsurugi, they will give you minimal draws and the game will end.
They can put a lot of damage out very quickly, that is for sure. But now he's going to follow up the special summon of X and Sword with a summon of Ice Raziel. That's going to special summon a monster from the deck, and this is going to give Tavion his first card to be drawn from that Mulcharmy Fualos.
Interesting choice to even go for it in this position. He didn't have to summon Ice to extend at this point, but we can set up the Star Raziel now.
Star Raziel, brand new secret rare out of Alliance Insight. It's going to be able to set a Raziel Speller Trap on. Once it was special summon, he's going to set Raziel Cross and activate it.
Yeah, he's just going to flip it up immediately. No point setting it down here.
All right, let's see where he goes next. He knows he's going to have to at least give Tavion one more draw. Let's see if he goes for Duo Drive or Detonator. Looks like it's going to be straight into the Detonator, so another draw here for Tavion.
Detonator with an Eclipse Twins. With the Eclipse Twins is not live. There is no other Xyz monster that is usable, so we're going to have to give another draw here. Is that going to be Baguska? I imagine Baguska is the one if you're trying to survive the turn.
Duo.
Oh no, it's going to be Duo Drive here. Okay.
But I do like he is showing off what Alliance Insight did to change the Raziel strategy. A lot of times you're going to be able to access that Raziel Cross from the new Raziel, Star Raziel, with before you even go into Duo Drive, so you can almost guarantee that you're going to get to be able to resolve that effect. As long as you can avoid something like Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, but I mean at that point, at least you already have Cross and Detonator, right?
True, true.
And Impermanence on the Duo Drive there is not going to the Detonator.
So yeah, it really extended the plays with that Star Raziel.
I mean, this gives you a little bit more flexibility, right? If you have access to Cross outside of Duo Drive and you can still resolve Duo Drive, that means you can search some, you know, potentially win more cards, like that Raziel plugin.
Plug-in and Node Raziel.
We'll see how far Carl chooses to commit here. If he's already given him 2 draws, what's one more?
You know, it's funny. We're looking back at YCS Houston, where Carl's brother Pascal won with Memento. He said he played that deck because it had such a good matchup against Raziel. I wonder if he got a lot of his testing from just dueling with his brother.
For sure.
So he knew all those key points of
It's always a team effort, right?
Oh, definitely. And now Node Raziel is going to be special summon. He's going to send one of those Mulcharmies from the hand of the graveyard to try and special summon back level 4. But that's going to be met by Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion.
Do you opt to use your Cross here, or do you respect something like Nibiru the Primal Being?
Plug-in.
No, we're just going to activate plug-in, allow the Ghost Bell to resolve. Going to be able to Reborn the Sword Raziel and attach a material likely to the Duo Drive here, or maybe just put it under the Detonator, because why not?
You're going to be able to get Raziel Plasma Hole underneath that Duo Drive.
Yep, and Plasma Hole also in the deck because you can get it for essentially free now because you have the flexibility while having just more access to Cross.
Draw. That's fine.
We're going to put back the plugin as well as another name to draw a card off cross.
And you can tell Carl knows this deck well. Not a lot of thinking. It's kind of like he'd already probably looked at his opening hand when he got met with that Flawless and decided the route he was going to take. This was already all decided by him a long time ago.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of players are actually just choosing to play into the Charmies. It doesn't matter how many cards you have in hand.
Hey, that's if it works, it works. I mean, it's a little more. You're make that decision a little more than when you're facing down something like Max C, which is forbidden in the TCG. But Master Duel players, I know you still have to deal with that. But Max C, you're going to get a lot more draws in this special summoning. But with something like Fualos, you're still going to get like 2 to 3 draws. But it's not as like devastating as Max C would be. But you were right, Baguska was on his mind, and that was where he was going to end up going in the end. Baguska really strong against pure Mitsurugi.
Yep. Baguska just kind of strong against everything. Like like even if Malice is like a link deck, you can't really get to that point while Baguska's on the field, right? You have to resolve several effects before you can really start climbing.
Yeah, he's terribly tired, but he's hanging around. So Tavion with a lot of cards in hand, but we're going to see how he's going to navigate. He wants more cards. He's going to start with Pot of Extravagance. That's what I'm saying. These players are not playing like conventional decks. They definitely have some cool tech choices, and this is Pot of Extravagance here in the pure Mitsurugi deck.
I mean, the Mitsurugi deck doesn't really need its extra deck. I imagine most of those slots are either just very specific choices to help you combo, or cards for Pot of Prosperity, Gordian Slicer, Ultimate Slayer, you know?
Definitely. Tavion starting. I wish how many cards are in his hand? So many. He's spreading them out, looking at all. I mean, it has to be at least like 8 or 9. And now I mentioned that there is a new Mitsurugi ritual spell, and that's going to be Mitsurugi Mirror.
That's a ritual summon from hand.
It's basically just a normal ritual spell from the hand or grave. But
it summons from graveyard, which is something the Mitsurugi was actually missing. But I mean, not really, because all the Mitsurugi cards coming back from the graveyard by themselves, no ritual summoning required.
It's not bad for your follow-up, though. But Mitsurugi Mirror just going to be used here like a traditional ritual spell. Going to send one of the rituals to summon out Ame no Murakamo.
Yeah, Futsu will now trigger in the graveyard to go ahead and add any Mitsurugi card.
Just Futsu. I will...
It looks like we're going to be opting to use Cross here.
Oh, wait, I cannot do too much. I will detach to negate with Cross.
Yep, he is going to use the Raziel Cross. Surely he doesn't have all the cards he needs already in his hand.
Activate Ame.
Okay, now we can activate Habakiri. We're going to go ahead and summon a monster from deck and then tribute one of those monsters on the field off.
Habakiri, part of those brand new Mitsurugi cards that came out in Alliance Insight.
We talked about custom cards before. I mean, that's probably the most custom card I've ever read.
It's a good one. Does a lot for you. You're able to get access to a search for summoning a Mitsurugi and tributing it. And it can also do a lot of cool things with Mitsurugis as well. As if you tribute off the field, you're going to get another additional card to your hand. I mean, I think the new Mitsurugi cards are a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are making sure to include Droll and Lockbird in their deck here this weekend.
So this was an interesting one. He opted for Wosu, which is essentially like a pseudo kaiju.
Discarding tool.
Goes back there.
I mean, that's a very easy out to Baguska. He gets to tribute one from his side of the field and one from your opponent's.
Summoning condition, it doesn't activate?
Yeah, it's summoning condition.
It is a really cool card that's going to be able to help him deal with that Baguska, as you mentioned there.
I mean, this is the opposite of what Carl wants to see, a searchable out to Baguska when your opponent has 13 cards in hand. Kind of rough.
I mean, when you see a recent YCS champion playing a brand new deck, basically, at least in a pure form, like pure Mitsurugi wasn't really heard of before Alliance Insight, you have to know that there is something there, because he definitely tested and prepared for this event. And he's already 6-0. I played in a lot of YCSs. I didn't go 6-0 in a lot of them, so it's definitely a good feeling once you get that many wins under your belt. You don't have to live life on the edge, but yeah, here it comes. He's going to be able to...
Tribute. Oh, no, it's going to summon at the same time. All right.
Yep, going to tribute off the Baguska.
Sure.
And the Habakiri from his hand.
Habakiri will now be able to trigger as well.
That's effect to add, right?
Yep.
But now the Baguska is no longer on the field, so Carl can use that Raziel detonator now. He's going to want to go after maybe the Ame no Murakamo.
And both of these can be destroyed, correct? Nothing's protecting them.
There's nothing protecting them, but Ame no Murakumo does have an effect on the field that can respond to almost negate a card effect as long as you don't discard a card.
Yeah, and I think he has plenty of dead Mulcharmies in his hand that would be happy to discard one of those.
Interesting.
He had so many Mulcharmies. He had four Mulcharmies going first.
All right, so I like what happened here. He chained the detonator to the effect of Murakumo to destroy it, but then still add resolution, negating the effect of the Murakumo by discarding the Meows from hand. But still, only the Eclipse Twins now, so likely the detonator will have to use its own effect on itself on the next activation just to make it live again. There is the Plasma Hole in the graveyard. I'm not really sure what it's going to be able to do in this position.
Resolving.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if it's going to be helpful, but Carl is definitely low on cards. Tavion with a plentiful hand, going to be able to add Mitsurugi Prayers here from the deck to the hand.
A lot of resources finally being used now. Now we're back to 5 cards in hand.
Finally, just down to 5 now. Maybe, is it 6? No, it is 5, okay.
It looks like we're going to be normal summoning. Is that Kusanagi?
It's not Sanji.
Normal summon.
Kusanagi hits the field, able to add back from the graveyard. Or banished.
Looks like he's thinking about the Mitsurugi ritual. Nope,
Did you use
he's going to go for
Prayers
Fitsu.
Interesting choice, going for a monster in this position.
Target. Thinking on target.
Yep.
The detonator will be detaching Eclipse Twins, targeting
Detonator.
itself.
Because now he has the Baguska in the graveyard along with the Eclipse Twins. Yep, so the Baguska can attach to the detonator. Or he could summon Baguska.
He could summon Baguska back. Looks like we're going to be chaining prayers here. Opting to... looks like... Is he going to tribute? I guess is the real question. We are going to be tributing as... Oh, no. Not sure.
This is like the first break in constant focused gameplay that we've actually had a chance to think.
Yep.
So he's going to tribute the Futsu from the hand.
Which has already been used, so he's not going to get any additional... Yeah. But now he's able to add a card from hand and then pay 800 to special summon back one of those monsters from hand or grave. Likely going to be reborning the Murakumo here.
That's another copy of Habakiri to the hand. That you mentioned that being a custom card is a powerful effect, but it is once per duel at least, so we won't be able to do that again.
I only think you need to resolve it once, Billy.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. But yeah, the Ame no Murakumo is going to come back, and he is going to summon back the Baguska with a detonator on it.
You can't actually. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. See, the way Carl plays, he knew that he's not thinking, he's guiding himself. When it becomes second nature. It's such an awesome thing to see with Veteran Duelist.
This mirror?
I'm a big Carl fan. If you didn't know that. When he beat me so badly in my feature match, he earned so much respect from me.
I gotta admit, Carl beats me every time too.
That's what I'm saying. He's tough. He's a tough opponent. He is a tough opponent.
He got lucky.
Sure. But they always do, don't they, Asala? They always do.
Have you been maxing every turn of the game? I have.
All right, now it looks like pre-preparation of rights is going to come down next here for Tavion.
Because the mirror was able to put itself back in the deck because a monster was tributed, he's able to add the mirror and then a monster from the grave or hand, or deck that is listed on the mirror.
I think so, yeah.
This never came up.
It's not English?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, surely, either Tavion can't read or it's not in English. Yeah. I would go with probably a foreign language card there, so you want to make sure you look up the text.
Yeah. The ritual monster.
The monster.
Yeah, so pre-preparation of rights is effectively the opposite effect of preparation of rights. Preparation of rights can add a monster from deck and then add the ritual spell from deck or graveyard. Pre-preparation has to add a spell from deck and then can add the monster from graveyard or deck.
It's good to know.
Cool, Pastor.
Man, see, Carl's setup gave him so many cards, but he knew he was going to have the Rise Cross, the double-layered Baguska.
Main phase 1. Yep.
Has to detach from Baguska during the standby phase. Now play is back to Carl.
I mean, he gets to start the turn by drawing a card off cross if he so chooses.
I will.
Still has to deal with the Murakumo,
Cross.
which is not that much of a threat as long as he has cards in hand. I think the real important thing is he has to somehow avoid getting Nibiru'd, because that is where everything can go horribly wrong, because it will trigger the Murakumo.
Yeah, the Mitsurugi does get some bonus effects from Nibiru attributing off all those monsters on the field. All right, but that draw on that draw is pretty huge. He doesn't have any materials to attach here for cross.
That's fine.
Tavion still has a lot of cards in his hand, but not a whole lot to threaten Carl's play right now.
4 cards in hand.
The one thing is the pure Ryzeal deck not good at closing a game out. It needs multiple turns to deal damage, and the Mitsurugi cards are so good at
72.
creating follow-up and being able to reduce your opponent's resources over time.
I'm just saying, if Tavion gets another turn, it would have been useful if Habakiri wasn't once per duel. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that tidbit out there. But we'll see if he's able to get another turn. But Extraziel is going to be able to summon from the hand, sending down. Did he send?
I just want to point out, Billy,
No, it's not.
the last thing that we saw happen on Tavion's turn was add mirror, add ritual monster. I'm pretty sure.
He was just going to use it as a tribute. Yeah.
Back.
If he gets another turn, he's going to start ritual summoning all over the place.
All right,
But that's a big if, you know.
If, yeah. So the Eclipse Twin is going to summon back the Detonator. Detonator on summon is going to attach another material underneath it.
Good old Meowls.
Thinking here. Yep.
I mean, Carl's hand's pretty good.
Let's see if he has anything in his extra deck to handle a situation like this. Because he has to have been in positions like this before.
Almost somehow.
Normal summon the Fualos,
He's
level 4.
Making use of all these Molcharmies that he opened up with going first. Excellent.
Get a little flash of his extra deck there. A lot of really cool cards.
Thinking.
Some things that you don't typically see in a Ryzeal deck. But it looks like we're going to be going to the Ragnar Zero.
Okay.
Ragnar Zero is a cool card. You can destroy any monster that doesn't have the same attack as their original attack, and you get to draw a card on top of that.
We're going to be
discard the Nibiru to special summon Ice Ryzeal.
I think we're just trying to go for damage here because the Ragnar Zero doesn't do anything currently. Duo Drive has no material. How much defense does Murakuma have? Is it like 18, I think?
Not enough.
I know it's small. Okay, so that's 25.
Okay. You took 800.
And he took
800
800 from the prayers.
That is enough.
No, Carl, that's just insane. Like the way he played it. The thing that impresses me most is not like the place he came to. It was how fast, like he knew what to do. Like it wasn't like, oh, I have to think
He
about
was prepared.
this. Yeah,
He
he was prepared. That was awesome.
Like that was not a choice in that moment to play into the Fualas, like, especially because.
Like he's smiling. He knows he played good. He's like, oh, I know they just saw me. But he's trying to get his emotions in check. You don't want to get too sad or too happy about any game and not get too ahead of yourself for sure, even if you are up a game. But that was cool.
I wonder how that feels for Tavion, having drawn that many cards, choosing to use a Fualas in the draw phase there, not allowing the triple tactics talents in that position. Your opponent had access to X to start and chose to play into it anyway, gave you as many cards as possible, and you couldn't find a way to close it out.
I mean, I think the key moment of that was the second Baguska coming out from the Graveyard of the Eclipse, and that was always Carl's intended plan. Oh man, that was cool to watch.
Yeah, I think this is something that we've been seeing. Well, not yet in the live stream, but it's something I've been seeing a lot from a lot of players is how they're choosing to use Eclipse Twins. Baguska has been really powerful in both of these strategies in front of us right now. The Mitsurugi deck as well as the Ryzeal deck, and using Eclipse Twins instead of summoning another Detonator, which doesn't get a whole lot of value usually off the second summon. Summoning another Baguska at that position usually closes out the game a lot more often, or at least guarantees that you get another turn.
Yeah, it's reasonable for a lot of decks to find a way through one Baguska, but the second one's always going to get you. And I don't know if I've ever seen like that exact play before, like at least from the matches that we've had on stream, which is really cool to know that that was his game plan going into this tournament. I mean, like, he went first and had like 3 to 4. I don't know if it was 3 or I think he had 3 Molcharmies and drew into another one off his Ryzeal Cross. draw as well, and just making the most of it. And the way he played with such confidence and being able to make his moves swiftly, you would never have known that he drew like a less than desirable hand.
I mean, I won't count having X'd ice as that bad.
True.
Like it was a fine hand. It would have been great going
to though?
Yeah, I mean, clearly he had a plan, so it was okay.
He had a plan. He followed that plan, and came out with that Game 1 victory. But, you know, he's up against YCS Orlando champion Tavion Crowley. He's an excellent duelist. I'm sure he's lost Game 1 some point in this tournament, so he knows he needs to just shake it off. He'll be going first in this game, going to be able to use the tools that he has at his disposal. The side deck might be able to help a little bit. He doesn't really know, like, to the extent of what Carl's trying to do, though, because he really only saw the Ryzeal cards. I mean, maybe, like, a different kind of play than he was used to, but there's a lot of other cool stuff in this Ryzeal deck. And I'm sure there's even more interesting picks in the side deck that Carl's going to be able to put in here against Tavion. But Tavion's going to be able to bounce back. Going first is pretty important when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! But it looks like, yeah, our players are about to draw their opening hands, and we're minutes away.
Just confirming this. Yeah, hopefully moments.
Moments, not minutes. Yeah, please don't make us wait for minutes, guys. Just moments away from game number 2 getting underway here. You see both these duels a little stoic here going into the next game. No pleasantries being exchanged.
They just want to get dueling.
Yeah, I understand. I feel them for sure.
Looks like the players are just ready for the go-ahead.
And
there it is.
Game number 2, round 7, YCS Providence. Will Tavion be able to even out this match here?
What do you think his optimal field is going first against the pure Ryzeal strategy?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, being able to set up like Amino Murakamo to be able to summon it and board wipe during your opponent's turn is going to be key. Since he is playing like the pure Mitsurugi strategy, he might be playing like the quick play Mitsurugi ritual spell as well. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not well versed in the pure Mitsurugi strategy, but I assume just accumulating all of your rituals and getting them on the field, if you're going to be able to use them during your opponent's turn, is going to be key.
There's a couple variations that I've seen, and it depends on how much you're trying to commit to the end field here. But we'll have to see what Tavion chooses to do. As he leads with Pot of Prosperity, he's going to be eliminating some of his options right now. But as we mentioned, he's also playing Pot of Extravagance. I don't think he cares too much what's in here.
Yeah, it's focused heavily on the consistency. He wants to make sure he's able to play the games at the bare minimum. And Pot of Prosperity, one of the most consistent building cards that you can include in your deck.
There was a point when this card was released that I thought it became the second best pot card in my eyes. Like, honestly, there was an argument that it might be better than Pot of Greed. But only because, obviously, Pot of Greed, immediate +1, but Pot of Prosperity can get you anything.
And he has a selection here from the top 6. Solemn Strike, Pot of Extravagance, Ash Blossom. Probably won't be getting the Trap or Mitsuri Ritual. Going to go for Habakiri.
Nothing on it.
I mean, that is your one-card combo.
And then he's going to activate it.
There is Molcharmi Fualos.
Does Tavion have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring?
There it is.
Yep, so he's going to be able to stop the draws. Does Carl have another Molcharmi? He drew plenty of them when he went first.
He might have another option here.
Sanji effect.
All right, so he's going to summon Sanji, and then Sanji's going to tribute off the field. Now Sanji will be able to add from the deck to the hand. But Carl's going to Ash Blossom that. Not going to hold off on the Ash Blossom for something like Mitsurugi Prayers. Just going to try and cut him off, which is not a bad option. When you saw the Pot of Prosperity and he grabbed the one starter card and then used it right away, that could telegraph that there's nothing else in Tavion's hands that'll allow him to continue to play. But he is moving to normal summon.
Kusanagi will be able to add back the Saji, which doesn't really accomplish anything, and we'll just be setting one and passing.
Yep, definitely.
All right.
Carl saw his moment of opportunity and took it.
I mean, I kind of got a peek at Carl's hand here. I don't know if he can play.
Does he have a Ryzeal card to get things going?
I mean, you took away a lot of the Ryzeal cards on the Forbidden Limitless. There's not that many to work with anymore.
Go face Meow.
All right, going to activate Meows just in case he does know that there is a quick play ritual spell that Mitsurugi could potentially have.
I mean, yeah, just having prayers in this situation. Oh, just putting 3 engrave for the Escalos.
That's why he did it. So this is some of that spicy stuff I was talking about. Arch Nemesis Ishatos is going to banish the 3 different type of monsters. And then now he can declare a type, destroy all types on the field, and won't be able to be summon those types until the end of the next turn.
Pretty good against reptiles.
Especially when Tavion left the reptile on the field. But you cannot expect the Ishatos coming down. Oh, Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment. So it's going to be a costly one to stop it. But that could be game-saving here for Tavion. Like you mentioned, going first with your side deck included, there's a lot of good cards you can have. And that Solemn Judgment saving him here in this matchup.
All right, now able to normal summon the Saji, trying to force it through here on his second turn in the game. Saji's able to resolve, going to be able to grab that Mitsurugi Ritual. I can only assume. Yep, just going to grab it. He has the Habakiri in hand, has used its once per duel effect, but can use it to tribute.
But you're saying if it wasn't once per duel, he could use it again.
Is it? Are we talking about need, or are we talking about like? You know, it would be nice, I guess.
It would be nice.
I don't think he needs it.
You're right. You're right. There's a difference between want and need, and that is the case here. Let's see how Tavion's going to navigate this. He only has 4,000 life points thanks to Solemn Judgment, but Carl doesn't have too much in terms of defenses. One card in hand, one face down spell and trap card. Mitsurugi Ritual coming down next for Tavion.
Summon from deck.
He's going to use the effect to summon from deck.
Is there any response? Oh!
All right, so this is a card we haven't seen in a while. Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood.
Yeah.
I think the entire game plan that Carl has chosen for his deck is making your opponent give you another turn. And that is why these cards are in his deck. We're going to be tributing the Habakiri in hand to summon Murakuma from deck. Carl is going to gain 3,200 life points, and then Habakiri is going to be able to trigger. Because it was tributed to add any Mitsurugi card, we're just going to go ahead and grab prayers.
Yeah,
and I think we're just going straight into the battle phase here, not committing anything else.
Battle phase?
Yeah.
32.
Yeah. That evens it out, and then
16,000.
makes up for some difference here.
Yep. Doesn't give Carl too many life points, but the Dogwood did the job. But give him another turn. Nothing off the top there, and we're going to a game number 3.
Again, even though Tavion was the one that was able to win this game, the cards that Carl are playing, like
unexpected.
Yeah, like I don't know how I'm more surprised at what happened with Carl in the game that Tavion played the most cards in.
Yeah, the other one looked like it was a lot more going for Tavion, but what it really came down to is that Solemn Judgment being key in stopping the Ishatos. Because if the Ishatos survived, called Reptile, the game could have been over. But it probably wasn't because, Carl didn't have any of those Rise Heal monsters to do anything on top of the Ishatos.
I believe, it's weird to think about the Nemesis cards going into your deck. I don't believe that's in his main deck. And if he's opting to use them, I think they're only for going second into a board because right now there's not a whole lot of ways to interact with it. A lot of your other cards will force away the effect negation, and then it can't be destroyed. So it's very easy to stick on the field and then lock your opponent out of whatever strategy they're in, because most of these strategies are pretty mono-type right now, or at least there is a focus that you can pick that will really determine the game.
Yeah, but I think you called it right that it's more of a go second kind of card because Ishatos is a little more focused than Protoss. Protoss is attribute wide, so you can call Dark since it's on the field, it's himself, and it's not destroyed by a card effect, so it stays out there. While Ishatos, you need to be able to call whatever monster type that they're actually playing. While you can do some cool things with maybe Reproducus and Ishatos and go way out of your way to cut them off before they have a chance, which players have tried to do in the past. That probably won't be the case here, so I imagine those cards will be going back into Carl's side deck. But
I mean, we had that Dragonwood feature match round 1 where you were talking about how you get the maximum value of your Mulcharmies, and he's doing the exact same thing in his Ryzeal deck.
It certainly is, and it's so cool, and probably why he's sitting here at 6-0. But, this is a match, once you get to that later stage in the tournament when you're undefeated, you're going to be playing against some of the best duelists around, and these are 2 of them. And they're going at it at the elite level here.
But I can't believe Carl said yes to the feature match when he's playing cards like this.
Hey, I mean, it's good.
I appreciate it.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to show us how good of a duelist he is. His brother just won the YCS. You mentioned Carl's
He has something to prove now.
Yeah, he has something to prove. Maybe that lit a fire under Carl because he's like, wow, my younger brother won before me. Now I got to catch up, make sure I can get that YCS win as well. And I'm sure that's on Carl's mind. Not to take anything away. I know he's very, very happy for his brother. He even gave him that shout out before this round. But now maybe how cool would it be if Pascal wins Houston And then here this weekend in Rhode Island, if Carl's able to take it as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like that happen since 2017.
I was like, yeah, there were a couple brothers who did that a while ago. Shout out to the Cons, but it's been a long time since we've had back-to-back brothers win YCSs.
Tavion back in the position of he has to face down whatever Carl's opening board is going to be. We'll see if his game plan has changed here as we start game number 3 of YCS Providence, round number 7.
Let's do it. I'm really excited for this. The last time Carl went first, it was quite the game, so we'll see if he's going to have to play into something like Mulcharmy Fualos again. Or
what if Carl just chooses second? I could see that happening. He
Oh,
did! He chose second!
Oh, you could never expect the unexpected from Carl. Yeah.
It makes so much sense, like from what we've seen.
Incredible. So Carl choosing to go second. Tavion starting things off with pre-preparation. Yeah, it does make sense. Because, yeah, if Tavion thinks he's going first, he's going to side out the Solemn Judgments and stuff. And, like, we're talking about what is the turn 1 board that you're looking to make with Mitsurugi. No matter what you do, it's still not, like, going to be as overwhelming as something like that Atagnis or Malice deck can make.
Yeah, he's playing cards like Ghost Sister or Spooky Dogwood. He's playing all the Mulcharmies. He's playing Arch Nemesis Escados. He has all the cards necessary to really crack the field. There's more for him to lose going first. I think this is a great decision.
All right, so he's going to use Habakiri.
And then double Fualos.
Oh, no. So he's going to special summon the monster from the deck. It's going to immediately tribute off. He's going to get a search, but Carl's going to get 2 cards for his trouble.
Luckily, he doesn't really need to special summon from the deck anymore. Or from the extra deck if he so chooses. He could just find a way to summon Murukuma from hand and stick with that. Which effectively doesn't really mean Carl benefited at all. Like, he traded 1 for 1 with both those cards. Going to be with a 6-card hand, which is fine.
It feels like you benefited a little bit. Though.
Yeah, you stopped your turn effectively.
It's not a net positive quite just yet. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but still feels great. So he's going to add prayers
which
with
usually
the Saji.
Means he's set up to ritual summon already.
Anything else?
He's not going to want to use Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck, that's for sure.
Sounds like a hand.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a pretty confident way of showing that you're not going to go back in and give him any more draws. That is a lot of options.
Got Star Raziel, Node Raziel, Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and X Raziel. So between the Raziel monsters, X Raziel's looking like the best one, but he's going to go for Ash Blossom.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you would normally pick the X, but I think Ash is just so powerful in this position. A lot of the cards here, I think if he wants to set up under the Fualos reasonably, he's going to have to really pick and choose what cards are going to be in his hand at the end. And, especially if you're going to need prayers to resolve in this position. Looks like we're going to be activating the prayers now, tributing the Habakiri in his hand.
And you can guarantee that Tavion's not going to give him any more cards because he would otherwise have saved that talents. He knew that he needed his prayers resolved, so he knew he needed to check for an Ash Blossom, which he did, which is smart stuff here from Tavion.
Yep, I believe he's going to be adding the Murakumo from the effective prayers, and Habakiri will likely be adding the Mitsurugi Ritual. We'll see if he wants to summon anything else off prayers. He will not, opting to only resolve one of the effects of prayers. There is the Mitsurugi Ritual.
He'll be using that to summon the Ame no Murakama from the hand.
Yep.
And then he'll tribute from the deck.
Going to be able to get another free resource here. I imagine you're just going to tribute away a Futsu.
Yeah, try and get access. Right now his goal is to get Mitsurugi Great Purification, have the Ame no Murakama set up to where you can tribute that off to summon it back during the opponent's turn.
I mean, Great Purification or just another copy of Prayers. Both would be solid in this position. Prayers is giving you a little bit more control, of when you want to use Murakumo's effect. And then we're going to use a Mirror to summon back Futsu from the graveyard. Murakumo is able to summon itself back from the grave as well. Yep. And this will get you access to Great Purification.
Yep, so he has everything he needs despite that double Fualos. So there's a deck that can play through double Fualos. It is going to be this one.
Yeah, this was the benefit of playing pure Mitsurugi that I mentioned earlier. You will play into the Mulcharmies a little bit, but you can play into them well.
Might be the reason why Tavion decided to use this deck. So the Ame no Murakama will bring itself back with its own effect. The Futsu will be able to special summon back reptiles from the graveyard.
Yeah, I really don't think he lost much of anything from this trade. I think he's fine with how this turned out.
No.
We're setting a monster for insurance.
Yeah, that's interesting. And he didn't summon? He summoned 1, 2, 3, 4 times plus a set.
Known in hand. This,
The whole hand.
yeah. No.
He's letting him know the cards that he saw off the talents before the turn's over.
Yep.
Trophies.
I imagine whenever he activates a card, Murakumo will be chained, and then the Nibiru is going straight to the graveyard.
Stand by, man.
Yep.
Special.
Going to be starting with
I
the
mean,
X.
I'm really liking the Mitsurugi Pure deck here from Tavion, the way he's playing it too. Yeah, low, not crazy combos, but low to the ground, can play into all the counter cards that people are playing.
Chain links.
I can see why he decided to bring it here this weekend. So we're going to see Carl start off with Extra Zeal sending Mirological Aggregator from the extra deck to the graveyard as it is special summoned from the hand.
Yep, it's going to be likely Chainlink 2 Aggregator targeting down the Murakumo here, which should prompt Tavion to do exactly nothing. There's no reason to activate the Murakumo there. If he opts to negate it, he will just allow it to be negated, when in reality you're going to summon back the Murakumo later.
I have one card in for you. Let's target.
Oh, okay, no,
You could use the Futsu to summon back.
it looks like we're going to be targeting down the Futsu instead with the Aggregator here, not trying to see if Tavion will make a mistake.
Target Saji.
Futsu will chain because a monster was summoned to summon out the Saji from the graveyard. Extras will resolve, adding Sword Ryzeal, and in a new chain,
Anything, Res?
Saji.
Saji will trigger.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is tough. Pure Ryzeal has a difficult time clearing fields, and the field is going to get extremely wide.
I have a split sleeve.
Looks like one of Tavion's sleeves split, so anytime you're like mid-match like that, you just swap it out with a sleeve from your side deck, not too bad, and then get new sleeves after the round's over.
Usually packs of sleeves when you're playing a 40 card deck, you get a couple extra, so
That too.
Special sword.
we can go ahead and special summon Sword now.
Special's fine.
Effect.
It was a bold move for Carl to let Tavion go first, and Tavion pretty much got to the board he wanted. We're going to see if it's going to pay off here.
No response.
Opting to use the Murakumo.
And
then, yep, there's the nib that I assumed was going to be discarded immediately.
Res.
Thing on res.
And the sword's going to add ice.
Now seems like a good time to go ahead and use that Prayers, tributing off the Murakumo here. Gonna get a lot of value out of this.
That is fine.
Yeah, the Prayers is going to be able to add. He can special summon back a monster if he wants, but the Ame no Murakama is going to be able to summon itself back and destroy all of Carl's monsters.
It looks like we're going to be adding the Kusanagi, and imagine you're just going to summon off the Kusanagi immediately to add back the Prayers here. That's like the loop that I love in this deck.
Go.
And now,
Chainlink 1,
Chainlink 1, Murakumo, Chainlink 2, Kusanagi.
2 target.
Oh, looks like we're just going to grab the
Chainlink,
Ritual here,
Mirror.
and then Mirror will be able to
Yeah,
go back
okay,
in the deck
yeah.
because the monster was tributed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Effect to destroy.
Murakumo will be able to destroy the field here.
Yeah, that's fine.
And now he still has the Great Purification, as you mentioned earlier, for the normal summon of Ice Ryzeal.
Things are looking like Tavion might be able to take this game.
There's only one mystery card in Carl's hand. He wants to keep...
Thinking.
He has to respect the node, because there is an Xyz monster in the graveyard now.
Last. Special node.
Okay, looks like we're going to be leading with the node here, keeping the ice in
Second
hand.
node.
Node is going to give up that Star Riser that we did also know about, so the unknown is still there.
Looks like he is going to use the Great Purification, trimming off the Futsu to negate the node.
We got to get another search here off of the Futsu, as well as summoning itself back to the field. That's going to grab Wosu. This is, again, a free tribute. And the last card was Nemesis Flag!
Oh, man. If Carl wins because of this, that would be crazy.
Saving the normal summon. Wasn't even planning on using the ice.
Because he knows his win condition is still that arch nemesis is Shatos. What is Tavion's last set card?
What a crazy card to draw for turn.
Oh yeah, because he knew all his cards. Because of the triple tactics talent. Oh, it's Protoss he's going for. But Protoss is also just calling.
It's pretty good.
It's still good enough. Just calling Dark.
How does he do it?
How does he do it? Who is this man?
Getting 3 different attributes here. We have light, wind, and we're going to get the dark from the aggregator. Protoss hits the field. Is there an effect failure? Is there an infinite permanence? It's activated, calling dark.
Tavion considering his options.
Considering his life right now.
Yeah,
How did we get here?
He's either trying to respond or trying to just... No, it's going to resolve, and all dark monsters on the field will be destroyed. Protoss will protect itself.
Attempt to enter battle.
Oh, man. Right when I thought it was over here for Carl. It's every time. I always think it's like over for Carl, and somehow...
I mean, he made those card choices that puts him in this position.
Indeed he did. Indeed he did. Clearing that massive board. 5 monsters gone. Poof, just like that. Tavion can't summon any dark monsters.
I'm surprised. Oh, he could not use the effect of Saji or Kusanagi to protect in that position, right? Because they're all being destroyed?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I needed to make sure on that real quick.
I just can't special, right? I can normal.
That is correct. You can still normal summon dark monsters, you just can't special summon them at all. But that's the thing, right? When you're playing an all-dark deck and Protoss on the field, you can never summon again.
Because you can just keep calling dark. The Protoss is a dark on the field. It will always protect itself. But we'll see if Tavion's going to find a way to get the Protoss off the field. That's his goal right now. Carl low on cards, so if he can deal with Protoss, he'll be in fine position.
Draw phase.
Draw phase. Cool.
So it looks like he's going to start with the Mitsurugi prayers. He's praying right now for some way to deal with his arch nemesis Protoss.
The Protoss not being able to be destroyed by card effect is also so relevant because he could have prayers on his opponent's turn immediately, like in draw phase or something, to summon back the Murakumo that's already been properly summoned from the graveyard, try to destroy the field, but not even be able to do that here. I don't know if there is an out in engine to this card.
I mean, for Tavion's sake, he's sure hoping so.
It cut off the pseudo kaiju effect of Wuso as well. Looks like we're going to be just setting a monster.
Oh,
and we're going to be calling dark every turn. He's going to normal summon ice after this. That is the last card we know in hand.
How does he do it?
A game we thought it was completely over, had the best card possible.
Stand
by main. Is he going to start with the Protoss effect?
Okay, we have the Great Purification. This allows him to tribute here. Or to special summon back from grave and tribute a monster.
Okay.
Kusanagi is going to be able to add back the Great Purification. And then he could choose to search off of... Is he choosing to? Oh, no, it doesn't seem like it.
Dominus Impulse.
He added back the trap, so it will not destroy.
And now, Nemesis Flag effect?
Oh, that is once per turn? That might just be game. That's game!
This isn't just Raziel. This is arch nemesis Raziel. Nemesis Flag adding Protoss. His brother is Shatos. And it's going to be enough.
Carl's my goat. Carl's my goat.
It's insane. He's unbeatable. He's unbeatable. I don't know how he does it. But it's this, we were telling you going into this tournament, yeah, okay, it's Raziel, but there's a lot more to it. He let Tavion go first in Game 3 with the arch nemesis game plan in mind. I mean, sure, he had to believe in the heart of the cards. He needed to be able to draw into that nemesis flag.
He just looks unfazed by what happened. It's light.
This is all according to plan by this man. You can see the amount of thinking is so minimal. Like, I mean, he is thinking, but it's like he's been in the... He's played this game before. He legitimately has played this
was the
game
plan.
Before. This is what preparation gets you. Like, he knew going into it, like, oh, this is how I'm gonna play it. Like down to like the game 1, the Baguska, the double Baguska play. Oh,
I mean, this answers the problem that I thought pure Raziel had. What Mitsurugi Raziel allowed for Raziel to do was able to clear fields by putting Murakumo on the field. This answers that problem because you're able to access the Nemesis cards through cards like Infernal Banshee in your extract by just making a rank 4, and then you're able to grab a card that wipes out your opponent's field, which is really what you need to do against a deck like Malice, and then it still also deals with them being able to play on the next turn because it locks them out of that attribute or type in this situation. And it's just perfect. He found an answer to the meta here, and he's moving on to the tournament 7-0.
7-0, and then taking on, one of the most recent, outside of, his brother, one of the most recent YCS champions. Tavion can't be upset because, he didn't see that coming. And you kind of touched on more of the synergy that's in this deck. The Infernal Flame Banshee. He didn't even have to use that, but that is kind of
you don't just have to draw these cards. They are accessible with the YCS.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. But
you can bonfire for it as well, but I don't,
Yeah, true. But yeah, Tavion's got to shake it off. He is 6-1. It's okay to lose one of these rounds. It is going to be Swiss. There's still 2 more rounds to play today before the last 2 rounds of Swiss in the morning, but man, we were lucky getting this one as a feature match. Yeah, Carl just doesn't disappoint.
Absolutely.
I mean, or his brother Pascal did like the same thing. Like watching Pascal's matches in the top 4 and the finals playing against Pure Ryzeal, like he knew what he was doing, because like when your playtest partner is just one of the best to ever do it, it sharpens the blade.
I think the Manigans have really shown what practice can do. They are just constantly playing. When they have the opportunity to playtest and they practice for an event, they do so efficiently, so meticulously. It's with purpose, right? And then you end up with strategies like this where they found an answer to the problem that they thought would be present in the format. And I mean, this is what happens. You throw your Ryzeal cards. They always take these certain interruptions, right? You know that Duo Drive is going to eat up an Infinite Permanence, an Effect Veiler, maybe an Ash Blossom. All that's going to happen, and then you stick one Nemesis card, and if it resolves, the game is over.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. Yeah, you think about it like, okay, Mitsurugi is all like one attribute, so yeah, the Protoss lines up really well. Well, there happens to be another deck in the room that a lot of people are using that happens to be just one attribute that Protoss can take care of.
And they all that's the biggest problem. You can deal with the interruptions on a Malice board pretty well, but there's just too many of them still on the field. They got all of them back. The follow-up is gone. You just call Protoss.
Dark. Yeah, and the Shatos also for Reptile calling like the type Cybers. Like, oh, it's cool to see the Arch Nemesis cards in action and being piloted by such a great player. The brothers of legend now, Carl and Pascal, their time is now. I can't wait to see how they're going to finish out this tournament. Carl 7-0. I mean, he's in good shape to make the top 32.
I'm sure we'll see him in Top Cut. This was insane.
But I know Kangas is standing by with Carl right now, so we'll see him right now. So Kangas, go ahead and take it away for our winners interview.
Thank you very much. I have Carl after your feature match win. Congratulations. What a final duel that was. The Arch Nemesis Protoss pulling it off. You had the Eschatos in hand also. Talk me through the deck and why you're playing some of these cards that we have not seen so far today.
So the Nemesis cards, they can't be destroyed by card effects. So against Mitsurugi or Ryzeal, Eschatos, obviously it's not as good as Protoss. Protoss was the banned one, but Eschatos kind of serves a similar purpose, and being able to call like Reptile or Pyro, and then obviously Protoss calling Dark or Light, and then stopping my opponent on their following turn. So yeah, that was the theory behind it. I didn't get to test it that much. Everyone called me crazy. Now I'm just riding.
Now they're the crazy ones. You're the undefeated one.
Yeah, still got some stuff to prove, but yeah.
Well, what about the Malice matchup? Was this specifically for, because you mentioned Mitsurugi and Ryzeal.
Oh yeah, excuse me, Malice as well. So Protoss calling Dark, there's a lot of times I just get to call Dark for free. But going into their board, I get to call Dark, and same thing with Eschatos, call Cybers.
Well, hey, it worked in the sample size we saw. How much have you pulled it off so far at this event?
Every match. I think I lost one game so far. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, hey, I got to put you on the spot because you mentioned before coming up, you're brother of the last YCS winner here. So I got to ask, let everyone at home know, are you bringing it home for the family this time?
We were trying. I'm not going to try and jinx it before it happens, but that's the idea. So.
All right. Hey, 2 back-to-back would be pretty good for the family. Any shout-outs you want to give for anyone watching at home?
Just Pascal. He's over here watching. He didn't do too well this time, but he'll make it next time, I'm sure.
All right, shout out Pascal. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your win. Let's throw back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. You can't win them all, but you definitely can support your friends, your family as they go on in the tournaments when you aren't, always. You're not going to always go undefeated. You're not going to win every YCS, but he's definitely going to be there cheering for Carl so he can bring it home for family, because family is important. But what an excellent game. I was feeling a little tired, but Got Carl up there in the feature match doing some cool things, and he did not disappoint. But we have a lot of other cool things we want to talk about before we go to our next feature match, and that's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel, the new mini box, History of the Victor. It's going to etch a new name into the annals. Behold the Lone Victor. You're going to be able to find cool things in here like Ancient Gear, Odd Eyes, Exo Sister, Spirits, Sky Striker, and everyone's favorite, Sulfacord. Lots of cool cards, key cards like Ancient Gear, Dark Golem, Odd Eyes Venom Dragon, Exo Sisters Magnifica, Sakatama, and many more. So if you haven't played Duel Links in a while, they got a lot of cool cards coming, so you're going to want to make sure you check out this new mini box. Duel Links still going strong. You're going to want to make sure you download it. Rush Duel for Duel Links is also a lot of fun. If you want to play an English version of Rush Duel, Duel Links is the perfect place to do that. But we are not going to rush too much into our next feature match. The day's almost over. I'm so sad. We've had some incredible feature matches, whether it was Rahan, Carl, all the other guys that we also had up here. But these past 2 feature matches that we got to commentate were phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely great to see some good Yu-Gi-Oh! And an awesome format. I hope you at home are enjoying it as much as we are here. But stay tuned. We're going to be right back with our next feature match. So don't go anywhere. We got to finish out the first day 1 of YCS Providence. Stay tuned for some more awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! Action.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Supreme Darkness. Duelists, heed the words of the Supreme King and tremble. A new hero has arrived on the scene to carry out my will. All monsters shall kneel before the mighty evil hero, Neos Lord. Yu-Gi-Oh! Supreme Darkness, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to round 8 of YCS Providence. My name is Steven, and his name is also Steven, and wow, that round 7 match was truly impressive.
Just some incredible stuff. It shows you the power of Arch Nemesis Protoss. I could not believe the stuff we were watching.
Oh my gosh, it was super awesome to see. In fact, we have some Bounty Duelist updates for you guys as a result of that round. Let's go ahead and take a look at it right now.
All right, so Nicholas still rocking out 18 points. Tucker has 9 points hanging in there. Jose, 18 points. Pascal, 12 points. Dominic's got 15 points. Michael has 15 points. We know Tavion had to give up some packs there, right? A huge stack going undefeated in that round, but now 18 points alone. Mario has 15 points. Landon, very well-known duelist, has 9 points. And then Kenneth has 11 points. So duelist still hanging in there. And no, why not? Because, you know, you are being able to give those packs away or keep those packs. So there's no reason to drop out of that tournament earlier.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. This day one of Providence has been so exciting. We've seen so many fun storylines introduced. Previous YCS champions, the UDS champions, brothers, and the millions of other people. And, of course, that overarching community story of Malice and the effect it'll have on this tournament is ever present in our minds.
Really is, and there's a lot of future that we could have. Imagine if Carl happens to win this YCS, having brothers win back-to-back YCSs. Man, Kaiba and Mokuba want to watch out.
Talk about having 2 awesome points of note. Being a brother YCS duo champion, plus resolving Escalos and Protoss in the same match.
Oh my goodness, woo! That was just so wild because Protoss is such this cool lock because even if they didn't have any monsters on the field, you could just call Dark and they can't do anything. It's insane. Really cool card. Glad to see it off the Forbidden List and shows that there's some real changes that are happening.
And something I want to mention here, too, before we get our duelists out, is I want to talk a little bit about round 8 and sort of the significance of this round. We have 2 duelists with us that are X and 1, meaning if they win this round, they can kind of guarantee themselves a spot in day 2 and get ever closer to that YCS top cut.
You're definitely feeling pretty good if you're going in. Remember, it's 19 points or a top 128 duels, whichever number is bigger, so we want to bring as many people into day 2 as we can. Speaking of bringing it into day 2, well, we got to get through round 8, so what are we going to do?
We're going to throw over to Stephen Kangas and introduce our duelists.
Up first in the blue chair from Monroe, New York. He wants to shout out his OTS ZCG Games and Team Theory, Santiago Carras. And his opponent today in the red chair from Newport. Shout out to his OTS store, Brainwash Cards. Taking to the stage once again, Spencer Colwell. Duelists already on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you, Steven. As always, really nice to see Santiago and Spencer in rare form. We saw Spencer in the pre-recorded match y'all just saw against Ryan Yu. He was piloting, as y'all saw, Smith Mitsurugi. Very exciting to see how this deck would be built.
But it's also neat to see that water is still in the format, right? Santiago, obviously, after the Forbidden Limited List, no longer has access to cards like Abyss Dweller and Bahamut Shark. That has changed the format unto itself, but those cards, well, at least the Abyss Dweller was also a natural predator of Mermail, so Mermails are still doing well in the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. People kind of consider Mermail both a really big winner of the last Forbidden Limited List, but kind of a really big loser, too, because losing access to Bahamut Shark, like you said, that Toad access was super important for that deck and its turn 1 board. But now that your graveyard's perfectly safe, you're like, well, I can just resolve Dragoon 4 times. That's pretty cool, too, I guess.
Yeah, it really is. And yes, we still got to see Totally Awesome if you're a fan of Toads, right? You just leave those for the level 2 decks while we got to see Sprite earlier. But don't think we're going to see any Totally Awesome here because the Mermail deck doesn't exactly have a lot of room for level 2s.
Don't worry. Something tells me if we see things like Moulin Glacia, Barrier Setter of Torrent, or any of the really powerful Abyss Xyz monsters, he'll be just fine.
The key is doing quite well, obviously. Hey, and he gets to sit in the blue chair, too. How great does that feel? Playing in the water deck.
He's got the home field advantage, essentially.
Definitely going to cook things up, too. Spencer with Mitsurugi Rizel beating Ryan Hugh, very notable competitor and current Master Duel World Champion.
And he was playing Mouse, I believe, so Spencer is no stranger to playing against combo decks like Water.
But we'll see how this pays off. And you have to, eventually you start to get to know duelists, right? The same way they're like, oh, that's Ryan Yu. We know exactly who that is. These duelists likely kind of have some familiarity with each other, and this could just be a practice match for a top cut match that we're going to have tomorrow because they're both doing so well so far.
Right. While both players are technically playing a win-in for day 2, neither one of them are in risk of not getting day 2. They still have the next round, and if they win, they'll be able to make it just fine.
But neither duelist wants to just make day 2. They need the points so they can hit that top cut.
Oh yeah, being X1 versus X2 when you start day 2 is really huge.
Top 32 is just a couple of duels away for these competitors. Santiago, I believe, Making some smiley faces there at the crowd, probably feeling a lot of support there. And does it look like we are too far off from this? Exactly the time to duel. It's game 1 of round 8 at YCS Providence.
Now, this is going to be a really huge dice roll because, while Mermail is more than happy to break boards going second, going first, it's one of the scariest decks in the room. I believe that was a 5, and that's a 4.
I'll go first. All right. Good luck, brother. Good luck.
Yep, it looks like Santiago has very happily declared that he's going first.
Great sportsmanship. You love to see it.
By. Yep. Main phase 1. Yep.
And here we see the first play from him. It's going to be normal summon Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince. That's a pretty good way to start.
I will activate cost.
I don't know if people at home heard that, but San Diego just said activate cost because the effect of Neptibus is basically... Sorry, the cost of Neptibus might as well be its own effect.
I mean, I remember when Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss, was released, and you're like, wait, cost? You're still getting your effects? That's exactly what Mermail is about. You're just automatically getting resolve all this stuff. So we're going to start with sending those Dragoons to the grave.
Yep, we had the Shadow Squad being sent as well, going to be activating right here to get the Dragoon summoned from the deck. So now we have access to 2, 1 in hand, 1 on the board. Oh, and we have Minstrel in hand. Going to go ahead and take a look at what Spencer has and say, all that non-engine you thought you were going to use, let's have you not use it. And we're just going to get an instant concede from Spencer. Honestly, very heads up. I really do respect this. His deck, from what I'm looking at right here, looks very grindy. He is not in the mood of giving any information over to Santiago, and he's definitely not in the mood of trying to play from behind.
No, last time we were at the desk, we talked about how there's really no reason not to concede in certain situations if you want to conceal all information from your opponent. So maybe these two don't know each other, and Santiago getting a very quick win there, and obviously was going to pull off an amazing Mermail combo. But Spencer was just like, nah, I can't show you any of this. These are my cards for me.
Oh, 100%. If I'm Santiago, I'm definitely happy about this because I have a really good Game 1 win, but like you said, I'm now losing the information warfare. And from the calm collection of Spencer, I think he's more than happy to utilize all the information he has. Because if you've seen one water deck, you've probably seen all of them and all the tricks and shenanigans they're going to be up to.
Absolutely. Santiago, very smiley before he won the duel, but now that it's actually won game 1, very locked in. So not taking the early bait, understands that his opponent is just really good at understanding just the nuances of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Oh, yeah.
Again, giving up a game means you get to go first, sort of win the die roll again, and be able to set up a board of very powerful cards. So, and no information, no ability to side deck, not knowing really what to do. Unless Santiago watched the stream, he has no idea what's coming.
And it's probably a world, too, where Spencer knows, oh, my main deck is not built for this type of matchup. I built it for Malice or Ryzeal or Mitsurugi. But if I want to be able to have a good, like the strongest deck possible against Mermail, I need to go into my side deck. And I'd rather have 2 games with plenty of time with the strongest version of my deck than 3 games where my deck is kind of weaker.
Yeah, starting off with Neptibus felt great, and it got him to that first win, but now Santiago is going to have his work cut out for him as Spencer goes first. So we'll see exactly what it is that gets put into Spencer's deck, what sort of side deck spice.
We did see a really heads-up play from, I believe, Carl earlier, where after kind of conceding in the 3rd game, he made Tavion go first, thinking that Tavion sided out of all of his really powerful going first cards. So there could be a world where we could see some, actually you can go first again, but this time I'm ready for you type deals for Spencer, which could really throw Santiago for a loop.
I think that really determined the tempo of our last featured match, and that might be exactly what's about to happen here. Spencer doesn't seem worried in any way, though, and Santiago is just as steely as ever, so let's see how this turns out.
Both players are shuffled up. They're going to be drawing their opening hands here. And it's just a matter of, all right, we had a nice little short game 1. We have all the time in the world for these next 2. Let's get some good dueling action and decide a winner for round 8.
I know sometimes the duelists in the chat like to joke that the shortest duel we ever see is Tenpai. Apparently fire's not the shortest duel, it's water. But let's go into game 2 and see how many seconds this one lasts. Seconds, by the way, not minutes.
Yeah, it's always fun when you're going to game 2 and you have 40 minutes on the clock.
Feels pretty good. All right, so let's go and draw. See how Spencer takes his tempo.
Yep.
I believe I did see a Fua in Santiago's hand, but before we know what deck we're playing, why bother going for it? Ooh, but there we see the Habakuri, and then of course we can just chain Fua to that to get the automatic draw off of the Saji combo. We saw Tavion kind of lose to this setup a little bit, but he was able to play through it just fine going through double Fualos, so maybe Spencer can do the same.
Like to think you don't get this far in the tournament without knowing how to play through a couple of these powerful Mulcharmy cards. We're going to go ahead and see the Mitsurugi no Mikoto Saji, special summon the field, tributed immediately in the resolution of that effect of the Hapakiri. I'm going to go ahead and add the Mitsurugi Ritual from the deck to the hand.
I will say I think the Fua takes away the most powerful part about the ritual. Being able to ritual summon from your deck directly is just so powerful of an effect.
Anything on risk? No, sir.
But giving up a card to your opponent doesn't feel that great, especially when it's water.
Absolutely. I did see what appears to be a Dominus Impulse in Santiago's hand and an Ash Blossom in Joyous Springs. So there might be some surprises coming Spencer's way.
Oh, that's very interesting to see, actually. Like I said, all day, if your deck can play Dominus Impulse, it looks good for this event.
Oh, it definitely does.
Summon from hand?
We're going to be summoning from hand with this
Cards
Ritual
in
Prayers
hand.
here.
5.
Right,
5
so-
and 2. I know 2 of them.
After the Automasa hits the field, there's the Mitsurugi Ritual.
We're going to chain Impulse on that Ritual. That is really huge. Just automatically get it to the graveyard. No effect resolve. No summoning of that Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi, which
Yes.
is pretty scary.
So here's the thing. If Spencer doesn't pull out of this duel, maybe he did need to hang into the first one, you know, be able to just try. Remember we talked about that with Avery earlier. Oh, but there's a triple tactile, the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring coming down to stop it. Gonna go ahead and set a card here.
Structure.
And just
That's
pass
it.
the turn.
Wow.
Stand by. Yep. Main.
I think I see a Minstrel plus an Abystius in San Diego's hand. Depending on how many other water monsters he might have, that could be more than enough.
Almost summon.
Ooh, we're actually going to normal summon the Pike here and going to pitch the Abystius from hand. It's pretty huge.
Definitely a different tempo. Oh, and there's the Solemn Strike. 1,500 life points. That's definitely worth the trade, but you will see if there's anything more here. Obviously, the Minstrel's there, but we're going to go ahead and pitch instead.
Yep, we're going to use the second Abystius that we had in hand, pitching the Minstrel here to go ahead and summon and then summon again.
Can I read it? Yep.
We're going to go ahead and get Abyss Shrine, it looks like, from San Diego. Spencer just clarifying how powerful this card is. Basically allowing to summon yet another level 7 monster if he can get it into the hand.
So the answer is very. Yes.
And it also has an effect during Spencer's turn as well, which I'm sure he's taking note of. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and tribute the Abyssius on field.
It's second 2s. I opened 2 2s. Okay.
Yeah, people were just wondering, where'd that second Abyssius come from? It was in my hand already, was his answer. So they received,
nice.
they received Poseidra, the newest inclusion of the Murmel deck. Well, I say newest, but the most recent one.
I mean, Rage of the Abyss, still relatively recent.
This card will allow him to bounce the Armasa, I believe, because he was able to properly summon it.
Squad. Sure.
And now we just use Squad to summon back out probably Abystius here, or we can go for Dragoons.
Prince.
Definitely got a couple of a preview there from Santiago's deck. Seems like we featured the Meows and the Nibiru, so great options there.
Good.
And
Sorry.
certainly heads up to use the Meows in the Mitsurugi matchup. Graveyard is definitely in play.
And there we see Neptibus, and there we see another concession from Spencer. Once again, Atlantean Prince Neptibus is just too strong. Santiago is the winner of this match in lightning quick fashion.
Lightning quick fashion, yeah. There's definitely a rage in that Abyss. And I mentioned that before, you know, Spencer giving up a chance because he wanted to conceal that information, maybe not necessarily the right thing, but also just game recognizes game. You know Mermail well enough to be like, yeah, this isn't going my way. I need to get out of here and go. Take a breather. So Santiago, your match winner, in maybe the fastest live-streamed featured match I've seen in quite some time.
And that's why decks like Mermail or like Malice are just always at the forefront of players' minds. The explosiveness and the power ceiling of these decks can just outright steal games out of nowhere from players. It's like you may as well not even try to shuffle your deck.
No, it definitely was a fast match indeed, so we'll have to hear soon when we get to the winner's interview, but just some incredible stuff. It shows you that Water doesn't need the Bahamut Shark.
No.
Doesn't need the Abyss Dweller. Is happy without the Abyss Dweller around.
All you gotta do is activate Cost with Neptibus and then also resolve his effect. I love that he said that. That was a beautiful way to
Just
say it.
activate Cost. Yeah, that's game. Well, here's another one. Yeah, that's game 2. Wow. Okay. Woo. So, what do you think of Water in this new format?
Hey, it turns out instead of needing to deal 8,000 points of damage, all I have to do is summon an 800 attack point monster, and that's essentially the same thing.
Did Neptibus just get 10 times as powerful?
Yes.
10 for, yeah, right, because
Yes,
10 times
of course.
800, ha ha ha, 8,000.
1,000%.
But no, it does show you there's a lot of different decks out there. The other matches that we've seen, Memento is still in the tournament. There are Crystron players still in the tournament, which is really cool. There's a lot of Mitsurugi Ryzel. I love that Mitsurugi is taking off. It's a really cool deck, obviously. It's got another layer of support, and obviously that Habakiri is just incredible. But it's not necessarily enough to go through the onslaught of just all those card effects. We're seeing these combo decks are kind of wiggling around Mitsurugi.
And I was a little unfortunate that we weren't able to see on the main feature Spencer's Fiendsmith side of the Mitsurugi deck. We've seen Ryzel, we've seen Pure, but seeing the Fiendsmith I thought was going to be a really cool thing to showcase for all of you. Hopefully I saw plenty during his pre-recorded match against Ryan Yu, and he's still currently X2 and has more than enough contention for day 2.
Oh yeah.
So stay tuned, he's going to do great things in the Yugo community, I'm sure.
Speaking of great things, why don't we go ahead and throw it over to the stage so we can hear about the great things that Santiago got to do in that very short duel.
Thank you very much, Santiago. Congratulations on that blistering fast feature match. You got somewhere to be after this?
Dinner with you later.
You know what? If you're able to win out for the rest of the night, maybe we'll all grab some food. But first, I got to say, the deck choice, another unique one. We got to see a really cool thing with the Mermail Atlantean stuff. Talk to me about why you chose that one.
Yeah, I think it's a really good meta call. I think it can go second pretty well. It doesn't lose to Bestials. I think it has a really good tempo matchup against a lot of other, maybe Ryzel Pure or Fiendsmith Pure, but together I struggle against it. But some of the times, I won the dice roll there. I played 2 Minstrel, so 2 Minstrel was able to help me out there.
Yeah, winning the dice roll with the water deck is always super powerful. How has your experience been across the field? Because obviously we're a couple rounds into the tournament now.
So 8 rounds, I won the dice roll. That was my 3rd win dice roll, and believe it or not, that was the first time all day that I won on turn 0 by hand ripping my opponent. I had to win through OTK, I had to win through hand trap manipulation, but that was the first time. I mean, he opened I opened really well. He lost the dice roll. It is what it is sometimes, But I respect that guy. He's a good player.
Yeah, a fantastic player. Thank you for giving that shout out to him. But you also give a shout out before coming up here to your team. I want to give you another opportunity to shout out everybody that's helped you prepare for this event.
Yeah, of course. Shout out ZCG Games. Shout out Team Theory. Shout out some close friends of mine. Artan. Shout out Mount Rona. Shout out Roger. Shout out the crew here in the front row. They got me here. They inspire me to be my best version of myself every day. So, we'll go from here.
All right, congratulations, Santiago. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Whew, Santiago coming on strong there to Steven. I guess that's how high you can be when you're winning, man. You can just do whatever you got to do. Love the confidence, love the humbleness, and love the shout-outs to his friends, making them better every single day.
Yeah, that guy is a prince just like Neptibus. That was insanely fast, but it shows you that with Mermail is definitely a deck that you can practice and practice and practice and figure out all these different ways, because it's not so much about pushing through your opponent, it's just resolving all those different effects. And he did a great job. He knows exactly what to do. So really good training there.
And some really good past things to look forward to. Now that we have a bit more time, we can talk about the Early Days collection that's released recently on Switch and Steam and online to celebrate just the overall video game life that Yu-Gi-Oh's had over the years.
Oh, yeah, the Early Days. And I cannot sing the praises enough of the Early Days collection because, so hear me out. If you haven't heard of Capsule Monsters GB, forget every game you were going to play on the Early Days collection and scroll right to the game that we never got an English translation of. It's a dungeon, sort of RPG style game where Seto Kaiba gets the Millennium Ring and forces all the characters to tell you a tabletop RPG story. Weevil, Rex, Mako, it's insane.
Whoa, and on top of that, if I buy a physical copy, I can get some really cool alternate arts for Harpy's Feather Duster, one of the best going second cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!
So you're telling me the game is good and you get cards that are good that are actively being used in tournament play? Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Ooh, really glad that we were able to talk about that today as we're waiting potentially to get a second round for you guys. We do have some backup matches for you that we can cut to in a moment here. Before we do, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about that matchup that we saw, because even though we didn't get to see the crazy extra deck that Water can have, it was definitely a threat. Spencer knew, this is that strong of a deck. If I just let it play, I may as well just stop playing now and just go have some time to rest before round 9.
Yeah, so leaving the Early Days collection behind and talking about the present, it is amazing that just the threat of those water monsters was enough for him to be like, yep, I'm out. I know where this is going. Because obviously Spencer is good. We talked about that. His opponent talked about that because, again, we just saw Spencer win against Ryan Yu in a pre-recorded feature match. And just like Santiago said, game respects game, but that was just it's insane that water is still so viable. That oh my goodness, if we seem like we're effervescent, we are effervescent. That was a lightning quick match. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see what backup we could have for you guys too. We're just waiting a little bit on the deck list before we actually throw to those games for you guys. But it's just super exciting to see, this idea that, even though we're in round 8, the duelists are playing for all the stakes in the world. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, so I think we could probably go ahead and cut over to that soon since we've got our deck list coming our way soon. But wow, it's wild that, we came into this tournament with certain expectations, right? We were really excited to see everything. But it's something different to actually, just vibe with this and be like, wow, you're just blown away. And speaking of blown away, let's go ahead and check this out. Bonus featured match is going to be featuring a Memento duelist versus Mitsurugi Rizel. So we got to see that Mermail was still in the top cut, but Memento is still making its way there too.
Yep, we got Anthony over here on the left piloting Memento, and we have Henry G on the right piloting Mitsurugi Rizel. Love to see it. These, again, are decks that we've been talking about all day. We saw Memento win back-to-back YCSs recently, but we haven't actually even seen it featured yet in this live stage, so glad we can show it off now.
Let's go and break down the game. So Anthony is up 1-0 against his opponent Henry. He's got 8,000 life points to 7,200, and it looks like we are mid-turn here as a Dynamundo seems to be slapping down, but there's Call by the Grave being sent out. So it appears to be the main phase 1 there of Anthony's turn.
Yep, and we're just trying our best to play through this fully established Mitsurugi Rizel board. Henry has access to a detonator with 3 more materials, as well as an IP Masquerena from the looks of it. And a Solemn Judgment, I believe, on that Call by the Grave, was it? To just try to stop that stymie effect.
So very smart there. That means that Dynamundo is definitely going to get it done. Very cool to still see Memento. I know I'm always like, hey, fam, hey, you listening to my voice, you can still play your favorite deck, but these duelists demonstrate it even better. Memento, still here. Mermail, still here. What is it with the letter M being so good in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game? Mitsurugi, still here.
Very
Malice, definitely still here.
Yes. And then we see the Moment Total Infusion coming down. Going to be trying to summon a powerful fusion monster. We're going to go ahead and return the Tatsuno Toshigo from our graveyard, and I think send another one from our hand to go into Twin Dragon. This will let him keep playing and try to break through the board here. But there we see the Imperm on the Twin Dragon. That might deny him whatever resources he needs to keep playing through.
Now, this is going to sound strange.
Okay.
But do you recognize Anthony as the Memento duelist that we played against at the Team YCS?
As he's conceding, I can answer that question. I think so. I think you did play against him.
I think he is the Memento duelist. He's an incredible Memento duelist, so we do have quite a treat there. But it does look like we are 1-1, so he's being a little hard on himself there as he is figuring out his side deck cards. Just an incredible Memento duelist. So we are in for a treat when we get to Game 3 as these duelists sort of smile and laugh while they get their side deck cards ready.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, during the Team YCS in Vegas, me and Steven Kangas finished our games early. I won, he lost, so we were both just talking to you as you were playing against Anthony, and you're just sitting there going, guys, I think this guy's too good.
Yeah, because Memento, it just does so much, and I think people are starting to figure out how powerful it is. Now, obviously, when Valiant Smashers came out, deck was great, but with Creation King, some of the cool stuff that we saw that was in the selection pack for Master Duel, people were jonesing for that specific Memento card to come out because they know its power. And Anthony is no stranger to that, but looks like he did concede, so we're going to go back in the side deck and figure out what the plan is to beat Henry in Game 3. But Henry, obviously no slouch either. Great winning record, 6-1, 7 rounds into a YCS with this many players. That is no slouching record either.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a really cool Game 3. We have the full knowledge that Henry needs to play against the Memento strategy, and we have Anthony being able to choose whether to go first or second, and 25 minutes on that clock. Again, Memento is one of those really powerful combo decks, similar to Water, where it's basically all engine. So if they go unfettered, the boards they can create, the disruptions they can layer, are intense.
Really is, and there's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure vibe to Memento. You don't have to go any particular direction, and I love those decks that have like a non-linear game plan. Some people talk about seeing the line. In Memento, you see all lines at all times, right? You can go in any direction you choose, and I guess we'll have to see exactly where this goes. But it is nice to see the duel from the beginning. We know we dropped in the middle of it, but this is going to be a match here as we go into Game 3.
Oh yeah, and like I always say, the best match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the best game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is always Game 3. Everyone knows everything they need to know, and everyone is prepared. They have the decks they want to have perfectly tailored. The only bit of surprise that might happen is when they go, actually, you're going first. And you're like, oh, my deck has useless cards now. That's great.
Oh, let's get a little pile shuffle going on from Henry here. We've seen Mitsurugi go up. We've seen Mitsurugi go down. I'm glad it's such a popular deck. I mean, it is really, really cool. But to see Reptiles being played so fervently when, Back in my day, all we had was Sinister Serpent, and we liked it.
I mean, how many variants of this deck do you think at this tournament? I know we have Ryzeal, Pure, we saw Fiendsmith, and there's also a Dodic I've been hearing about.
Yes, and they are floating around the tournament. I think there's probably some that are going to make it to day 2. So if we get a chance, maybe tomorrow we will go ahead and show some snakes.
Okay, well, here we go. We have our duelists ready to go. They have their opening hands. They're just making sure everyone's copacetic with how much time is left, aware of the game 3, aware of the situation. Anthony has not yet decided who's going first yet. My guess is it's going to be him because Memento going first, very scary.
Oh, it feels so good.
Now, I wonder if he's just playing pure Memento or if he's playing things like the Goblin Bikers or the Fiendsmith cards as like extra engines that can supplement his main strategy.
Well, the last time we dueled, I think he was just playing pure Memento, and it is a decision, right, not to run any Goblin Biker packages like Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, but let's see what he gets here.
We're going to start off with the Bone Party. Going to be destroying a card from hand. It's going to be the Combined Creation. Getting that in the graveyard now is really nice, but drawing it's not the best. So
not so much. I mean, at least it's in the grave, and that helps. This is going to resolve, so now we're going to see the Memento Anguish, but it gets negated by Henry's Infinite Impermanence, so no search this time.
And we don't have another Bone Party in our hand that we can't even use to protect it anyway, and there's no Fusion as well being activated from Anthony here. But there we see the Grand Breakout. So we are playing that just probably get into Memento Goblin at the very least.
Let's go ahead and bring out our favorite goblin, Memento Goblin. Not quite a Goblin Biker, but maybe what's left of one.
This is still more than full combo for himself, so let's see if we can go there. We're using the Anguish as well to add the Sleepy. Now we're going to use the Sleepy's effect to summon itself because the card has been destroyed this turn.
Oh, I guess maybe, yeah, okay, so we did get that. Perfect. So I think it's fusion time for another Twin Dragon.
Yep, Sleepy being able to go into Twin Dragon is super huge for Anthony because he gets to conserve that Momental Infusion that's in his hand.
And he used it for such great effect with things like Guardian Chimera, so we'll see if that comes up here as a way to sort of disrupt Mitsurugi Ryzeal plays.
Yeah, so he might save it as an end board piece if he doesn't get access to Memento Mictlan, the field spell.
So we're going to go ahead and grab the...
Memento Linen Horn Dragon, I believe.
That's correct.
That's a really cool sort of interaction as well, just a free pop too. It's pretty good. Then we see Dark Blade. Have we normaled? No, I don't think we have. So then we have Goblin coming back onto the board here.
Trying to figure out what's next.
Going to use Goblin's effect to dump 2 by destroying itself.
Memento being another one of those great decks that you can sort of practice by yourself just to make sure that you know all the combos and sort of explore, kind of get into the training lab and figure out, could I go this direction, that direction? What happens if I try this? But right now it looks like we're going to go ahead and send 2 Memento monsters to the graveyard.
It is the opposite of a linear deck. It is very squiggly.
Mm-hmm. The squiggliest of lines, but we're going to go ahead and send Organic and a copy of Memento Infusion to the grave.
Ooh, having one already in the graveyard is really cool because we already have one in hand, which means we can bring it back later with Memento Mictlan if we get that in rotation with Creation King. That could be sick.
Well, we've added the Fusion to the hand. Looks like we're going to go and burn one of those now.
Oh, if Anthony does this just to hide the fact that he has a second one from Henry, that is a really powerful way to win the information warfare that can be Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes.
I definitely telegraphed that I needed to search this, but turns out joke's on you, I already had one. So we're going to go ahead and fuse, and now we're getting the Creation King, shuffling these cards back, and likely dumping it back into the graveyard too.
And every time I see this card, I just go, wow, this is the best card ever made. I get to send 3 more names to the graveyard, including another one of itself if I wanted to. And when it's in the graveyard, I can banish it and get a field spell. Plus, I can pop during my opponent's turn if I wanted to.
Yeah, the Memento is pretty insane, and I'm glad duelists are realizing that, because for a long time, it was just missing. And I'm sure somebody in the chat is typing right now, I was playing Memento when it started. Well, hey, chat, I know that too, because I was doing the same. But it's nice when people unlock the full potential of a deck and take the time to showcase it here at such a high level of play like Anthony's doing.
And if you would have told me whatever any deck needs to become like crazy strong is a triple Foolish Burial, I'd be like, oh yeah, I think that would work. And
it's not just a triple Foolish Burial. You can even mix and match. Like, 2 from the extra and 1 from the deck. 3 from the deck. 2 from the... It's so customizable.
If that was all it did, I feel like I'd still play it, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Multiple copies.
So there we see that Mictlan like I was talking about. And so now what we can do is we can go for the really cool thing at the end of turn to put back Bone Party face down. That's pretty cool. And then still have the hidden fusion that we have from Henry.
Definitely gives you a lot of different options there. Gonna go ahead and banish, probably to destroy our Memento Lingatic. Gonna go ahead and grab something else from the deck here. Plays never stop.
we're going to be adding Bone Party? Or another copy of Fusion?
Maybe? He was looking at it.
Those are both good options. This lets you use your Memento Mictlan for more things, which is cool. We're going to use the effect of Memento Mictlan to summon. Henry just asking a clarifying question here of what's happening. Always important to do. Especially when all these effects are flying everywhere, like Memento can do.
Wait, there's more. Again, during the end phase, Memento Mictlan is going to be able to set a Memento spell or trap from the graveyard to the field. So the hits keep on hitting.
Yep, so there we have Akihiron and Mace. Those were cards that we sent off of Creation King earlier. And this just gives us our infinite grind game plus our extra form of disruption against the opponent in the form of Mace.
This looks like Mace is destroying the Akihiron in order to search an additional Memento card from the deck to the hand.
Like, if I'm Anthony, I'm trying to go for, like, you know, a Horn Dragon line plus, like, End on Creation King plus, like, double spell card face down. That is such a layered board of interaction.
Taking a moment to think about what's next. We haven't seen Cranium Burst in a while, but for the most part, Memento uses every single card of the archetype, which is always a good sign.
Especially in their side deck, you know, having things like Cranium Burst, or what's that trap card with Trihorn Dragon on the art? It's
Fracture.
Like Fracture Dance.
Mental Fracture, yeah. You could destroy a Memento card or two, one of your own cards and one of your opponents or two if they happen to have the Combined Creation on the field.
Yeah, both are super solid ways to kind of make your deck even more powerful going first, but most of the time you don't need them, but in games 2 and 3, they're more than welcome.
Oh, you're right about the no normal summon because it looks like Darkblade's about to drop down.
Oh, that is just... And didn't we add Tatsuno Toshigo as well, or am I crazy?
I believe we did, so let's go ahead and destroy the Darkblade in order to special summon a level 3.
It's going to get back another Anguish. All their effects have been used, but it's just another name. You can't go wrong with that. And there is the Tatsuno Toshigo. The horse has hit the board. But we've gone through all of our low-level names, so we won't get that many cards. But there we see the Relinquished Anima coming down by sending the Mace to the graveyard. Now we're going to link to...
For an SP Little Knight?
For a Herald! Oh my god.
What? Oh my goodness, okay.
Herald of Mirage Lights coming down, and the SP Little Knight, like you said. Wow, so we have a spell trap interaction, I believe, is the way Mirage Light works. Plus we have an SP Little Knight, which is just a great card. And we're going to end on, I believe, double Memento spell card, Lust Combined Creation, and a known Horn Dragon in hand?
And if any card effects are activated on Henry's turn, and I'm pretty sure he came to this event to activate card effects, then Combined Creation will be able to special summon a card, and it could be Anguish, and then Anguish could go ahead and bring another card to the hand, such as Mace, in order to take a monster from the opponent, or Goblin, in order to protect any targeting that turn.
I just love decks like Memento, decks like Malice, decks like Mitsurugi that have such layered forms of interaction. Like, let's say Henry goes Raigeki, and it can't be negated by Mirage Lights. You just destroy everything in your board, and you're like, okay, cool. I still have all my spell cards. I still have a Horn Dragon, and I can still probably use the Creation King anyway.
So you're saying you like decks that say yes many times instead of one deck that says no once?
Oh, 1,000%. Yep, so there's the Horn Dragon like I talked about. We're going to reset a Bone Party here using the effect of Memento Mictlan during the end phase, and we're just double-checking here how Mirage Light works. To my knowledge, it'll just tribute itself and then negate whatever card you want to go for.
Feels pretty good. That is a lot of interaction, dare I say it. But Anthony has established the strongest board I have ever seen in Memento.
Is Mace a fairy?
I think it's a spellcaster, but Anguish is definitely a fairy.
Oh, I see. I was like, how did we get the fairy to summon it? I forget. Yeah, because all the Mementos have like different types and stuff, so.
They do. Works well with there could be only one.
Yeah, and there are some funny extra deck monsters you can go into, like Mirage Lights here.
Anguish is the dark spellcaster.
So Mace must be the fairy then.
Mace is the light fairy, you're right.
Super cool. But here we see Henry starting his turn off with X Ryzeal. If you want to break a board, that is a good way to start. Going to be sending, of course, the Meteorologic Aggregator here. Chainlink 1X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator.
Well, but what card do you negate?
Because the problem is this SP can at least get a level 4 off the board. The Mirage Lights is really scary. And then Creation King just says, oh, by the way, this Creation King comes down and can pop multiple things on your board if I want it to.
Oh, it's insane. All right, so it looks like we're going to try to go. Yeah, we're going to go SP Little Knight, target X Ryzeal and SP Little Knight.
Yeah, and that's going to work. Those will now be banished until the end phase, and then I believe the Aggregator's effect will resolve. And I believe it targeted the Combined Creation.
Which is smart for sure, because you don't want your opponent to get even more Memento monsters. I think they've showcased quite enough Mementos.
But we know he has the Bone Party face down for Henry, but what he doesn't know about is the fusion that you and I know about.
We're in on the joke, he is not.
And if we do see a Guardian Chimera play, like the amount of removal Anthony has access to on this turn is just, I think, like 5 pops or something, if I did my math right.
That's
maybe
wild.
more.
Well, let's see the Ame no Hapakiri no Mitsurugi get activated, that once per duel effect.
We've been seeing it all weekend long, and every time I just keep going, wow, wowie, wow, wow.
What a great final piece to their puzzle, right? We all kind of speculated, okay, there should be a 3rd ritual monster coming, but I don't think I could have expected a card this powerful. It just gets done so much for the deck, being able to special summon immediately tribute. So Saji go into the graveyard here, and let's grab another copy of the Mitsurugi ritual from the deck.
And that's going to be really huge here. Now, the one unfortunate thing about Memento is that, it's like you said, you don't stop your opponent from doing stuff, but you go, okay, that was a nice thing you did. It's now going to, I'm just going to get rid of it now.
Now it's Bone Party time.
If I'm Anthony, I'm saving this Mirage Lights for that ritual.
I mean, just with the advantage involved. So we are going to use the Anguish. And so Chainlink 1 and Chainlink 2, looks like we're using both Memento Mictlan to go ahead and special summon a Memento monster from the graveyard with less than the destroyed Memento monster.
Which I believe is
everything, because it's level 11.
Like, yeah, level, yeah. Is it 12? Level 11, 12? I think it's really big.
It's big. It's big.
Ooh, but there we have
Called by the Grave. Wow.
That's pretty big, because I believe you target with Mentor. Like, oh, but there we see Crossout Designator coming down, the 1 of 1 to say no to the other 1 of 1.
Now, that does give a little bit of information to Henry. His graveyard is safe. There will not be a Called by the Grave coming his way, because both of those cards are at 1 each.
And that means Henry does not know what that last set face down is, but again, we do. But we are going to be able to use the Anguish effects and gets the Mace, but we don't have Combine Creation anymore. So Mace doesn't do anything in the hand.
That is correct.
But we did get the Creation King, which can, like I said, pop multiple cards. Oh, we're using Mirage Light. Oh, sorry. Mirage Light discards fairies.
Yes.
He doesn't tribute himself. That's what
so
it was.
by using Anguish, the spellcaster, to search the fairy, now you got a fairy in your hand. You're like, cool. No to that spell card. So maybe there's at least one no in this new Memento build.
Ooh, but there we see the prayers here. So we did have some still powerful Mitsurugi spell cards, but I'm not sure if this is enough for Henry to keep playing because we still have the Horn Dragon and the Creation King, plus the set face down. And here we get to see the overwhelming snowball of advantage that the Memento deck can muster.
Henry considering his options, very few cards left at his disposal. 12 minutes left on the clock, but he's got to figure out how to get out of this turn, let alone the next 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah. This is where the rubber meets the road in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, we're going to slither on down, reptile style, but Henry does need to make a move.
I think we're just deciding what card we're going to try to tribute with this prayers here. We know we have the Amino Hibikiri no Mitsurugi, but that might not be enough. Ooh, he does have the Kusanagi already in hand, right? So he can just bring back prayers with that and use it again. And then he can go into Murakumo, right? And then he can board wipe.
Well, let's let Henry do the talking here, but he does go ahead and tributes the Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi.
Okay.
Going into the deck and getting out.
Oh, no, he didn't have Kusanagi. I think it was Aramasa that I saw.
Gotcha. I think that would be the Kusanagi.
Yes, that one.
He's adding it from his deck to his hand. And then special summoning the Saji.
And we already used Saji this turn because we summoned it with Habakiri. So now we're going to use the Habakiri's effect to search for another Mitsurugi card. This will get the Murakumo, like I mentioned earlier. But how are we going to summon this card without a ritual spell card? That's what I want to know.
Well, I think Henry's about to show us. Take a look at the Trihorn Dragon. Now remember, when the Trihorn Dragon is destroyed, you can also target additional cards on both sides.
So here we see them. I forgot he hasn't normal summoned yet, so we just normal summon the Kusanagi, and then we get the ritual spell back that way. That's pretty huge.
Almost forgot this was a Ryzel deck since we have only been making reptile-based plays for a while, but he does have 2 level 4s on the field. Could be a duo drive coming his way.
That is very true.
Maybe that's the strat here, trying to play through as much as he can with all of his Mitsurugi monsters, and then finally pivot back into the Ryzel if he's able to keep anything. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and destroy cards on either side of the field using the combined Creation King.
Yep, we're destroying both our Anguich and our Creation King to destroy both of their monsters. We're going to use, I think, Anguich to summon back out Akihiron, and then Akihiron on summon will go ahead and add back. Oh yeah, Akihiron is one of those cards you should definitely read. It's got 3 very scary effects, none of which are good for you.
Well, the direct attack effect isn't going to come into play now, but the other 2 might. So we're going to go ahead and activate the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Going to go ahead and choose the effect to summon from hand, and I believe we can just send from the materials that we need from deck to the graveyard. And this will be a, Raigeki-like effect, which could be pretty huge for the program that is Henry.
All right, where he might be loading the code here. Takes a look at the field, takes a look at his hand, takes a look at his card. And now he seems to have it.
Ooh, sending Night Sword Serpent plus Aramasa. That'll allow him to add another monster to his from his deck to his hand, plus summon back up the Night Sword Serpent because it was tributed.
So maybe the ritual isn't going to be that. I think we are just going to get the Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi out on the field.
Isn't that Murakumo?
Can't quite make it out from here. But we do have the Night Sword Serpent in defense mode. Oh, that's right, because there's the Habakiri in the hand now.
Yeah, they're both large snaky boys.
They are the biggest snaky boys.
And then we did go ahead and get that Raigeki-like effect, clearing Anthony's board. So all the interruptions have now been played through, if you're Henry, the ones that he knows about.
We've talked about this before, but Memento is a weird deck because it loves destroying, but unlike decks like Fire King, it doesn't really get anything if it's destroyed. There's no positive interactions there.
Yep, so we went ahead and used Akihiron's effect, I believe, to add back there. I believe we added back a Bone Party. And there we see the Momental Infusion, which can fusion summon from the graveyard.
All right, let's see what he returns. Going to put Mace back, as well as... Oh, he's just going for the Memetalon Twin. That's wild.
But I think we've played through whatever Henry has, so he's just going to go use the Twin, search for 2 more. This can get Sleepy. Sleepy can fusion summon again.
Yeah.
We're going to get Gaddock as well.
Twin Dragon really coming through here. Going to go ahead and special summon the Memetalon Anguich as well. Just a wild time. We saw a really quick duel when we jumped into Santiago at Spencer's Mermail versus Mitsurugi Ryzel. This is the exact opposite. This one game alone is about 3 to 4 times longer than the featured match we started this round with.
Yep, and then we saw the battle phase. We went ahead and swung over the Anguich, and now it looks like we're in main phase 2 as Henry. And he's like, well, I can't summon any more level 4 monsters. If you could just summon a level 4 monster right now and go for Ryzel combo after this, that would have been pretty scary. But yep, during the end phase, SP and X Ryzel come back in case y'all forgot about those boys. Here they are.
It has been a long turn. I would not blame you if you did.
And now, if you're Anthony, the only question you have on your mind is 7,200 damage. 7,200 damage. How can we do this? And the answer is Akihiron.
If you can attack directly with your level 9 or higher Mementoland monsters, yeah, it's pretty good.
Actually, we've seen 2 Creation King out of Anthony, and most Memento decks play 2. I wonder
Could
if he
there
has
be a
any
third?
more.
Yeah, only one way to find out.
Ooh, we hard drew Goblin for turn. Oh my god, we're just going to normal summon Goblin and then offer the concession? But then Anthony's like, oh no, we don't need to do that.
I think he's still going. Henry needs to watch his gestures there. That did look like a concession to me too, right?
He's like,
offering the handshake.
He's probably like, oh, come on, man, you drew Goblin as well? Which I've been known to say as well, many times. Going to go ahead and get Akihiron back here, which will then let us again add back from our graveyard to our hand. I believe we have Tatsuno Toshigo, so we can get him back too.
We're going to go ahead and banish the Memetalon Infusion from the graveyard.
Just debating here what we want to destroy, it looks like.
All right, 5 names.
Here comes the Creation King. Sorry, Combined Creation.
They're both creation-y. That's all they need to know. But 5,000 attack hits the field, and Sleepy is going to go ahead and bring itself out as well. It's time for a fusion summon here, combining Gaddock, Akihiron, and Sleepy for a Creation King. And remember, Akihiron said both of those could attack directly. That's already 8 1,000 points of attack on the board.
And I believe the Akihiron does not need to be in play. It just does it when it's summoned.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Here we're just seeing how this was summoned. We use Akihiron plus Gaddock plus Shalipi. And now Gaddock's effects will activate, as well as Akihiron's effect. We'll get Gaddock back, and then we'll go ahead and search.
Just pressing on. Anthony's certainly not afraid of Nibiru. Although Nibiru would be pretty heads up from Henry right now, tributing all his own monsters, right?
Oh my god, that would be so powerful.
I still haven't gotten to see it. I would love to see a Nibiru tribute a bunch of monsters off the field that actually got effects when they were tributed.
It's always a toss-up, you know, because like if you are playing the Ryzeal version, you don't want to get rid of your own detonator.
Correct. Especially when there's only one to speak of now.
All right, there we see Tatsuno Toshigo, aka the horse. But here we go, the attack directly of Creation King plus
That's
combined
the handshake.
creation.
Wow, so Anthony showing the power of Memento in this format. It didn't really lose anything. It just kind of just survives. Memento just keeps pushing along. Wow.
We got 2 duelists guaranteed for day 2 for the price of 1 during this round 8 match. That's the one good thing about having really short matches on broadcast.
Yeah, I'll take that as a good deal.
Congratulations, Anthony. I know a few weeks ago you were our enemy, but today we are super proud to see you do so
Nobody
well.
is our enemy. They're just our opponent. There's somebody across the table that loves Yu-Gi-Oh! But as we said, there can only be one King of Games, only one YCS Providence champion. And maybe it will be Anthony. Could be Henry, but he's got his work cut out for him, right? Still eligible for day 2 likely, but has a long road ahead.
Yeah, you're right. He was not our enemy. He was an opposing duelist.
An opposing duelist. That's right. It's like Joey and Yugi against each other, right? They're not enemies. They're still going to play their heart out.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
Anthony did exactly that. Ah, good stuff. Good stuff. That Dominus Impulse, very clutch.
Yeah, every time I see Memento, I'm always so shocked by being like, oh yeah, every single card has 18 effects, and they're all amazing.
Oh, yeah. It's such a cool deck because, you know, Memento Miklon, I think, really encapsulates how different that deck is. A lot of field spells will be like, nothing can happen, or go get a thing. It doesn't really do any of that. It's got the Ancient Gear Golem style effect. It sets cards from the graveyard. It's able to recur stuff. So Memento is kind of weird. Doesn't fit into any nice, neat box, but it's still good. So if you put it in your deck box, hey, you might actually get some wins out.
Oh, 100%. I don't know. Are we going to be doing an interview with Anthony or no?
Don't think so on this one.
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
think,
not hearing anything from production on that.
Yeah, I think we want to get ready for round 9 and showcase some really awesome duels for all you guys in the future as we wrap up day 1 of YCS Providence.
What a day it has been so far. I hope you are here for it wherever you are in the world. This has been so cool to see the impact of the Forbidden Limited list, Alliance Insight, and there's duelists around the world who are competing. Maybe you're sleeving up your cards. Maybe you're watching us on the VOD like we said in 2027 for whatever reason. It's been a good time though, right, Steven?
Oh, 1,000%. Nothing's better than watching duelists duel at the highest level possible, and that's what you get here at YCS's.
So the sad part is, if you love Stevens, unfortunately we're about to subtract 2 of them from the broadcast because we're not going to be back for tomorrow until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow, I promise.
We'll be here tomorrow, I promise.
Yes. Team Max Steve will not get broken up.
No. But we do still have 1 round left.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere. We're going to go somewhere, but you're going to be right back here. We'll be watching with you. Take care.
And welcome back, everybody, to YCS Providence. We're getting ready for our next feature round. But while we have some time, I figured let's get some duelists up here to play some trivia. But first, let's get to know them a little bit. What's your name?
Diego.
Diego, how's your YCS experience going?
It's pretty good. It's my first YCS ever, so, I mean, YCS is the greatest thing in the world, no? Yeah?
Fantastic. So, Okay, this is the end of the day, essentially. Are you still in it? Do you think you're going to make day 2?
No, I'm X3, so sadly I am not making day 2, but I had a great run, so I can't be sad.
You know what? I'm happy that you're having fun. Hey, there's public events tomorrow. Are you going to try any of those?
Yeah, I'll be trying some Attack of the Giant card, try to bring one of those home, so that should be fun.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's get to meet our other competitor over here. What's your name?
Ariel.
Ariel, how's your YCS experience going?
Absolutely incredible. I just went X3, and I'm so happy about it.
You're happy about it?
Yeah. It was a great run. I was not confident with my deck, but the fact that I got this far and just became X3 is incredible feeling.
So wait, what were you playing then?
Mitsurugi Raizio.
That's a good one. It's a good one. We've seen a lot of that in feature matches so far. But you know what? Are you going to do public events as well?
Oh, absolutely. Edison all weekend going forward.
Love the Time Wizard events. But you're not competing against each other then, because I caught the two of you together, so I assume you're friends. You're not competing tomorrow, but you are competing today on this stage. I got a couple of questions here that have to do with Alliance Insight. Now, the way it's going to work, we're going to play rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Whoever goes first, I'm going to ask you the first question. If you get it right, you get the point. If you get it wrong, there's a chance to steal from your opponent. We're going to keep going through until we get through all of the questions. Does that sound good? All right, square up. It's going to be on shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, okay? I want a fair game. And whenever you're ready.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Double rock.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Double rock.
Paper, scissors, shoot.
There we go. Somebody had to make the change. Diego, that means that you're going to be up first. So you get the first question. What level is Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice?
Oh, what level? What level? Level 7?
That is incorrect, Diego. And I will say before coming on, I was like, I think the first question's pretty easy. What do you think, Ariel? Is it an easy question?
I think that question's super easy because it's level 6.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. It is level 6. That means a point stolen. So, Ariel, congratulations. And it's over to you. You get the next question. The Regenesis theme focuses on monsters with how much attack and defense?
2,500 attack, 2,000 defense?
That is incorrect. We have a chance to steal over here. Diego, what do you think?
2,500 attack and 2,500 defense.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. All right. Wow. A point stolen both ways. Dead even game. We're going to go to question number 3. Diego, finish the card name. Nebulous, Dragon Ruler of blank.
Oh, Nebulous, Dragon Ruler. I don't know. Of Chaos?
Not a bad guess. Not a bad guess, but that is incorrect. Now, Ariel, do you think that you can steal this one? It is, once again, Nebulous, Dragon Ruler of...
Calamities?
Unfortunately, this is the little one. It's Mishaps. Dragon Ruler of Mishaps. Just you know, a little oopsie. That's that one.
A little mishap from both of us there. A little mishap there, so.
Couple. Well, hey, even game state still. Now, that was Diego. Ariel, we're going to go back to you. Question number 4. What is the name of the monster on the cover of Alliance Insight? I need a full name.
Oh, my God. Allied Adigneister Code Talker?
I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm not going to give too much of a hint because there's a chance for Diego to steal this. Diego, you have to say the words in order, the full name. Go.
Allied Code Talker Adignister.
That is correct. You were close. You had the words off.
Ask him what deck he plays.
What deck do you play?
I play Malice Ignister.
That's a rigged game right there, but that is a point. I'm going to allow it. That is 1 point over to Diego. So, Diego, you get the last question here. If you get this, you win. If not, it goes over here. We have a tie game between the two of you. Diabellstar Vengeance is always treated as a what card?
It's always treated as a Sinful Spoils card.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. Congratulations, Diego. All right. Well, do you have any victory speech you'd like to give the audience, or maybe any words for your competitor over here?
Shout out Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'll see you tomorrow at the Attack the Giant card.
Attack of the Giant card. Everyone's going to be looking for you. Ariel, do you have anything to say in your defense? It was a good effort.
I don't play Malice, so those names are complicated. My bad.
And your Regenesis excuse?
No excuse.
You know, fair enough, fair enough. Everybody give a round of applause for our two competitors up on stage. I'm sure you're going to be playing against some of those folks out there tomorrow during the public events. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for coming up. We're going to throw it again to a short break before we are back with our next feature match. See you there.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun again, coming off the back of the most recent Forbidden Unlimited list, and Alliance Insight is just around the corner to shake things up. As with all core sets, there's a large variety of new cards for many different existing themes, and today we get to take a sneaky little peek at a bunch of those new cards, so let's get into it. Also, this button exists, so if you want to click it, it's right there. Alright, let's get the big boys out of the way first. Malice and Raziel, the two big stars of the competitive format, are both getting new cards this set. Malice is a little more exciting because the deck almost completely changes with all the At Ignister cards, but let's stick to the pure Malice support. They're getting a nice little low rarity quick play spell called Malice in the Mirror. It's got that really cool change of heart style artwork, and the effect is target one face-up monster your opponent controls, banish one Malice monster from your hand or face-up field, and if you do, negate that monster's effects until the end of this turn. It being a spell means Red Ransom finally gets a new search target, and it's a negate, so, you know, already pretty good. That's not all it does though, because if this card is banished, you can target one Malice card in your graveyard, banish it, and if you do, add a one Malice card of the same type, monster, spell, or trap, from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. That is a lot of advantage for the follow-up, or even just the grind game. Yeah, Whitebinder target this, goes hard. Next up, we have our first secret rare of the video, and that is Malice P. March Hare. Yeah, we got a negate and a new main deck monster with the effect your opponent cannot target Malice Link monsters that point to this card with card effects, and you can only use each of the following effects of March Hare once per turn. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect, you can banish one other Malice card from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. It's basically doing the same job that the Bestials were doing, where it's an extender that allows you to play through interruptions, but it's also a Malice name. And then if this card is banished, you can pay 300 life points, then target one of your banished Malice monsters and add it to your hand. So it's a little different from the other three main deck monsters, where it's not special summoning itself, and similar to Chessy Cat on its own, it's not necessarily a starter. So I'm not entirely sure what the optimal ratio would be, but you definitely want to pick it up for your Malice deck, and it's shiny, so have fun with it. Raziel also getting a couple of new cards to play with, one of them being a new trap card called Raziel Masked Driver. You have options between this and Raziel Plasma Hole, so I guess you would go for this if your opponent is on a very graveyard-centric strategy. Apply the following effect, then you can attach this card to a rank 4 Xyz monster you control. For the rest of this turn, all Raziel monsters you control gain 1000 attack. If your one detonator gets negated and then can't protect itself from battle, I guess making it big can help. Unless you have Eclipse Twins attached, then maybe you want it to be destroyed by battle, but yeah, if this card is sent to the graveyard, except from the field, you can target one card in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, and you can only use each effect once per turn. So you detach this from Detonator to destroy your opponent's Lacrima, and then Mass Driver can banish their Engraver. Something like that, you know? You can get access to Mass Driver through Duo Drive, of course, but Raziel also gets a new way to pivot into their spells and traps. Star Raziel, secret rare, level 4 Light Pyro. You can special summon this card from your hand by detaching one material from a monster you control. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except rank 4 Xyz monsters. Also, you can only special summon Star Raziel once per turn this way. The juicy part is that if this card is special summoned, you can set one Raziel spell or trap from your deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. Such a simple effect, and oh no, Raziel crosses hit the board. Interrupting Raziel on the Duo Drive has always been one of the key places to interrupt them, but now with Star Raziel, it doesn't hurt as much. Spooky stuff, man. But moving on, let's give all the archetypes and crossover breakers a little bit of love, because Ryuge also gets some new cards. Are you tired of your field spell getting ashed? Well, say hello to Tensei Ryuge Anva. This is a level 10 Dark Dragon Pendulum with a scale 11 and a really nice scale effect as well. You cannot pendulum summon except Ryuge monsters. This effect cannot be negated, and you can negate your opponent's card or effect activated in response to the activation of your Ryuge spell card or effect, then destroy this card. You can only use this effect once per turn, of course. This makes the deck a lot more immune to things like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, because resolving the field spell is very, very important, and that's the reason I love Artifact Lancia against this deck, man. This card is also very easy to summon, and it's pretty decent going second as well, because you can tribute one Ryuge monster from your hand or field except Anva, special summon this card from your hand. And if this card is special summoned, you can target one card on the field, destroy it. Pretty good. If this card is destroyed, you can place one Ryuge continuous spell or trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment face up on your field. You can only use each effect once per turn. But Revs, Ryuge don't have a continuous trap card. Well, now they do. Your opponent cannot target Ryuge monsters you control with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects per turn. If a Ryuge Pendulum monster is in your field or face-up extra deck, you can shuffle 2 Ryuge monsters from your hand, graveyard, and or banishment into the main deck, then target one monster on the field, destroy it. And if this card is destroyed, you can set one non-continuous Ryuge trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. All this talk on continuous spells and continuous traps, man, you know who loves all that? This guy. Alright, moving on, a whole bunch of classic and fan favorite archetypes are also getting support, and that includes Evil Twins or Live Twins, whichever you prefer. Here's Live Twin Lila Sweet, a level 2 dark spellcaster, ultra rare, with a really nice effect actually. I was surprised when I read this. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your Live Twin card or effect activation, quick effect, you can discard this card, negate that opponent's effect. It's like a defensive hand interruption, man. It's like a searchable called by the grave. If you control a Kiss-a-Kill monster and this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, but while it is face up in the monster zone, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Fiend monsters. You can only use each effect once per turn. So not only are you stopping your opponent's infinite impermanence on your Live Twin Kiss-a-Kill, you're also getting a free body out of it. Good card, man, but you do need to be aware it's only in response to your Live Twin cards or effects and not your Evil Twin card or effects. Speaking of Evil Twins, they also got a Link 1. Evil Twin Kiss-a-Kill Deal, requiring one Kiss-a-Kill monster. You can only Link summon Kiss-a-Kill Deal once per turn. You can send one Lila monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, apply this effect this turn. Each time your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your Kiss-a-Kill or Lila monster effect activation, draw one card when that card effect resolves. You can only use this effect once per turn. So both of these cards are extenders in their own way, and both of these cards are punishing your opponent for interacting with you. Live Twins eating good, man. Holy. Cyber decks are also getting support in Alliance Insight. I don't know about you, but I think any day that Cyber Dragons receive support is a good day, man. Here is Cyber Jormungandr. Level 5, Light Machine, cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned by card effect. If your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, then take one Cyber Dragon from your deck and either special summon it or equip it to this card as an equip spell. Also, you can't special summon for the rest of this turn, except machine monsters. My brain goes to, oh, that's a free Cyber Dragon Nova into infinity. But this card does have a lot more applications and another effect as well. You can return one Cyber Dragon you control to the hand, add one Polymerization from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. It's not quite as Unga Bunga Smash as Power Bond, but it does get you to your fusion plays. The Cyber Strike Structure deck saw Cyber Darks being blended with Cyber Dragons to create a cyber deck, and Cyber Dark Worm is a great example of that. It's a level 5 dark machine, and this card's name becomes Cyber Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. If this card is in your hand or graveyard and you have another machine cyber monster in your field or graveyard, you can send one Cyber Dragon monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, special summon this card, and then you can add a cyber spell or trap from your graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect once per duel, but it is a pretty nice effect. You're getting a body, you're getting a spell or trap back from graveyard, you could send something like Cyber Dragon Hurts and get an additional search. It's been a while since I touched the deck, so I can't really remember all the lines, but sounds pretty good. Argostars aren't necessarily a classic archetype, but they do get their second main deck monster. This is Argostar's Fierce Parth, a level 4 Earth Warrior with the effect, gains 700 attack and defense for each Argostar's monster with a different name you control except this card. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. Quick effect, you can reveal this card in your hand, return one Argostar's continuous trap you control to the hand, and if you do, special summon this card. And then the other effect is you can banish this card you control, set one continuous trap from your hand. It can be activated this turn. It's a nice little extender once you have your continuous traps in rotation, but they also get a quick play spell as well. Argostar's Giant Slaying. This actually has two really nice effects on it. So, add one Argostar's monster from your deck to your hand, then immediately after this effect resolves, if a continuous trap is in your monster zone or a continuous trap with an effect that special summons itself as a monster is in your spell and trap zone, you can normal summon one warrior monster. So it's a starter that also acts as an extender if you already have some kind of setup going already, and then it's got a nice little graveyard removal effect as well. So during your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 2 cards on the field, including an Argostar's continuous trap you control, return them to the hand. You can only use one effect per turn, but it does give you a nice little grind with your follow-up plays. And finally, all you Aldalich enjoyers are also getting some new cards. I already love this one, dude. The name, the art, it goes hard. And this is Fallen Angel of the Golden Land. Ultra rare. It's a level 10 Dark Zombie Fusion requiring Aldalich the Golden Lord plus a zombie monster, but it does have another summoning condition. So, must be either fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by tributing one light zombie monster while you have Aldalich the Golden Lord in your field or graveyard. So off the back of Conquistador or Hequero, you're able to just bring this big boy out for free, essentially. This does enable some rank 10 plays with Aldalich the Golden Lord himself, but there's plenty of other things you can do with it as well. Of course, you can also only special summon this monster once per turn, regardless of which method you use. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon one Aldalich monster from your deck, extra deck, or graveyard. You can only use this effect once per turn. A nice little, very easy way to summon out Aldalich the Mad Golden Lord. You love to see it. And then the final card I have for you today is honestly giving Exodia vibes. It's not. It's Aldalich. We have Aldalixir of the Glorious Golden Land continuous trap cards. You can pay 800 life points, then activate one of these effects. Special summon this card as a normal monster, zombie, light, level 10, attack 1500, defense 2800. This card is also still a trap. Then, if you control Aldalich the Golden Lord, you can return one monster from the field to the hand. Alternatively, you can set one of your banished Golden Land or Aldalixir spells or traps. It's Interruption or it's Recursion. Your choice. You can only use this effect once per turn. So yeah, lots of very good cards for existing archetypes coming in Alliance Insight. Let me know what ones you're most excited about, what decks you're going to play after the set drops, and maybe I'll see you for some box openings, baby.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Billy and Asala, and we're here to bring you the final round of Swiss for day 1 at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. That's right, we're finally here at round number 9. The day has flown by. We've seen some really cool decks piloted by some really excellent players.
Absolutely. We've seen, I think, a lot of just crazy games, a lot of upsets, I want to say. Situations that turn around even within like moments of the game that I would not have seen them come. Normally when you see a game play out, you kind of just know where it's going, but we've seen so many surprises here. And there's still one more round left to play here in day number 1.
That's right. I mean, we saw a quick match. The last one really showed you the power of Mermail Atlantean. They don't need
They didn't
bomb.
really show you, but like it was there. It was implied.
Yeah, it was definitely awesome to see that deck still in action. Sans, the Bahamut Shark, since it was added to the Forbidden list on that last update we saw right after YCS Houston. But we are here a month later, YCS Providence, Rhode Island. Alliance Insight has been released this weekend. We had 1,572 players in attendance this weekend after all the VIPs and everyone were counted in after round number 2. They were all undefeated at the beginning, but now only 7 undefeated duelists remain here in round number 9. The top players will come back tomorrow to continue to play, and then eventually we might have 0 undefeated duelists, but probably we'll have one at the end of the day. But what deck is going to come out on top, who's going to be piloting it, are still going to be the questions we need to answer, and we're going to answer that here in round number 9. Kangas is standing by with our feature match players. We're going to go ahead and meet who they are. Kangas, take it away.
Up first in the blue chair from Syracuse, New York. He's just a normal average guy who's never topped a YCS, Jacob Curtis. And his opponent today in the red chair from Miami, Florida, your reigning TCG World Champion, Ruben Penaranda. Duelists are already on stage. Let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
That's right. Thank you, Kangas. We have Jacob from New York taking on Ruben. That's right. The reigning TCG World Champion. We saw him win the World Championship in Seattle this past summer with Bell. It's not about me, Bell. It's about you, Bell. Is that the phrase?
I mean, it's a bit of a David Goliath matchup, like 0 tops versus the reigning world champion.
But both these duelists are 8-0. They will be coming back tomorrow. But winning this game will pretty much guarantee their spot in top 32. So this is an important match because if they don't win it, they still are going to have to win the 2 rounds tomorrow.
We saw there a bit, the bounty duelists. There are only a few remaining with that bounty, but there are still some where you can come collect. I don't think, is Ruben a bounty?
I do believe Ruben was one of the bounties. And being on 8-0, that means if his opponent Jacob is able to take him down here, he will take 2 packs for every round. That means there's going to be 18 packs waiting plus 2 for the round. That'd be 20 booster packs for him if he manages to win this matchup.
Ruben never trying to lose.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because he'll also be able to walk away with those bank packs if he's able to finish out the day 9-0. And this is like our first chance actually being able to see Ruben in action since the World Championship. It's been a while now. He's been going to events. He came to, I think it was Orlando, but a little injured. He had a jump. As a lot of you know, he's also a competitive jump rope player, jump roper. Oh, he isn't a bounty duelist, so no packs on the line there. He should be a bounty duelist, being a world championship
Can't always
competitor.
be bounty duelist.
Can't always. Not every time. You're not going to get it every time, but no packs on the line here for Ruben. I guess that would make sense. We would have seen it before earlier in the day on the cast, so nothing to worry about with the booster packs. But he has a bounty on his head for every player in this room that gets an opportunity to play him because he is the world champion. It's not every day you get a chance to face off against a Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion.
I mean, yeah, when you're in this position as Jacob here, you're maybe potentially feeling the pressure already being in the feature match stage, but you're 8-0, right? You've done everything you need to get to this point. Perhaps the pressure's off, and if you're just playing another opponent now.
Definitely. Just another duelist. That's the way to go into it. You don't ever want to defeat yourself mentally before you even get into the game because of the person sitting across the table from you. So Jacob, he clearly knows that he's in like maybe a little bit of a lucky position, a first-time luck, but we're going to see if it's going to pay off here in game number 1 as he takes on the reigning world champion, Ruben Penaranda. It feels like, I just remember, like just the other day when Ruben got his first YCS win, We were there commentating. It was from it was a team event, I believe, in LATAM. We commentated from the office, and I remember telling you, I was like, wow, like, this is someone who's like deserved a YCS win for a while. He's put the time in, the effort, and then now look what he's done since then.
I mean, he's kept proving himself every single time.
Definitely, and now he's at the top. He is going to be playing Adagnister Malice up against Mitsurugi Raziel. And it looks like Jacob is going to start things off with a Mulcharmi Fualos.
It's a Perulia, actually.
No, Perulia.
A little easier to play into from the Malice side, especially if we're going to be starting off with Gold Sarcophagus. Might not even give him a single draw here.
And then I'm going to go Chessy Cat effect, pay 300.
Yeah, we're going to be leading off with Chessy Cat here. Chessy Cat able to, once it's hit the field, banish a Malice card from his hand to draw 2 cards. Playing around the Perulia, just happening to do so.
Yep, this is you don't if you have something like infinite impermanence, you usually don't want to use it here on something like Chessy Cat. Because let's say you impermit here, they don't banish the Dormouse, they don't draw 2 cards, but then they can follow it up with the normal summon of Dormouse if you do waste your imperm. But you can hold it for that Dormouse or maybe something like a White Binder, a potential more pivotal moment to imperm the Malice deck.
I mean, Ruben off to an extremely strong start already.
I'm going to go Dormouse effect.
Dormouse is activated now.
It's going to banish a Malice monster from the deck, and it does look like it resolves. No infinite impermanence here from Jacob.
Then I'll go effective White Rabbit.
There is the White Rabbit. White Rabbit's able to activate once banished, paying 300. This will add up. So you got to pay attention to the amount of life points you pay if you're not getting it all back with GWC.
Then I'll go effective set.
Definitely already at 900 life points down. Malice White Rabbit's going to be able to set a Malice trap on summon here. He's going to set GWC 06. That's special summons from the graveyard or banishment.
No, you're good.
One of the only ways to get your life points back after you keep paying for all of these Malice effects.
That's right. It does have that bonus effect that if you have a Link 3 on the field, after you use it, you get to gain the attack to your life points. Let's see where Ruben decides to go next.
Looks like we're going to be linking all 3 away here. Potentially into Red Ransom. There it is.
I'm going to go effective Ransom.
Now, Red Ransom has gotten a lot better since the release of Alan's Insight with the introduction of Malice in the Mirror. Not only is it another spell that you can potentially search with Red Ransom, it also makes Malice in Underground a little more viable because you can use Malice in Underground to banish that Malice in the Mirror, then banish a Malice monster from your graveyard, and you're able to access Malice March Hare.
And then Dormouse.
Yeah, March Hare existing already just gave you so many more levels of how to play this deck.
Resolution. You're good.
Yeah, I always like to look at it like kind of like the Fire King Kieran, as we're able to help you dodge things potentially, gives you some interactive play during your opponent's turn, but also has like so much more that it can give you. I mean, even that the fact that it can add back when it's banished makes Allure of Darkness free sometimes. But we do see him activate GWC 06. He has to banish the Malice monster in order to special summon back that Chessy Cat. And now the Red Ransom, since it's banished, will be able to pay 900 life points, special summon it back to the field, and then banish the Cyberse monster from his deck. So right here, he could also banish a March Hare if he wants to add it to his hand, without having to use the Malice in Underground to go after that Malice in the Mirror.
I mean, he has used every other name so far, so likely that will be what happens.
Paying 3.
Yeah, Dotscaper not as popular in Malice decks now. They really kind of like streamline for efficiency. They don't want any dead draws, so they're trying to slim down some of those cards that they used to play in the Malice strategy.
Absolutely. Now, GWC was used, and because Red Ransom was banished for cost here, it was not there at resolution, so will not be gaining any life. It's been an expensive turn so far, but we're likely going to be trying to reset that GWC with the effect of White Binder later in this turn.
I'm going to go Allure of Darkness.
All right, now we're going to see Allure of Darkness come down here for Ruben.
Yes. Sorry.
He's going to let him draw 2 cards and banish the Dark from his hand. Won't be able to get that free value since March Hare's already used its effect to add back from the banished when it's banished. But he's going to banish an extra copy of Chessy Cat.
All right, large hand here. Let's see how he decides to combo further. There is a Drone Lockbird at the end. I think every single card that could be added has been added at this point.
Yeah, Droll's gotten a little bit better because they still can go into like Cyberse Wicked to be able to search for a backup secretary. Sorry, backup Adagnister. It lost the secretary part when it became a main deck monster. But we'll have to see if that's going to come into play here. He already has so many cards in hand. It looks like he does already have the backup in the hand.
Did a card get summoned from Ruben's hand at this point to give him a draw off Perulia?
No, I don't think so. No, but it's about to be.
Well,
he's under Droll and Lockbird now, so he won't be able to draw any cards.
I was wondering what was the point of waiting for the Droll up to this point. I think he was just potentially waiting to see if he was going to be able to get a card off Perulia. But now it's just far too late for it to ever be necessary, which is unfortunate for the immediate play after to be backup Adagnister.
Yeah, at least he won't be able to add the Wizard Adagnister with backup Adagnister's effect.
Finishing.
I think the way the Perulia and the Droll played out is only hurting Jacob here.
Anything here?
No.
Yeah, it does not feel good. He has 2 cards that he's used from his hand for defensive options, but Ruben is not slowing down in the slightest. He's going to link those 3 monsters away for Heart's Cryptor. Now we'll see if these 2 are linked away for something like Firewall Dragon, or if he's going to get another monster on the field and trying to go into White Binder. But it does look like he is going to link them away, and it is going to be Splash Mage. So he is going to try and find a way to get to White Binder.
Yeah, we'll be able to climb back up here.
Targeting here.
Splash Mage will target the March Hare, summoning it back to the field. Likely going to immediately link away the 2 bodies here.
Link summon with these 2. Summon out. Binder.
White Binder will likely not use its effect to banish anything from graveyard here. Not really a reason to.
Use its effect. Effect to reset.
Yep, it's going to reset the GWC.
GW6. Yeah. Okay.
And now it's a question of if he has any other monster to extend past this point. We do know about the Mouse in Underground. He is the only effect that's... Oh, of course, being able to just banish the Cryptor.
5K.
Yep. I paid 3,000 life points this turn.
That's a lot of life points, but he's building an impressive board along the way. Now this is where the Firewall Dragon is going to come down.
Nice
beautiful,
Ghost Rare.
Yeah, beautiful Ghost Rare.
Not one you see very often.
All right, so he got to reset the GWC, sets another card face down. Ends with Firewall Dragon. I believe he has a March. Well, he used one of the March Hairs, but he might have another copy of March Hare in his hand, which is works like GWC 06, potentially. Being able to banish a Malice, link monster from the graveyard, and just summon right back.
Yeah, the same as any Bestial, essentially.
Habakiri is going to be activated first to start things off here for Jacob.
Summoning Saji, tributing Saji. New chain Saji effect. I'll chain Ash Blossom.
Ooh, an Ash Blossom on the Saji. Could be brutal here.
Activate Ritual.
Oh, no, we already have Ritual in the hand.
From the hand.
Wrong start.
Looks like he's going to be trying to summon from his hand. Let's see if this prompts a response here from Ruben.
GWC.
He is going to chain the GWC 06 to special summon back a Malice monster. He's going to go after the White Binder. Now White Binder is going to be co-linked with that Firewall Dragon.
So
this was a very rough chain, I think, for Jacob to go for here, because he's trying to. He said he's summoning from hand, which means he's going to be tributing the monsters from the deck here. If he's trying to go for something along the lines of the Serpent, okay, no, he's just going for 2 tribute effects here, which is fine. But otherwise, if he was trying to summon a monster from the graveyard, the White Binder would have been able to banish that in the chain.
Yep, definitely. Jacob saw that coming too, so he's going to go ahead and use
thinking here.
The 2 Mitsurugis to add back from the graveyard, potentially. He still has Firewall Dragon online. Malice White Binder is going to have the effect on summon to banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard.
I think this potentially is a position where you have to chain the Firewall to put the Murakumo back in the hand, potentially before you can, before there's an option to grab prayers.
Binder, chain link 4, targeting your Ritual spell.
Interesting, going after the Ritual spell. Not really a point in doing that, because Kusanagi can add back from banished as well.
Response.
I mean, he's just why not kind of thing, maybe.
To force me to discard.
Correct. Otherwise, the effects.
But he's just trying to get some more monsters. Go-link.
Interesting. Okay, opting to use the Infinite Permanence instead of discarding any of those cards in hand.
That gets banished.
Going to banish the Heart's Cryptor, the Red Ransom.
And then my board doesn't get destroyed because it got improved.
And Firewall is just a bounce, correct?
Correct.
I wonder how important those 2 cards in hand are that you're choosing to keep those instead of Infinite Permanence. They both have to be pretty good.
I mean, it looks like we're not going to find out, but he only had 1 card in hand since he had those defensive options.
It was like you played around Perulia so well. It's like,
and you hear Jacob giving the world champ his props for the way he played around Perulia. I mean, if there's a deck that can play around Perulia, it's probably going to be Malice when they draw Gold Sarcophagus. Because Gold Sarcophagus is really going to help you navigate and be able to summon all your monsters without ever having to summon from your hand.
Yeah, especially when the one that you go for is, in fact, that Chessy Cat. You get so much value out of that.
Yeah, Ruben is a signer. I saw that cool tattoo there on his arm. That's pretty sweet. but you see him winning game 1 swiftly, starting 8-0. He has not lost a round in this tournament, and he's trying to finish out with a clean sweep for the day of our first day 1 of YCS Providence. But Jacob, 8-0 for a reason. He's been here. He's probably been down a game at some point in the tournament, but he's going to have to bounce back, stay level-headed, stay focused, know that he's going to be diving into his side deck and have the opportunity to go first this time, because really Malice shines brightest when it's going first.
Absolutely. And now Ruben has to make the decision in siding whether Jacob even plays Ryzel cards, because all he saw was the Mitsurugi inside of the engine, right? It's a bit of a gamble to assume it's pure, because I think there are more Mitsurugi Ryzel variants than there are the pure Mitsurugis running around.
True. But I mean, we see people like Tavion Crowley, our YCS Orlando champion from this year, on that pure Mitsurugi strategy and doing well throughout the tournament. I mean, it's unfortunate he had to run into someone like Carl, who is still undefeated going into this last round. He's one of those 7 undefeated duelists. So after he cleaned up in the feature match, he continued to win his next round, and now maybe he'll be able to finish out undefeated. It wouldn't surprise me if at the end of the day, 2 of the 4 undefeateds were going to be Ruben and Carl.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, I feel the players that we've had in the undefeated slot have been at such a high caliber for this event. It goes to show these formats or there's brand new format events where a set just drops. A lot of players that have shown their creativity over years and have just a lot of experience, they consistently do well.
That is very true. You see nothing but smiles here for Ruben. Nothing but smiles here for Jacob too. I mean, yeah, it sucks losing game number 1. It doesn't feel good, but when you're 8-0, it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad, right?
It doesn't, once you're 8-0, you're kind of like being like, wait, why haven't I lost yet? Like, that's what I would be wondering. Like, it's bound to happen. Sometimes you're going to run into a tough wall, but he's only lost game number 1. The match isn't over. We've seen some comebacks throughout the day. We're going to have to see if he's going to be able to mount a big comeback with his Mitsurugi Ryzel strategy. Both of these are like, it's not a shock that both of these decks are undefeated. These are the 2 top decks going into this weekend, and this is game number 2. So let's jump into it. The duelists are ready. They all drew their hands in the exact same way, which is kind of funny to see, but Ruben, I see at least a Mulcharmy and an Ash Blossom.
Draw's good. Same way. Yep. Mid. Yeah.
Made it all the way to main phase 1. Nothing's been activated just yet. Pass? Did you say pass?
Pass?
I heard pass.
I guess that can happen sometimes.
Oh, no, not like this.
All right, so when Malice
round
goes first, it's pretty good. Oh, but there's a Lancia. I mean, if he passed before, you're fine to just pass back now.
I think that is an option, but if he has anything proactive he can use, but...
I mean, you said that he has a Mulcharmy of his own.
True, he could just end up passing right back. Okay. Say, like, you better draw something good. And even if you do, I might have something to stop it. Will we see 2 passes in a row?
Draw, pass turn.
Nope.
Oh, he looks like he might commit.
Normal summon.
All right, he is going to normal summon back up at Ignister.
Lets him add a Dark Cybers to hand. See what he goes for. Gonna grab the Dormouse for follow-up here. Just saying that the other cards in his hand will get him to the next turn anyway. Discarding the Flawless. Backup will hit in for some small damage here.
You're at 68 to my full?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to present the deck. Main phase 2.
It actually looked like his hand was very weak and couldn't play that well anyway because his starter was backup at Ignister, so this worked out pretty well for him.
Yep.
I do think it did the best he could with his bad hand, but it does look like Jacob drew a card that he can summon, and that's going to be Ice Ryzel.
Wallace would have been really strong into that, but because you pretty much know, I was going to say, you knew he couldn't play before. Dominus Impulse here, essentially being effect failure, but that could be good enough.
Go to battle.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going straight to a battle phase. We have a quick one here. Jacob's going to take down the backup Ignister with his Ice Ryzel.
75 to your 68.
Correct.
All right, we'll see if it's an immediate pass back here.
We got an honest game on our hands.
Yep.
I mean, I got a peek at Jacob's hand. It is pretty abysmal.
Not great, but now Ruben has made it through the Artifact Lancia turn. Malice P. Dormouse is on its way down. It's going to banish Malice Right Rabbit.
My Rabbit's able to activate its effect here, paying 300, summoning itself back from the banish as long as there's no interruption.
Effect away Rabbit.
to
Set.
Set.
Effect on field will be setting a Malice Trap from the deck. Let's see what he goes for. There is MTP 07.
You have 3 cards, 4 cards in here.
Pretty telling of what his current set is for his opponent.
One can guess.
Thinking here.
TB11 for sure, right?
You would think it would be TB11, but apparently you just don't need that card in Malice anymore. I don't know if I agree with that. I do like having TB11, but a lot of Malice players have cut it, and they are really only running MTP 07 and GWC 06.
And they're doing well, so you can't really complain.
Yeah, I'm not always right, but we see a Link summon coming down here for Cybers Wicked.
Wicked's good. The summon is good.
Wicked is a cool one, so if you special summon a Cybers monster to a zone it points to, you'll be able to add a Cybers monster from your deck to your hand.
But there is a Ghost Bell chained.
Do you think Ghost Bell's popularity has kind of increased this weekend?
Yes, absolutely. I think it is a card that sees a lot of play right now, and it was really crucial in this moment right here. If Ruben does not have an extender here.
Wow.
Was not expecting that one.
Yeah, so Cybers Wicked is kind of a new card they've incorporated into Malice. I mean, it's from Savage Strike. It's not a new card itself, but new to the deck.
Not even new to Ad Ignister, if you really think about it. So if when you're playing your Ad Ignister strategy, Cybers Wicked is going to be there.
So while it can pay off huge and help you access more Cybers monsters from your deck, including those brand new Ad Ignister monsters out of Alliance Insight, where something like Haggard Lizard Dose here wouldn't have been stopped by Ghost Bell and been able to get to in Link 3. It did play into some of those cards that can interact from the hand here. And now we're seeing another battle phase here from Jacob. It doesn't look like he drew into another level 4 monster, so he's going to try and take down the Cybers Wicked. But it's just
can't be destroyed by battle.
But it's just going to do damage. But you still take the damage. It's all, you still take the damage.
That's relevant against Malice, I'll give you that.
It is. It adds up.
Main one.
Now, does a monster have to be special summoned specifically for Cybers Wicked triggers effect?
Go ahead.
I would have to look.
Oh, well, if we're normal summoning Dormouse anyway, I don't think it matters.
It's either it's gonna happen one way or another. I do think it has to be special summoned. But yeah, Dormouse is going to resolve.
Going to be able to banish Chessy Cat. Interesting choice. I wonder if that's actually live here, because I imagine the Dormouse was also drawn for turn.
Yeah, Chessy Cat, if they're cutting down on the amount of Malice traps that are using, Chessy Cat becomes a little more valuable than White Rabbit. But yep, Cybers Wicked is going to banish White Rabbit. Now he's going to be able to add probably backup Ad Ignister.
Back up to my hand. On a new chain, I'll go Right Rabbit, Chain Link 1.
White Rabbit is going to pay 300 to special summon itself to the field.
All right, now it's just about efficiently going for game, because you don't really want to play into anything. You don't have to. You've only summoned 3 times here.
Go ahead and link with these 2.
Yep, that could go ahead and make White Binder here, if he so chooses, or just going for Red Ransom to keep the combo going. Looks like we're going to keep it going.
It's going to search for a Malice spell.
It looks like Jacob is contemplating, and he is going to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
To look at your hand.
Okay, Talons will look at your hand. Well, guess what? There's
two
of them.
Nibiru's.
Thinking.
So he's already summoned 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
It's only 4 times,
okay.
yeah.
So he can just stop here. He can put back the Ame no Murakamo, and just leave him with the 2 nibs.
I mean, he still has game. I'm pretty sure. Oh, let's see how much damage he needs to do. He's already resolved Dormouse. He can attack, activate MTP to banish the Red Ransom. Red Ransom will come back. And
no, but did he? Oh, banish it with the effect of MTP07, right? That makes sense. I was like, it was set last turn, but he can actually use the MTP07 to banish his own card.
Yeah,
as we learned in a previous YCS.
It matters here because there are names he hasn't used yet.
Yeah.
So he can banish another one from the deck as well.
True.
I'll enter battle phase.
Yep, he sees it. He's going to go into the battle phase. Red Ransom's going to attack over Ice Trizeal. Jacob's just holding on to 2
attack with Chessy Cat for 21.
Nibiru's in the hand. They're not going to do anything in the battle phase.
At 35, and then attack with White Rabbit for 18.
Yep.
Puts him down to 17, and then the MTP07 can banish his own Red Ransom.
You know which card this is.
So I'm at, sorry, 18.
You're at 17.
17.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's at 1700. I'm at 5700. Main phase 2.
He's not doing it. He knows both cards in his hand. I guess he didn't see the option.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter too much here as he's going to link them all away for White Binder.
Anything on summon?
Nope.
Factory reset.
I might have Nibiru'd that on summon. Oh, but I guess it wouldn't have mattered because he would have chained the MTP07, banished
I
the
feel
White
like
Binder.
if he remembered that he could do that to banish itself, that he would have done that in the battle phase. But I mean, this is a fine position to just pass in potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's still no card here that Jacob can draw to win this game.
The main phase.
Yep. If he wants to nib, go for it. It eliminates your top deck of extra Ryzeal.
Nip token. Animus.
Yeah. I'm gonna link right off.
Yeah, Link Spider. I was waiting for it. I was like, I know he runs it, and then I'm waiting for the backup and everything.
Oh, and now we can continue with the backup.
Yeah,
Essentially,
like,
honestly, this makes the board bigger.
I'm cooked.
Jacob sees the writing on the wall. He says, I am cooked. No, this is the last round of the day. No reason to scoop here just yet. And then you are playing on a big stage against the reigning world champion.
We are. Is he choosing to add? Oh, he did add the wizard. Okay.
Wizard effect, targeting.
Wizard Agnes are going to special summon itself and a card from the graveyard.
And I'm going to go.
Looks like he's considering just using 07 to get rid of the Nibiru here.
You could just go into Heart's Cryptor. There's a million things he can do here.
I imagine at some point the Cryptor will hit the board. There is Splash Mage once again.
The Nibiru was more of a green light than a stopper here for Ruben. Then all three, that's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep,
or just Cryptor.
Go MTP, search. And I'm going to banish the nib.
Grabbing the Marcher.
Because when we saw the play, like at the last YCS, or it was 2 YCSs ago, with the MTP 07 banishing its own card, it's not something that's super obvious.
I guess this is the one. I questioned when it would make sense then. I guess this is the situation where it would make sense, where you're trying to do some battle phase tricks.
Right, exactly, yeah. But, I mean, he is in a commanding position. His opponent spinning that last card in hand. It is just a copy of Nibiru the Primal Being.
I'm surprised he opted to actually get rid of the Nibiru the Primal Being here. I think he wants to... I suppose if he always is going to threaten the battle phase, might as well get rid of it, but I didn't want to open up X as a top deck.
45?
I don't think X will be enough even still. Yeah. He's going to be able to go into Firewall. He might be able to go into Allied Code, Talker, Adagnister as well.
Target.
He's going to banish some Malice cards, so he'll have some fuel for the Heart's Cryptor.
And I'll banish a Dormouse.
Getting those names banished for the Cryptor, as you mentioned, being able to recycle them as well. Now it looks like we're going to be making a Link 2 in IP Masquerena.
Attempt to leave the main. Pass turn.
All right. This should be enough. Let's see what Jacob's last card of this duel is.
Standby.
I guess that's technically X'd, if you think about it. Okay.
As Awesome and Joyous Spring's going to end it. And Ruben is going to move on 9-0, winning every round of day one, all but guaranteeing his spot in top 32. So we might see our reigning world champion walk away with another YCS win here this weekend. Big congratulations to Ruben Peñaranda.
I mean, we also get to see Malice take down a convincing win here when we haven't been able to feature Malice ourselves.
This is the first time, yeah.
Yeah, and I think in the other matches it seemed a little bit harder for it, but Ruben, you know, a veteran in the game here, world champion, he shows how Malice is meant to be played.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. We do have a bonus feature match going on, too, in the background between Chu Ping and Pac, so hopefully we'll be able to jump into that after we get our winner's interview with Kangas, so we can really have like an exciting end to our final day. I mean, I'm down to stay on. If you're down to stay on to watch that match after Kangas is done with his interview.
There were so many intense matchups that we could have picked from for this round. It was really hard to decide.
There were so many good last matches for round number 9, but we haven't really got to see our world champion in action. And wow, was it fun to watch, you know, him really piloting like the expected best deck going into this weekend, but really showing you why he's 9-0 with it. Doing lots of cool tricks, lots of amazing things, and he's an amazing player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a little unfortunate for Jacob there, drawing a hand that week or having to pass going first. He did have Artifact Lancia, but like it really lined up well for Ruben's hand that couldn't play that well to begin with. He had to normal summon backup secretary to play. I think when I was looking at it, he didn't have another Malice name to work with. So he was going to have to do some really awkward lines anyway. But now being able to pass with just adding the Dormouse, opting not to have Fualos and just being able to discard it there. But he did have more interruptions in his hand already, so it was a fine choice to make, knowing that your opponent had to pass. So I think things just really worked out for Ruben here.
Yeah, definitely. Had that Artifact Lancia been in Jacob's hand, and he also started off with like normal summon Ice Rise heal,
yeah.
that Artifact Lancia packs a little bit more of a punch. But when it's into just like pass, well, here's a Lancia, you're just hoping. And even at that point, if your opponent, as Ruben did, has any sort of other forms of disruption, interruption, that one draw off the top of your deck isn't really going to change anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Jacob's situation, he might have had to wait until Ruben committed more cards. He could have held the Lancia as long as he can. If he didn't have to use it, he should have kept it, right?
Oh, just kind of like hold it off until like Ruben like commits something that might banish something like...
Yeah, like normal summon Dormouse effect or Mouse Underground effect, and you get, like try to get a good value out of the Lancia. You just shotgunning it there, trying to play around tactics. I guess it happens, but you can get punished if your opponent just couldn't play to begin with.
He did have that triple tactics talent too that we saw on the following turn, but it was, you know, an honest game there for a while. Lots of attacking back and forth, but it is what it is. It looks like, well, the bonus match might be finishing up, so we aren't going to be able to jump to that, unfortunately. But it is Shu Ping versus Pack. I know you guys would have loved to see it, but it's a good one. One of those players, I believe they're X1 right now. So the winner of that will be, or the loser will be X2, still be able to make it to day 2. But moving on to day 2 with an X1 record feels a lot better.
A lot safer.
Yeah, even though I've seen plenty of people that go into day 2 with one loss and then happen to lose at 2 in the morning, and then that's the weekend. But I do think Kangas is standing by with our winner's interview, so I'll go ahead and toss it to him. Kangas, take it away. Let's hear from our reigning, undisputed world champion.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Ruben. Congratulations on your feature match win. And, man, you got the moves already here. Quick, swift 2-0 over your opponent. I want to get your thoughts on your opponent because that was his first time in a feature match. He's never topped an event. What was it like to go up against somebody like him?
So we actually have a mutual friend. He's won the Nationals of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2016, Eric Christensen. So it was kind of funny with both of us playing. The first thing we did was just message our friend and be like, hey, look, we're playing last round of day 1 undefeated. And then we were chosen for the stream. So it was like really fun and enjoyable. I didn't feel like a lot of pressure, and I hope my opponent didn't either, considering he hasn't topped yet, so he's probably not familiar with being on stage and the extra pressure it brings. So glad it was able to be just an enjoyable match, especially to end a long day.
Well, speaking of comfort and experience on stage, you have some of the most experience on stage, being the reigning TCG World Champion. Now undefeated on day 1 here. Reflect on the day. Is this how you expected things to go based on your prep coming into the weekend?
I mean, expectations are weird things to say. Like, you can say I expect to top or I expect to do well. Like, I want to win every round, and my goal has just been to not misplay. And I had one earlier in the tournament, and I learned from it. And as long as I don't misplay, I'll be happy with my result. I put in the time and effort, and sometimes the cards don't go your favor, and today they did.
Fair enough. Well, I know it's been a long day. I want to let you get going, but final shout-outs for anybody watching?
Yeah, the main people I test with, Hani, Kamal, Charlie. Also, a huge shout-out to my sponsors, Southside Gaming, the best locals in South Florida. You guys should check them out. But yeah, just excited to keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ruben. Congratulations on the undefeated day 1. Now we're going to throw it back to the casters.
Just good to see our world champion doing some great Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to see Ruben take Yu-Gi-Oh down.
And it's nice to see, too, that he's not rested on his laurels, right? Still coming down here to compete. We saw some amazing action over the course of the day. Kind of want to reflect back on it, don't you?
Oh, I would love to. We've seen some amazing plays as well as players and, of course, decks showcased in the first ever Alliance Insight event, YCS Providence.
So these are all going to be replays. We're going to kind of go through the course of the day. That Dragon Ruler match. Oh, just some really exciting stuff for the grass looks greener. How many cards did he mill? Like,
I believe he has a 60-card deck, so probably 20 cards.
Oh, it feels so great to see Dragon Rulers back in action. I know some people who are old heads, from 2013 are shuddering, but the idea that grass looks greener off the Forbidden Limited list, Dragon Rulers no longer restricted in any way, and here they come off the top, just card after card. Now, what was so funny, too, is that even though there was a couple of Mulcharmies and stuff, those are good attributes for him to be milling.
Oh, yeah, being able to have winds for Tempest or waters for Tidal was just super awesome to see. And as we can see from our very first round of today, Nicholas was able to not only go into the classic Dragon Rules that we know about, but also the new ones from Alliance Insight, like Chasma and Eclipse.
It's nice to see that, being able to copy those monster effects, not the only one trick that Chasma does, and honestly get to see Disaster. Right? We used to call it Disaster Dragon back in the day, but actually having a monster that sucks up all those materials, prevents your opponent from activating those effects, really, really showcased Nicholas just doing some great Dragon Roller work.
And this play that he's about to make right here was, I think, the reason why it's considered one of our coolest plays of the day, because he's about to out this Chaos Angel that Steven has that is normally unaffected by monster effects. He's just going to summon disaster, the Armageddon Dragon. It's going to be so beautiful.
Yeah, what's better than a 3,500 attack big monster? A 4,600 attack big monster. And the fact that it sucks up those additional Dragon Roller things, it's cool because it has every single attribute.
And by the way, it just stops your opponent from being able to actually use all those effects now.
Exactly. Fun fact, the 4,600 is a reference to the cumulative attack and defense of all Dragon Roller monsters. So if you start to go look at your titles, your redoxes, etc., they all add up to 46 for some reason.
Oh, that's so interesting. Even the newer ones,
yeah, the more you know.
Like Eclipse and Chasma do that too.
Yeah, and Steven just could hardly believe his eyes there, but it really shows you that Dragon Rulers is a real deck, and we are happy that they are back here to rule the duel.
Definitely a super awesome way to start off day one of YCS Providence, seeing one of the coolest sort of legacy archetypes released in Alliance Insight.
Definitely a lot of support. I feel like what Alliance Insight did is it gave just a little power sprinkling to every different deck. Some decks, kind of came back from the abyss, just like Dragon Roller, but we really got to see all kinds of cool gameplay. And again, Steven could hardly believe his eyes there as Tidal, Redox, Blaster, Tempest going under there.
And all of those attributes now that he has underneath it just don't work for Steven Side anymore. Not even if he wanted to.
You'd have to be playing Divine, so the strat is Egyptian God cards, and obviously great work there.
Great job, Nicholas. Love seeing decks like that take down an event.
Absolutely. Now, this was a jewel of a duel, if I say so myself. Getting to see Sprite, pure Sprite.
I know for a fact Steven Kangas, fellow member of Team Max Steve, was so jealous not to get to commentate this match. These are two of his favorite archetypes, Sprite versus Prime Blue Eyes. Being able to use multiple Toads and go for Gamma Burst like we're about to see Adam do right now and go for game. That's like, what, plus 6,000 damage out of nowhere?
Oh yeah, 1,400 attack apiece is insane. And this is also that note we were talking about earlier, the fact that, Bahamut Shark is gone. But if you want to run totally awesome, just run level 2 monsters, and that's exactly what Adam did here.
Turns out it's even better when you do that, because you get to keep it in play.
Oh yeah, the recycling that he did. Being able to tribute Aqua monsters that weren't totally awesome and recycle them. Oh, so good, so good.
Oh, nothing beats having your opponent read Gamma Burst and going, oh, I guess that's enough damage to win the game. Good for you.
It's got to feel pretty good when you activate your sort of ace card that you know is going to close the game out, and your opponent's like, wait, what does that do?
Can you believe in the early days of 2022, people didn't play this in Sprite?
I know, they were missing out. Power of the Elements is such a crazy set, and we're still seeing the impact on it so many years later.
Yeah, it's so interesting. The first highlight we had was one of the newest decks that came out of Alliance Insight, and the one that we have here is a deck that was pretty much taken right out of 2022 and played just fine in today's event.
Yeah, Adam's story here is really just the Forbidden Limited list may make an impact for some water decks, but not mine.
Oh, speaking of stories of the day, I'm going to remember this. Normal summon Nemesis Flag and then special summon Arch Nemesis Protoss against Tavion, who already used his Mitsurugi trap card, so he can't stop the Nemesis Flag from accessing Protoss and having his entire dark, pure Mitsurugi deck completely decimated.
Not the level 4 normal summon you were expecting to see against Ryzel, but it's got a lot of great stuff going on. And being able to search either Arch Nemesis Eschatos or Arch Nemesis Protoss is insane. And Protoss is such a heads-up play because it locks out so much of the format right now.
And if you're really worried about decks like Cyberse, Malice, or Dark Mitsurugi, you can just have an Arch Nemesis that completely shuts them out of the game.
Yeah, Protoss calling Dark. You can even do this if you go first, because Protoss destroys an attribute that's on the field. Spoiler alert, Arch Nemesis Protoss cannot be destroyed by card effects, so you can call Dark, destroy all the Dark monsters on the field, and lock both players until the end of the next turn from playing any Dark monsters. That's huge. That's all the Malice monsters. It's all the Mitsurugi monsters. Again, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was so fun having the earlier rounds of today's event to be about the newer players, the newer decks, the fun callbacks to now having our later rounds, like round 7 here, between Carl, a really good notable player in his own right, whose brother just recently won YCS Houston, and Tavion, the YCS Orlando champion. And, I know exactly what's about to happen here. This is more towards the end of the game, after Protoss already destroyed all of Tavion's monsters. And if I remember correctly, Tavion's going to pass turn here, and Carl's going to reveal 2 Arch Nemesis Escaloses in his hand.
Oh, it's just insane. And it's so good, too, because you might have thought, as the Ryzel deck was playing, oh, man, he's got so many points of interaction from his hand, but all these Volcharmies, are they really even doing anything? Yeah, they are. They're different attributes, and they're different types, so they work for either of the Arch Nemesis monsters.
Yeah, the fact that Nemesis Flag got to stay in play and use this effect again, and boom, we just see 2 Escalos, they come into the field, and then they just do all the damage you need to do to win the game. Super awesome to see.
And, yeah, you could just call Cyberse and say, hey, you're not playing any Cyberse next turn, so good game, Carl. You did very good today. Just some crazy plays of the day, for sure.
Oh, some of the best.
So, round 9 is over. Can you believe it?
we have our Swiss champ for day 1, and it's Ruben. I honestly can't believe that, yes.
Yeah, the world champion showing up and going undefeated. No, he's very humble. We're going to brag a little for him. I love the fact that he came here and he was just like, no, I hope my opponent was okay. A lot of people, they think of it as their enemy. You're not the enemy across the table. It's just another person who loves the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game just as much as you do.
Yeah, and it was someone who had never seen the top table like that before, and he did his absolute best and honestly had a pretty good fair shot there, but Ruben was just built different and played Malice and was able to just kind of stymie his opponent and just blow him out of the water eventually.
Do you think I know it's a little too soon, right? We still got the whole day too, but what is your takeaway? What is Alliance Insight format about?
It definitely is in love with its TCG exclusives like Mitsurugi, and I think the talk of the town is Malice, but as we saw, people were prepared, people were ready, and some Malice players can still maybe stumble. It's not just like the best deck because it auto-wins everything. It probably has the highest ceiling of any deck, but that doesn't mean they can't win if you are forced them to play their floor.
Well, speaking of force, we'll have to find out tomorrow what exactly happens. But thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same channel. Go ahead and take a look at the details for sure. But until then, well, you know what's going to happen. Time to pass turn.